Chapter 1105. Oh. The golden-clad old man's interest was piqued when he heard Chang He's words. What do you mean? Whether it was O Lai, the clan leader of O Clan, or the green-clad old man behind the golden-clad old man, all of them looked at Chang He curiously. It was obvious they were interested in this as well. Last time, Lang Chi was so close to killing that woman. At that critical moment, he actually attacked me and attracted Lang Chi's attention. Cheng He said, although he managed to save that woman, he was targeted by Lang Chi. If I didn't ask Lang Chi to spare him, he would have died in Lang Chi's hands. Cheng He finished his sentence in one breath. This otherworldling is different from most of the otherworldlings in the rumors. Rumor has it that most of the otherworldlings are cold-blooded and rarely reveal their true feelings, let alone use their own lives to save the lives of others. The golden-clad old man sighed. It doesn't matter if he's different from the other variants. This time, I'll definitely be able to pry the secret out of his mouth. Cheng He's eyes gleamed coldly. His face was filled with confidence. A day's time passed very quickly. On the second day, a group of buildings appeared in front of Chang He and the other four. We've arrived at the Lu clan, the golden-clad old man said. As the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, this was not his first time coming to the Lu clan. However, whenever he visited the Lu clan in the past, he would always be a guest of honor in the Lu clan and would always be warmly welcomed by the Lu clan. This was his first time coming to the Lu clan to snatch someone away. Initially, he did not want to offend the Lu clan. However, he was tempted by the things Chang He promised him. Driven by the benefits, he decided to help Chang He, even if he would fall out with the Lu clan because of this. Over there. After arriving in the sky above the Lu clan's estate, Cheng He immediately looked at the east side of the Lu clan's estate. At the same time, he flew out and arrived in the sky above the area in just a blink of an eye. O Lai and the golden-clad old man followed closely behind Cheng He. Behind them were Lang Chi and the blue-clad old man. The blue-clad old man was like Lang Chi. If Lang Chi was Cheng He's shadow, then the blue-clad old man would be the golden-clad old man's shadow. As the only Grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land and the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, the golden-robed old man was highly valued by the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the inner land. For this reason, the Inland Craftsman Guild sent out a blue-robed old man to follow him closely and be responsible for his safety at all times. After a short while, Chang He and the other four arrived in the sky above a spacious mansion. Duan Lingtian, get out here. Suddenly, Chang He opened his mouth and shouted. His voice was filled with Yuan energy and swept out. It spread throughout the entire Lu clan mansion and even the Lu clan's base. For a moment, the entire Lu clan's residence was in an uproar. Someone is looking for Elder Duan? To ask Elder Duan to scram as soon as he opens his mouth. It seems like he doesn't have good intentions. Many of the Lu clan's disciples discussed animatedly. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. He was the only Grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan. Although there were now people targeting Duan Lingtian, and they did not come with good intentions. However, not many people were worried about Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, their Lu clan was one of the two most powerful clans in the northern mountain land. They were completely capable of protecting Elder Duan. However, compared to the optimism of the Lu clan's disciples, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, had a grave expression on his face. Damn it! It's that Cheng He again. Previously, Cheng He had left with his tail between his legs. He had returned after 3 months, and he did not come with good intentions. It seems like Cheng He has found someone to help him. After a short while, Lu Rue and the 3 great guardian elders of Lu clan gathered together and rose into the air. They looked at the 5 figures in the distance. Due to the distance, they could not see the faces of the 5 people clearly. However, they knew Cheng He was among them. They guessed Lang Chi, who was always by Cheng He's side to protect him, must be there as well. Let's go over and have a look. Let's see what kind of help Cheng He has found to make him so confident that he dares to make a comeback. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, took the lead and flew out with his small eyes. Lu Rue, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji followed closely behind. After a short while, the 4 of them arrived at the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate. In the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate, 2 people were already confronting Xueqi and the other 4 people. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Lu Rue and the other 3 people were familiar with the 2 people. They recognized the 2 of them. They were none other than Elder Duan's confidant and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. They were none other than Elder Duan's lover, and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is planning to be a coward today. To think he actually sent a woman like you here. However, other than Duan Ling Tian, my target this time is you as well. Xueqi looked at the red-clothed woman standing nearby. His eyes flashed as he spoke unhurriedly. Why you dare to humiliate him? As soon as Xueqi's words left his mouth, the flames on the devastatingly beautiful woman's body surged and turned into a sword-shaped flame. Her voice was cold, and she looked at Xueqi as though she was looking at a dead man. Just as she spoke and before Xueqi could respond, she moved. Whoosh! Her 5-foot-long sword shot out as she followed closely behind. The tip of the sword-shaped flame locked onto Xueqi. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it made Xueqi's face turn pale. It's only been 3 months. How did her strength improve so much? That was the only thought in Xueqi's mind. At the same time, the sword-shaped flames arrived near Xueqi. They were so fast that Xueqi was unable to dodge them. They were simply too fast, so fast that he was unable to dodge them. Humph! Xueqi's heart was in his mouth when a cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, a green figure appeared before Xueqi's eyes. When Xueqi saw the green figure, he sighed in relief. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that he was no longer in danger since the person before him had made his move. Boom! As soon as Xueqi's thoughts changed, the green figure charged toward Feng Tianwu and collided with the fiery red gigantic sword that Feng Tianwu had transformed into. A loud bang was heard. As the 2 forces collided, the airflow in the air exploded and set off waves of vibrating airwaves. The airwaves spread in all directions and turned into gusts of violent wind. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind blew, and it seemed like a demonic wind was blowing in the east of the Lu clan's mansion. Some of the maids who did not have a high cultivation base were blown to the ground. As for the people in the sky, their robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not suffer any substantial damage. Their gazes were locked onto the 2 people who were clashing against each other. At this moment, the 2 people separated after the loud bang. The energy surrounding the green figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Due to the speed of his attack, the heaven and earth energy above his head did not even have the time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before it dissipated again. It was as though it had never appeared. Unlike the green-clad middle-aged man who did not move, the fiery red gigantic sword that was formed by him and his sword was sent flying. It only stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Barf! The red-clad lady who was holding the 5-foot-long red flexible sword could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood with her pale face when the sword-shaped flame on her body began to wilt. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the red-clad lady's head that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was about to dissipate. It was 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and a silhouette that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon. It was a strong visual impact as it descended. It was also a dragon, but it was not an ancient horned dragon. Its body was thick and long. It was equivalent to an ancient horned dragon that was more than 10 times larger. Of course, there was a big difference in the details. Whether it was the sharp claws on its body or the dragon's scales on its body, all of them exuded a majestic aura. The ancient horned dragon could not compare to it at all. If the ancient horned dragon was a baby dragon, then this was an adult dragon. In that case, this dragon was an adult dragon. Not only were the details of its body completely different from a horned dragon, but even its head was completely different from an ancient horned dragon. The ancient horned dragon's head looked a little ferocious. It was quite different from the legendary divine dragon with a pure bloodline. However, this dragon that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon was not much different from the legendary divine dragon regardless of the details on its body or its head. Moreover, its pair of sharp eyes exuded a majestic aura at all times. It gave off an oppressive feeling. The silhouette of an ancient black dragon. In the distance, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Clan leader, didn't you say? Miss Tianwu can only exert the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons at most if she unleashes her full strength? How is this possible? Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. His little eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself. As soon as Miss Tianwu makes her move, she'll gather the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Her full strength is equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Ji said solemnly. The strength of an ancient black dragon is transformed from the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Miss Tianwu's current strength is equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons based on the ancient horned dragon's strength. Lu Gui sucked in a cold breath. The difference between this and the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons that the clan leader mentioned was too huge, right? I don't know. Lu Rue stared blankly at the heavily injured red-clad lady in the distance. His face was filled with confusion. He could not figure out what was happening before him. Could it be that Miss Tianwu has been holding back earlier? Chapter 1106. Miss Tianwu. Lu Rue and the three old men next to him were horrified when they saw Feng Tianwu was injured. No matter what, she was Elder Duan's confidant. Now that she was injured in front of them, how were they going to explain it to Elder Duan? At the same time, Xueqi, who was originally standing next to Feng Tianwu, was horrified when he saw Feng Tianwu was injured. He glared at the green-clad middle-aged man and shouted coldly, "You're seeking death." At that moment, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed due to his anger. It was as though it had transformed into a milky white sword-shaped flame that completely enveloped him. It emitted a fierce aura. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level void interpretation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when it was fully unleashed. This was Xueqi's full strength. "You're seeking death." Originally, when they saw Xueqi shouting at the green-clad middle-aged man, Chang He, and the others had a grave expression on their faces. To them, no matter if it was the red-clad lady or the middle-aged man, they were unfamiliar faces. However, this middle-aged man actually dared to shout at the person who had injured the red-clad lady. In their opinion, he should be quite powerful. He might not be weaker than the red-clad lady. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the middle-aged man's head, they could not help but look at each other with a strange expression on their faces. The person they thought was a powerhouse was actually someone who had not even reached the threshold of the peak of the void. And the green-clad middle-aged man who had injured Feng Tianwu earlier, Lang Qi, who was tailing behind Chang He, spat out those two words and disappeared completely before Xueqi's eyes. Boom! Just when Xueqi's scalp went numb and he realized he might be in big trouble, a loud explosion resonated not far away from him. Rolling airwaves spread out and set off gusts of wind again. At the same time, Xueqi felt as if he was in the eye of a storm. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful wave of air. When he gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand 100 meters away, the first thing he saw was the back of an old man appearing in front of him and blocking Lang Qi's way. Lang Qi was only about 10 meters away from where he had been. In an instant, a cold feeling surged up from the bottom of Xueqi's feet. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to his head, causing his body to tremble for no reason. At some point, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. He knew. If it wasn't for the old man in front of him stopping Lang Qi in time, he would have died. "With my current strength, when can I help young master?" At this moment, Xueqi's heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. In front of these people who had come to cause trouble for the young master, there was nothing he could do. Old Patriarch. When Lang Qi attacked Xueqi, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, and the three Lu clan's guardian elders were horrified. They immediately flew out to save Xueqi. However, their speed was far slower than Lang Qi, coupled with the fact that Lang Qi was closer to Xueqi. They could only watch as Xueqi fell into a life-threatening situation. He's Elder Duan's man. If he dies, how are we going to explain this to Elder Duan? Just when they thought Xueqi was going to die, a thought appeared in their minds. The situation suddenly changed. The strongest person in Lu clan, the old patriarch of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, appeared and stopped Leng Qi to save Xueqi. After Lu Qiu stopped Leng Qi, there was nothing Leng Qi could do. He quickly retreated behind Chang He. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the clan leader of Lu clan and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders also came to Lu Qiu's side and stood side by side with him. Old patriarch. Then, the 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu nodded at the 4 of them before he looked at Chang He and the others. His gaze swept past Chang He and the others. Clan leader O, guild leader Mo. I wonder why you've come from afar? Lu Qiu asked as calmly as he could when his gaze finally landed on the middle-aged man and the golden-clad old man next to Chang He. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Lu Rui and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders' expressions changed. Clan leader O? Guild leader Mo? In the northern mountain land and the entire southern outer land, there were only 2 people whom their old patriarch addressed in such a manner. The clan leader of Northern Mountain's O clan, O Lai. The guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, Mo Jia. Following that, they followed Lu Qiu's gaze. With just a glance, they saw 2 figures that were extremely familiar to them. O Lai, Mo Jia. When Lu Rui and the others saw the middle-aged man who stood there like a saber and the old man who was dressed in a forbidden robe, their expressions turned grave immediately. Lu Qiu, let's not beat around the bush. Today, if your Lu clan hands Duan Ling Tian over to Chang He, I'll still be friends with the Lu clan. Mo Jia looked at Lu Qiu with a gleam in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Friends. The moment Mo Jia's words left his mouth, the 5 people from Lu clan were stunned. After a while, Lu Qiu was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Mo Jia and sneered. Our Lu clan really can't afford to befriend you. When Lu Rui and the others regained their senses, they were furious as well. This Mo Jia had already bullied their Lu clan, and he still had the audacity to call himself their friend? If that's the case, from today onward, the Lu clan and I will no longer be friends. Mo Jia's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Qiu's words. The blue-clad old man behind him was wearing a blue robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu as though he was ready to attack Lu Qiu. Clan leader O, are you here to help Chang He take Elder Duan away from our Lu clan? Lu Rui asked as he looked at O Lai with gleaming eyes. O Lai glanced at Lu Rui and nodded nonchalantly. How dare you? Lu Rui's face turned grave, and he immediately scolded O Lai. How dare you? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, not only was O Lai stunned, but even Chang He and Mo Jia, and the 2 people behind them were stunned as well. Clan leader Lu. Former clan leader Lu. Soon after, O Lai regained his senses and glanced at Lu Rui and Lu Qiu nonchalantly. Your Lu clan and our O clan are the 2 great clans in the northern mountain land that have been passed down for 10,000 years. Although we've had many grudges for 10,000 years, we're more like family friends. Today, I came to your Lu clan to help Elder Chang He take away the person he wants. As for the Lu clan, the O clan and I have no intention of offending you. O Lai finished his words calmly. What a nice excuse. Lu Rui sneered. O Lai, the moment you said you wanted to help Chang He take Elder Duan away, you've already stood on the opposite side of our Lu clan. From today onward, the Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. Lu Rui's voice reverberated loudly in the air. At once, many people in the Lu clan's estate heard Lu Rui's words. It's the clan leader's voice. The clan leader seems to be saying that our Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Don't tell me the person who came aggressively and asked Elder Duan to get lost is from the O clan. That's possible. At once, everyone in the Lu clan's estate began to discuss among themselves. Many Lu clan's elders and disciples even flew up into the air. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Who knew if a fight would break out later? If a fight broke out, it would be a battle between martial monarchs. The shock wave from the collision of energy would be enough to send them flying or even injure them. Lu Rui, making the Lu clan and our O clan irreconcilable. I don't think you can make such a big decision, right? Olai asked nonchalantly when he heard Lu Rui's words. At the same time, his eyes shifted to Lu Qiu, who was standing in the distance. As far as I know, you don't seem to have the right to make such a decision for the Lu clan in front of the former clan leader. When Olai spoke, his face was calm. It was neither happy nor angry. However, there was a hint of mockery in his words. He was mocking Lu Rui for not living up to his title as the clan leader. Haha. Clan leader Oh. Do you think everyone can control the entire clan like you do? Changhe laughed and looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Some people might be the clan leader, but they don't have absolute authority. In my eyes, such a person is just a puppet. Guild leader Cheng, you're always so direct when you speak. No matter what, some people are still the clan leader and a reputable person. It doesn't seem right for you to mock him in public, right? Mo Jie chimed in with a smile. However, judging from the mockery on the corner of his mouth, it did not seem like a person who would speak up for Lu Rui. His tone was more like he was adding fuel to the fire and mocking Lu Rui further. Lu Rui's face turned pale, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Who said Lu Rui is not qualified to make decisions for the Lu clan? At this moment, Lu Qiu sneered. From the moment I handed over the position of clan leader to Lu Rui, he's the supreme clan leader of the Lu clan. His words represent the Lu clan's will. Lu Qiu's words were convincing as he defended Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. At once, Lu Rui's expression softened. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Lu Qiu had helped him out of this predicament. Moreover, from today onward, other than protecting the Lu clan and the Lu clan's interests, I, Lu Qiu, will no longer interfere in the Lu clan's affairs. Soon after, Lu Qiu made his stance clear again so that the others could no longer mock Lu Rui. We don't want to interfere in the Lu clan's affairs, even if you want us to. Today, we're not here to make an enemy out of the Lu clan. We're only here to take Duan Lingtian away. Changhe took a step forward and looked at Lu Rui. Since the clan leader of the Lu clan has absolute authority in the Lu clan, please give us an answer. The moment Changhe's words left his mouth, Olai and Mo Jie took a step forward as well. They stood next to him and looked at Lu Rui. Chapter 1107. Changhe was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was a Grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, a Grade 1 alchemist would not pose much of a threat to the Lu clan. The most threatening person was the green-clad middle-aged man behind him. Lang Qi's strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu, the strongest person in the Lu clan. 3 months ago, Changhe had brought Lang Qi to the Lu clan. Their target was Duan Lingtian. However, due to Lu Qiu's interference and the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders' covetous gazes, they had no choice but to leave in a sorry state. 3 months later, they came back with the 2 helpers they found. One of the helpers was the guild master of the weapons craftsmen's main guild in the southern outer land, Mo Jie. Mo Jie was a Grade 1 weapons craftsman. He had immersed himself in the weapons crafting Dao, but his achievements in the martial Dao were limited. He was on par with Changhe, an ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. However, Changhe did not look for him because of his strength. Instead, he looked for the person who was always by his side to protect him. That person was the blue-clad old man who always followed behind Mo Jie. The blue-clad old man's strength was in no way inferior to Lang Qi and Lu Qiu. He was a powerhouse with shocking strength. The other helper was the current clan leader of the O clan in the northern mountain land, Olai. Olai was a rare martial Dao prodigy in the O clan for thousands of years. When he was in his 40s, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse. Currently, his strength was in no way inferior to Lang Qi and Lu Qiu. The 3 powerhouses whose strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu were Changhe's biggest reliance on this trip. He believed that as long as the Lu clan was not stupid, they would not dare to go head-to-head with them. It would be a piece of cake for him to take Duan Lingtian away by force. Clan leader Lu, you must choose wisely. Don't let the Lu clan suffer unnecessary losses just because of a moment of bravery. Xueqi looked deeply at Lu Rue with a victorious smile on his face. Humph! Lu Rue snorted and said mockingly, "Why? Does guild leader Chung want to annihilate the Lu clan?" "I don't think I have the ability to annihilate the Lu clan. However, if the Lu clan loses a few martial emperors, I don't think the other forces in the inner land would stand up for the Lu clan," Xueqi said indifferently. As he spoke, a devilish smile appeared on his face. "You!" Lu Rue's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his blood and qi surged. However, he also knew that Xueqi was telling the truth. Whether it was Xueqi, Mo Jia, or O Lai, none of them had the courage to exterminate the Lu family. This was because the Lu clan was under the protection of several first-rate forces in the inner land. Naturally, those first-rate forces would only make a move after the Lu clan was destroyed. As long as the Lu clan was not destroyed, they would not make a move even if all the martial monarchs in the Lu clan were killed. Lu Rue took a deep breath and looked at Lang Qi with fear. He then looked at O Lai and the old man in blue behind Mo Jia. The strength of these three martial monarchs was on par with the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If the Lu family really wanted to fight with them, they would definitely suffer great losses. The three guardian elders might not be able to survive. For a moment, Lu Rue was in a dilemma. On one side were the pillars of the Lu clan. They were at risk of falling at any time. On the other side was the future pillar of the Lu clan. He was also the person Xueqi wanted to bring away. If he wanted to protect the pillars, he would have to give up the future pillar of the Lu clan. The Lu clan would lose a rare opportunity in the future. That opportunity was enough for the Lu clan to rise to the top and stand at the peak of the Cloud Continent. After all, the details of that heaven-supporting pillar were simply too frightening. In his previous life, he was a person who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now that he was going through his last reincarnation, he would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life. Naturally, that was on the premise that he did not die prematurely. If he died prematurely, he would have no future to speak of. If we hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan won't lose anything. However, Elder Duan will be taken away by them. If we don't hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan will suffer a great blow. In the end, Elder Duan will still be taken away by them. Both of the outcomes are the same. However, the nature of the outcomes are completely different. The former is us giving up on Elder Duan. If Elder Duan is taken away, even if he doesn't hate us, our relationship with him will be destroyed. The latter is us not being able to protect Elder Duan even though we tried our best. Even if Elder Duan is taken away, he'll still be grateful to us. At this moment, Lu Rue thought of many things. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could not help but turn around to look at Lu Qiu to ask for his opinion. Clan leader, from today onward, the Lu clan's matters will be decided by you. No matter what your decision is, I'll support you. Before Lu Rue could speak, Lu Qiu had already made his stance clear. Clan leader will support you. Lu Yuan, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji nodded as well. Their attitudes were the same as Lu Qiu's. At this moment, Lu Rue felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not breathe. If I choose the former and give up on Elder Duan, once Elder Duan escapes this calamity and returns to his peak, even if he doesn't seek revenge from the Lu clan, he won't care about the Lu clan anymore. The first choice was enough to sever the friendship between the Lu clan and Elder Duan. If I choose the latter, the three guardian elders and even the former clan leader will be in danger. Elder Duan will be taken away as well. However, if Elder Duan survives, the Lu clan's future will be bright. The other choice was that the Lu clan would suffer a great loss, and Elder Duan's fate would be uncertain. However, if Elder Duan survived, the Lu clan would definitely rise to the top. Lu Rue was in a dilemma. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Clan leader Lu, I hope you'll give us an answer within the span of 10 breaths. If you still haven't given us an answer after 10 breaths, we'll have no choice but to take him away ourselves. Xueqi glanced at Lu Rue and sneered. At that time, don't blame us for forsaking our friendship. There's no need to wait for 10 breaths. At this moment, Lu Rue made up his mind. It's impossible for the Lu clan to hand Elder Duan over. When Elder Duan became the first interim advisor of the Lu clan, he was already a member of the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has a long history of 10,000 years. It's impossible for us to do something like betraying our friends for glory. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, our Lu clan will do our best to protect Elder Duan. Lu Rue's words were loud and clear as they spread out. The moment the 3 Lu clan guardian elders heard this, their eyes lit up as they faced Chang He and the other 4. Even though they knew the 3 of them were stronger than them and could kill them in one hit, they were not afraid at all. Everything was for the Lu clan. For the Lu clan, they would have no regrets even if they were to die in battle. They had used their own actions to explain the meaning of the word guardian in the guardian elders. They did not tarnish the name. Fight. Lu Rue's words entered Lu Qiu's ears as well. It made Lu Qiu, who had a hint of anxiety in the depth of his eyes, smile. The anxiety in the depth of his eyes disappeared. Whoosh. At the same time, Lu Qiu appeared in front of the 3 Lu clan guardian elders and stared at Chang He and the other 4 with a cold expression. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon after, many figures approached from all directions. They were the Lu clan's elders who were watching from afar. Their hearing was far better than the ordinary Lu clan's disciples. Due to this reason, they had heard the conversation between Lu Rue and Chang He. Their blood boiled when they heard Lu Rue's words. Fight to the death. Protect Elder Duan with our lives. If you want to kill Elder Duan, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Soon after, the group of Lu clan's elders surrounded Chang He and the other 4. They kept shouting at the top of their lungs in an imposing manner. What? Those 5 fellows want to kill Elder Duan? Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples who were watching from afar began to make a ruckus. There are some things that my second uncle didn't want me to say. However, I think I still have to say it. One of the Lu clan's disciples gritted his teeth and said, Earlier, my second uncle told me that they wanted to bring Elder Duan away, but the clan leader rejected them. Now, the clan leader has declared war on them. However, they're very strong. The clan leader, the former clan leader, and the 3 guardian elders have no chance of winning. The Lu clan's disciple finished his sentence in one breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? They want to bring Elder Duan away? Damn it! It's not easy for our Lu clan to have a grade 1 alchemist now. Nobody can bring Elder Duan away. It seems like Chang He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, is the one who started this. I think he thinks Elder Duan, the second grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land, is stealing his job. That's why he wants to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. Come with me if you're a man with balls. Let's kill that son of AB** Cheng He. Let's go. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples flew out in a mighty manner. They surrounded Chang He and the other 4 in 3 layers. It was like a dark cloud looming over a city. Good. Seeing this scene, Lu Rue was excited. This was the first time he had seen the Lu family show such strong unity. Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders laughed as well. Even if they died today, they would not have lived in vain. This was the Lu clan that they had protected for their entire lives. They would have no regrets even if they died for the Lu clan. As expected of an ancient clan with tens of thousands of years of history, this unity is not something an ordinary force can compare to. The disciples of an ordinary force would have fled on their own in the face of disaster. How could they be like this? The scene before him left Xueqi in a daze. When Feng Tianwu saw the scene before her, the frost on her beautiful face dissipated a little. She was influenced by the group of Lu clan's disciples. At the same time, Chang He and the other 4 had a grave expression on their faces when they saw the Lu clan's elders and disciples surrounding them. It was only a small matter for them to kill a few Lu clan's people. It would not attract the attention of the first-rate forces in the inner land that were protecting the Lu clan. Chapter 1108. In their eyes, the people of the Lu family who surrounded them were like ants. It would be easy for them to kill these Lu clan members. However, these people represented the entire Lu clan. Once they were killed, it would mean the end of the Lu clan. At that time, those first-rate forces in the mainland who had once promised to protect the Lu clan from destruction would retaliate at lightning speed. Even if they could not destroy the forces they were in, the few of them would not be able to escape death. After all, they were the instigators. Don't touch the rest of the Lu clan. Don't touch Lu Rue as well. Once we kill those 4 old men, no one in the Lu clan will be able to stop us. At that time, it'll be easy for us to take Duan Ling Tian away. Xueqi said to the other 4 people. In the beginning, his expression was extremely solemn. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Upon hearing Xueqi's words, the 4 people, including Olai and Mo Jie, nodded in agreement. The cost of annihilating the Lu clan was too great. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, it did not matter if they killed a few martial monarchs from the Lu clan as long as the Lu clan's foundation was not shaken. Lang Qi, I'll leave Lu Qiu to you. Xueqi ordered Lang Qi, all right? Lang Qi nodded indifferently. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu. It was as though he had taken root in Lu Qiu. Olai, I'll leave the other 3 Lu clan elders to you. Is that all right? Xueqi looked at Olai. He wanted Olai to deal with the 3 Lu clan elders. They'll die within the span of 3 breaths. Olai did not speak much, but he exuded a strong sense of confidence that made others believe in him. As for Mo Jie and I, we'll be in charge of stopping Lu Rue and the other Lu clan members. Old Chen, Duan Lingtian's woman is quite strong. You'll be in charge of restraining her. Don't kill her. She's still useful to us. When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the blue-clad old man who was following Mo Jie like a shadow. The blue-clad old man nodded. Olai, after you kill the 3 Lu clan elders, join forces with Lang Qi to kill Lu Qiu. After Lu Qiu is dead, the 2 of you will capture Duan Lingtian and bring him away. Xueqi looked at Olai again. Olai nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as the atmosphere became extremely heavy and Xueqi and the other 4 were about to make a move. Tianwu, are you injured? An anxious voice that was mixed with rage sounded out abruptly, and it broke the short silence at the scene. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by a figure that had appeared in the air. This was a young man dressed in purple. The young man was handsome. His face was chiseled, and his eyebrows were straight. His eyes were cold and murderous. Just as everyone's gazes fell on the purple-clothed young man, he moved. Dragon traversing 9 heavens. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a purple divine dragon. He swept out like a bolt of lightning, as if he was swimming through the 9 heavens. In an instant, he arrived at the side of the woman in red who was standing in the distance with a slightly pale face. Tianwu, take it. The purple-clothed young man walked to the side of the red-clothed woman. He raised his hand and put a pill that was shining with a deep halo into her mouth. The woman in red trusted him unconditionally. Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. That pill? How is that possible? At this moment, Xueqi, who was standing in the distance, trembled violently. His eyes were originally staring at the pill in the purple-clothed young man's hand. He only regained his senses when the pill entered the red-clothed woman's mouth. However, his face was filled with sincere shock. Ha! Xueqi's astonishment caused the 4 people beside him to be stunned. Then, they looked at Xueqi with a puzzled expression. The grade 1 life recovery pill he took out earlier has a purity of more than 95%. Xueqi enunciated each and every word clearly in the face of the 4 people's confusion. It was as though he was supporting Xueqi's words. In the distance, the red-clothed woman who had consumed the pill had a rosy complexion. She was full of vitality and had completely recovered. She did not look like she was injured at all. Upon seeing this, many people who heard Xueqi's words were stunned. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%? After a long while, Lu Rue was the first to react. He gulped hard. Miss Tianwu has consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% earlier. Although her injuries have recovered a little, she hasn't fully recovered yet. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95% has such a powerful medicinal effect? The closer a pill's purity is to 100% perfection, the more terrifying the medicinal effect is. Lu Ji said solemnly, however, it never crossed my mind that Elder Duan would be able to take out a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%. Such a pill is already close to a perfect 100%. The strength of the medicinal effect is at least twice as strong as a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. The group of Lu clan's elders who heard Chang He's words were still in shock. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe you're able to refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 95%. I think the grade 1 life recovery pill you fed her earlier has a purity of 97%, right? Chang He asked loudly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance with a burning gaze. This time, his voice was even louder and entered the ears of every Lu clan's member present on the scene. What? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%? Is there a pill with such a high purity on Cloud Continent? That's impossible, right? The Lu clan's disciples discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they quickly shifted to the purple-clad young man in the distance. He's Elder Duan. Suddenly, one of the Lu clan's disciples who was staring at the purple-clad young man exclaimed, "What? He's Elder Duan." All of the Lu clan's disciples were in an uproar. He's our Lu clan's first interim elder? The grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%? He's really as young as the rumors say. It seems like what the old man said might be true. Elder Duan can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%. I think so too. After all, Elder Duan can't be judged with common sense. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance, Duan Ling Tian, with a burning gaze. Among the younger generation in Lu clan, Duan Ling Tian was definitely an idol. He was worshipped by the younger generation in Lu clan. Second brother, he was wondering why he looked familiar with the red-clad sister earlier. So it's them. Among the group of Lu clan's disciples, a young girl with a childish face muttered to herself as realization dawned on her. A young man stood next to her. I didn't expect you to recognize them. The young man smiled faintly. This young man was none other than the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. As for the young girl next to him, her identity was obvious. She was Lu Ping, the younger sister of the siblings who was saved by Feng Wu Dao previously. The elder brother was Lu Bai. Duan Ling Tian, you've really given me a big gift. Lu Bai looked at the purple-clad young man in the distance with gratitude in his eyes. Some time ago, Lu Bai had learned about Lu Song's death. He knew that if there were no accidents, he would definitely be the next clan leader of Lu clan. All of this was because of this purple-clad young man in front of him. If it was not for the purple-clad young man, he might not have been able to sit on that seat in the future. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that Chang He could identify the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill with just a glance. You have a good eye. Unfortunately, you're not ambitious and only focused on unorthodox methods. You're destined to never improve in this lifetime. At the same time, he glanced at Chang He coldly and spoke in a calm tone. It was as though he was a senior lecturing a junior. You're just a lucky brat who obtained some sort of secret method from God knows where. How dare you comment in front of me? When I became an alchemist, let alone you, your mother, might not even have left her womb. You think you're worthy of lecturing me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chang He's eyes that were filled with rage looked as though they were about to spit fire. That's right. When you became an alchemist, my mother might not even have left her womb, Duan Lingtian sneered. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, if I were you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. You've lived for so long and yet, you've lived like a dog. You can't even compare to a brat like me. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with sarcasm. He was mocking Chang He for being inferior to a brat like him. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Lu clan's disciples laughed. They looked at Chang He with disdain on their faces. The guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land is just as though. That's right. Our Lu clan's elder Duan is less than 1/3 of his age. But his achievement in the medicine refinement Tao has completely surpassed him. He's just a piece of trash in front of Elder Duan. Piece of trash? That's an apt description. One by one, the Lu clan's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were blunt as they mocked Chang He. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Chang He's ears in full detail, causing Chang He's face to alternately turn green and white. The fury in his eyes grew increasingly stronger, as if it was about to erupt. Duan Lingtian, don't be so smug. You're just lucky to have obtained a secret method. Otherwise, how could you refine pills with a purity of more than 90%? Chang He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking with a disdainful expression. Until now, he was still certain Duan Lingtian was lucky to have obtained a secret method that allowed him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. As long as he obtained the secret method, he would also be able to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Secret method. Chapter 1109. Don't tell me Elder Duan really knows some kind of secret technique? Many people from the Lu clan were puzzled. After all, the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age was enough to shock everyone. However, he was still able to refine pills with 97% purity. Such a purity pill was heaven-defying. Tian Wu, who hurt you just now? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian ignored Chang He. His gaze landed on the red-clad lady next to him as he asked in a gentle voice. There was a hint of anger in her gentle voice. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she heard the anger in Duan Lingtian's voice. The frost on her face melted a little. Her gaze immediately landed on the green-clad middle-aged man in the distance. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind Chang He like a shadow. It's you again. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu's gaze and looked at the green-clad middle-aged man. His eyes gleamed coldly. Lang Qi. It was also Lang Qi who hurt him and Tian Wu last time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's shout, Lang Qi lifted his head lazily and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was saying, "So what if it was me? You're still incapable of avenging your woman." Boom. At that moment, a milky white flame rose from Duan Lingtian's body and emitted a terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. His origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of a first-level martial monarch stage. Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse? For a moment, most of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Lu Bai was shocked as well. In the past, although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing an 8th-level void transformation stage Lu clan's elder, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. He thought that Duan Lingtian was at most at the peak of the void realm. At this moment, the scene before his eyes made him realize Duan Lingtian was either a martial monarch at that time or had only recently broken through to the martial monarch stage. Compared to the astonishment of the Lu clan's elders and disciples, the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui, was not surprised at all. Previously, he had witnessed how powerful Elder Duan was. He had almost killed Chang He, who was at the first-level martial monarch stage. At that time, he had guessed that Elder Duan was a martial emperor expert. As for the old clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu, and the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan, although they had heard from Lu Rui that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch expert, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Of course, it would be fine if he was just young. The problem was that young was not the main point. In fact, Elder Duan of the Lu clan was already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with 97% purity. With his current age, his achievement in the medicine refinement Tao was enough to embarrass 90% of the alchemists on the Cloud Continent. Yet, this young man who could be considered a monster in the medicine refinement Tao was also a martial monarch powerhouse? Monster! Is Elder Duan even human? After a moment of silence, the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples burst into an uproar. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance in shock. I can't believe that I, Mo, would be able to see the legendary variant in my lifetime. At this moment, Mo, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, took a step forward and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It's said that variants have their own innate ability. I wonder what your innate ability is? Variant. Innate ability. Mo spoke. His voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Variant? Innate ability? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were confused. Does he mean that Elder Duan is a variant? Some of the Lu clan's elders could not help but narrow their eyes. They had a certain understanding of variants. What's a variant? Most of the Lu clan's disciples asked this question. A variant is an existence born from the union of a human and a demon. A variant is either mediocre or a monster. There are many of the former on the Cloud Continent, but the latter is extremely rare. A Lu clan's elder said solemnly. That's right. Another Lu clan's elder added. It said that the latter's innate ability and comprehension far surpass humans in all aspects. Even the human with the best innate ability and comprehension on the Cloud Continent can't compare to them. On top of that, a monstrous variant also has an innate ability. Any variant's innate ability is one of a kind. Someone added. Fwa. Some of the Lu clan's elders and most of the Lu clan's disciples who had just heard about the variant were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. Does this mean that Elder Duan is a variant? That's the only explanation. Since Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. It's practically impossible for a human to obtain such achievements in both the martial Dao and the medicine refinement Dao at his age. That's true. As the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed, they soon confirmed one thing. Their Lu clan's first interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, was a variant. Moreover, he was an extremely monstrous variant. Now, they finally understood why Elder Duan was able to achieve so much at such a young age. If there was anyone present who did not think Duan Lingtian was a variant, it would be the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was a person who had achieved heaven-defying achievements in the medicine refinement Dao, the weapons refinement Dao, and the inscription Dao in his past life. Now that he had reincarnated, as long as his cultivation base and spiritual energy were raised to a certain level, he would be the most outstanding alchemist. Weapons refinement master. Inscription master. In their opinion, the idea of foreign species was pure nonsense. I've said before that both of you are playing with fire. Since you're here today, both of you shall stay. Duan Lingtian said word by word as a milky white flame rose from his body. His cold gaze landed on Chang He and Lang Qi. His voice sounded like it came from an ice cave. It was extremely cold. Ha 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 ha. Chang He could not help but laugh maniacally when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said disdainfully, "You want to stay? Based on your cultivation base of the first-level martial monarch stage? Last time, you were severely injured by Lang Qi in just one blow. Looks like you're going to repeat the same mistake today. I really don't know where you get the courage to say that you want to stay." Chang He's face was filled with disdain when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, Mo Jia also smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but it's not good if it turns into arrogance." Mo Jia's tone was as though he was lecturing Chang He. Although Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse, he's only at the first-level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with these people. It's shocking that Elder Duan possesses such strength at such a young age. However, I'm afraid that his strength is not even comparable to our Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, let alone dealing with these people. If Elder Duan is given another 10 years, these people won't be a match for him at all. Of course, Elder Duan is the rumored variant. He's a heaven-defying existence on Cloud Continent. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They also did not think Duan Lingtian could deal with Chang He and the others. Elder Duan, Just as the milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body rose higher, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Take Miss Tian Wu and leave now. As for them, our Lu clan will help you stop them." Lu Rui's words were filled with determination. It was as though he was a warrior who would never return. As soon as his words left his mouth, he had already flown out and headed straight for Xueqi and the others. "I, Lu Qiu, have no regrets even if I die for Duan Lingtian in my old age. Elder Duan, live on." The Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, laughed heartily as his voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, he was already standing next to Lu Rui, glaring at Xueqi and the others. If Xueqi and the others dared to make a move, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack. "Elder Duan, live on. If we die, avenge us." The three great guardian elders of the Lu clan shouted in unison. Then they flew out and surrounded Xueqi's group of 5 with Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. "Elder Duan, live on." At this moment, a group of Lu clan's elders and disciples also flew out and surrounded Xueqi and the others in 3 layers. Each of them had a determined expression on their faces. At this moment, the Lu clan's unity and the Lu clan's strength of character were fully displayed. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials led by Lu Rui had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows. Soon after, all of the Lu clan's people had their origin energy and concepts skyrocketing. Each of them was glaring at Xueqi and the others, ready to attack at any time. Lu clan. Duan Lingtian could not see Xueqi and the other silhouettes at all. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was also affected by the tragic atmosphere created by the Lu clan's people. Lu clan. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. However, I, Duan Lingtian, will settle this matter myself today. Proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 11:10. Boom, boom, boom. As Xueqi shouted, the 5 of them, including him, had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows as they prepared to disperse. Lang Qi's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Qiu. Lai's eyes were locked onto the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Xueqi and the other 2 also locked onto their respective targets. Whoosh! Smack! Just as Xueqi and the other 4 were about to make their moves, a sword cry that seemed to make their souls tremble resonated in the air. Along with the whistling of the sword, there was a loud sound, as if something was being torn apart. When the other 4 regained their senses, horror dawned on them. Heavens! What did they just see? Lang Qi, who was originally hovering in the air with them, had his body forcefully pierced through and split into 2. His aura was gone in an instant. One could tell from the cold expression on Lang Qi's face and the way he looked at Lu Qiu. From the beginning until the end, Lang Qi did not even have time to react until his body was split into 2. Lang Qi was a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Such a person had died just like that. His death was swift and clean. He's dead. I didn't even have time to blink, and he died? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were shocked. Who is it? He's so powerful. Many of them were puzzled. Soon after, the Lu clan's people, including Xueqi and the 3 people next to him and the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, shifted their attention to the area surrounded by the Lu clan's people. There was a lone figure there. It was a purple figure. Impossible. When Xueqi saw the purple figure, his eyes widened in shock. He kept shaking his head as though he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The 3 people standing next to Xueqi had a grave expression on their faces as well. Damn it! Why didn't Xueqi say this young man has such terrifying strength? That was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. They felt like they had been tricked by Xueqi. Elder Duan? Everyone from the Lu family looked at the purple figure in front of them in horror. They did not expect Elder Duan, who had only displayed the 1st-level martial monarch stage origin energy earlier, to be so powerful. This was especially true for Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan. Not only was he shocked, but a hint of dread and disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the purple figure. Old family head. Did you see Elder Duan's movements clearly? At this moment, 4 voice transmissions entered Lu Qiu's ears one after another. It was precisely Lu Rue and the 3 Lu clan guardian elders asking him questions. Lu Qiu shook his head. Just now when Lang Qi had stared at him, his gaze had also locked onto Lang Qi until Lang Qi was killed. He did not move his eyes away. However, even though he had witnessed the scene of Lang Qi's body being separated, he could not see clearly who had done it. He could not even see a figure. All he heard was the sound of a sword whistling and the sound of Lang Qi's body being torn apart. This, Lu Rue and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Lu Qiu shaking his head in denial. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at the purple figure again. Especially Lu Rue. He still remembered that 3 months ago, he had also faced Lang Qi. The purple-clad young man in front of him was severely injured by Lang Qi in just one blow. However, today, he had easily killed Lang Qi, a martial monarch powerhouse, without him being able to react at all. The speed at which he killed Lang Qi was so fast that even Lu Qiu, one of the strongest people present, could not see it clearly. Why, young master? In the distance, Xiong Quan looked at the purple figure hovering proudly in the air. His face was slightly stunned. Since when did young master become so powerful? His strength has improved tremendously. Feng Tianwu, who had recovered from her injuries, also had her eyes fixed on the purple figure. As she muttered to herself, there was a hint of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well. What he was doing now was to stand up for her. The dead man had injured her earlier. Isn't Elder Duan too powerful? Isn't he just a first-level martial monarch martial artist? At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders who had regained their senses were shocked. Their eyes were also fixed on the purple figure. Elder Duan is so powerful. That guy was killed by Elder Duan before he could even blink his eyes. Each of the Lu clan's disciples looked at the purple-clad young man with fanaticism in their eyes. Without exception, their faces were filled with worship that originated from their souls. In everyone's heart, they dreamed of becoming a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the world. However, not many people could do it. However, today, they saw the shadow of their dreams in the purple-clad young man before them. It resonated strongly with them. The purple figure, the purple-clad young man, was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there empty-handed. The milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on his body had been extinguished without anyone noticing. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had also disappeared, leaving behind layers of mystery to the crowd. Why you killed Lang Qi? When Chang He looked at Duan Lingtian, there was no longer disdain in his eyes. There was only fear left. What's wrong? Guild leader Chang is so old that your eyesight has deteriorated? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned around and glanced at Chang He indifferently. Why you? When Chang He saw Duan Lingtian's gaze that was as sharp as a sword, his face flushed red, and his body trembled. The trembling of his body also affected his voice, causing it to tremble violently as well. However, even after his voice trembled for a long time, he still could not form a complete sentence. Until now. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Qinghe was afraid. His fear did not only come from the bottom of his heart, it came from the depths of his soul. What about me? Duan Lingtian asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes. However, how could the current Qinghe possibly answer that question? His forehead and face were covered in sweat. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. 3 months ago, the purple-clad young man who was like an ant to Lang Qi had become so terrifying in just 3 months. He had killed Lang Qi before Lang Qi even had a chance to react. Now that he was targeted, his heart was filled with despair. If there's a next life, remember this. You can't afford to play with my fire. Even if you're a grade 1 alchemist, you can't. When Duan Lingtian saw that Chang He had no reaction, his eyes gleamed fiercely as he spoke slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. No. When Chang He sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent, horror dawned on him as he cried out in shock. However, as soon as his voice left his mouth, it came to an abrupt halt. This was because a fine sword mark had appeared on his throat without him noticing. As the sword mark split open, fresh blood gushed out as though it was worthless. As for Xueqi, when the sword mark appeared on his throat, his eyes had already dimmed completely. He no longer made a sound. Then, under the accompaniment of dazzling red roses, Xueqi's body fell to the ground. He was as dead as a doornail. From then on, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land was dead. The moment Xueqi died, the scene fell into a dead silence again. It was only when Duanling Tian lifted his head and shifted his gaze that the Lu clan's people present on the scene finally shifted their attention to Xueqi's three helpers. O Lai, the clan leader of the northern mountains O clan. Mo Jia, the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Other than him, the last person was the old man with the surname Chen. He was the powerhouse who always followed and protected him. His strength was not inferior to O Lai, Lang Qi, and Lu Qiu. However, faced with Duanling Tian who could kill Lang Qi with just a blow, he did not feel safe at all even if he was protected by the old man with the surname Chen. Elder Duan, I was also instigated by Xueqi this time. I have no intention of being invincible with you and becoming enemies with the Lu clan. Mo Jie took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian anxiously as he explained. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was as docile as a little lamb in front of Duanling Tian. Even Duanling Tian was not used to it. Humph! However, Duanling Tian ignored him. His eyes turned cold all of a sudden. In the next moment, everyone saw Duanling Tian was still standing in the same spot. He did not seem to have made any movements, but Mo Jia, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, was dead. Mo Jia's head was severed from his body and fell from the sky. The moment Mo Jia died, the expression of the blue-clad old man with the surname Chen changed drastically. His eyes turned cold. A saber appeared in his hand as he charged toward Duanling Tian in a ferocious manner. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above his head. In the end, the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Whoosh! The spirit saber in the old man's hand slashed toward Duanling Tian in a ferocious manner. If it hit, Duanling Tian would definitely be split into two. However, the saber in the old man's hand that contained the strength of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 ancient horned dragons that was faster than lightning missed its target in the end. This was because the moment the saber in his hand slashed down, his target had vanished into thin air. Even in the eyes of O Lai and Lu Qiu, who were the strongest among the spectators, the purple figure had completely disappeared. Even they could not capture the slightest trace of the purple figure. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the purple figure reappeared behind the old man with the surname Chen. Is that all you've got? Duanling Tian said nonchalantly when he appeared behind the old man with the surname Chen. His tone was filled with disdain. It was useless to look down on the old man with the surname Chen. T. When the old man with the surname Chen heard the voice behind him, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to quickly get away from the owner of the voice. Chapter 11:11. As the old man with the surname Chen's body was sliced into two, everyone shifted their attention to Duanling Tian who was standing behind him. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were filled with shock and excitement. They did not expect this at all. Not only did their Lu clan's first interim elder have shocking attainments in medicine refinement Dao, but his achievements in martial Dao were terrifying as well. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 out of the 5 formidable opponents that the Lu clan faced. One must know that the 4 opponents were existences that even the strongest people in the Lu clan were wary of. Elder Duan, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was completely stunned. Others might not know who Duanling Tian had killed, but he knew very well. Xueqi and Mo Jie sighed. Whether it was Lang Qi or the old man with the surname Chen, their strength was in no way inferior to the Lu clan's former clan leader. They were both 4th-level martial monarchs. However, 2 4th-level martial monarchs were killed by Elder Duan in just a blink of an eye. Young master, Xiongquan's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air in the distance. This was his young master. How powerful! Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. It was obvious that she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Gasp! At this moment, even the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, could not help but gasp. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. With Elder Duan's strength, killing two people whose strength is in no way inferior to mine is as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass. I'm afraid it would be as easy as blowing off dust for him to kill me. Lu Qiu's emotions surged, and his gaze was complicated. At the same time, everyone's eyes were on Duan Lingtian's hand. This time, although they did not see any signs of Duan Lingtian attacking, they were fortunate enough to see the weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian stood there proudly with his purple robe fluttering even though there was no wind. He was holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand that was formed by an unknown energy. What power is that? When everyone's gaze shifted to Duan Lingtian's hand, the 3-foot-long sword gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the rolling heaven and earth energy dissipated just as it was about to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Therefore, until now, no one knew how strong Duan Lingtian was. However, since Duan Lingtian was able to kill Lang Qi and the old man with the surname Chen who was not inferior to Lang Qi, his current strength could be considered as one of the best in the entire southern outer land. However, most people's attention was not on this. What they cared about was the 3-foot-long blade that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. The energy swords around the 3-foot-long blade were the sword profundity. However, they had never seen such a power condensed into a 3-foot-long blade. Did you see that? I saw it. Earlier, the sword in Elder Duan's hand was actually formed by a 5-colored energy. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I can't believe it's real. What kind of energy is that? It must be the profundity. But does such a profundity really exist? I've never heard of such a profundity before. Whether it was the group of Lu clan's disciples or the group of Lu clan's elders, all of them were confused. They could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was formed from. In fact, they were not the only ones who were confused. What kind of energy was that? Lu Rui's pupils constricted and he was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a power that was filled with 5 different colors. The 5 colors were red, blue, green, purple, and khaki. It was not only Lu Rui, but even the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders were shocked as well. Earlier, Elder Duan had killed 4 formidable opponents in just a blink of an eye. They were already shocked. However, they could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Elder Duan's hand was formed from. Those 5 energies seemed to be a mixture of 5 nature profundities. The red one is the fire profundity, the blue one is the water profundity, the green one is the wind profundity, the purple one is the thunder profundity, and the khaki one is the earth profundity. Compared to the others, Lu Qiu could see through it more clearly. However, although he could see through it, he still found it hard to believe. He could not believe that Duan Lingtian had mastered 5 nature profundities at the same time. The sword in Elder Duan's hand that was formed from the 5-colored energy seems to contain the sword profundity. If the 5-colored energy is really 5 nature profundities, doesn't that mean he has comprehended 6 profundities? The moment Lu Qiu thought of this, he found it hard to believe. Even though he knew Elder Duan was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago, he still did not believe Elder Duan could comprehend 6 different profundities at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. Profundities were different from medicine refining techniques and experience. The latter could be inherited through the memories of one's past life, but the former could not. One had to rely on one's own comprehension to comprehend and communicate with profundities. In other words, the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu would have to comprehend all kinds of profundities again. Due to this reason, he did not think Elder Duan could comprehend so many profundities at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. It was not that he looked down on the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but it did not make sense at all. Since Elder Duan is the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he must be comprehending profundities while raising his cultivation base. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to comprehend so many profundities at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would not find it strange that he had comprehended 6 profundities. However, the problem was that Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. The 1st level martial monarch stage meant that he had just broken through to the martial monarch stage. He had just broken through to the martial monarch stage, and he had already comprehended 6 profundities? Was it possible? At the very least, he thought it was impossible. Moreover, even if the energy that was mixed with 5 colors was really 5 nature profundities, how did they merge so perfectly? This was the most difficult thing for Lu Qiu to understand. 5 nature profundities. Putting everything else aside, water and fire were definitely incompatible. Wanting to fuse the water profundity and the fire profundity together was no different from a fool's dream. Perhaps I've seen wrongly. In the end, Lu Qiu could only think this way. If I've seen wrongly, I wonder what kind of energy it is. It's actually able to allow Elder Duan to kill 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses consecutively with his 1st-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. Until now, he could still feel chills running down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his died just like that. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have time to react. Because of this, he could deeply feel Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. If there was anyone else who had the same thought as Lu Qiu, it was undoubtedly the only person left in Chang He's group of 5. It was the clan leader of O clan, O Lai. O Lai was the strongest person in the Northern Mountains O clan. He was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was on par with Lung Qi and the old man with the surname Chen who were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. His strength was on par with Lu Qiu as well. Unlike Lu Qiu, as soon as he thought Duan Lingtian used 5 types of nature profundities to form the sword, he immediately dismissed the thought. Compared to Lu Qiu, he knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's background. However, he was certain it was impossible for someone to comprehend so many profundities when they were only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. Even if the other party was a variant. Perhaps that's his innate ability. In the end, this was the only thing O Lai could think of. He did not know when, but his hand that was holding the sheathed spirit saber broke out in cold sweat when he saw the purple-clad young man staring at him. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. If the other party attacked him, he did not think he would be able to survive. After all, whether it was Lung Qi or the old man with the surname Chen, their strength was not inferior to him. I, O Lai, have been unhindered all my life. I can't believe I'll die here today. However, I have no more regrets now that I'm able to die in your hands. O Lai took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a clear voice. His words showed he was unafraid of death. His back was straight like a saber that stood upright. He was resolute and unyielding. Ha! Duan Lingtian was already prepared to make his move and kill the remaining person in Cheng He's group. However, he did not expect the other party to be so unyielding. He could still maintain his composure even in the face of death. One had to admit. At this moment, admiration rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He admired the person's unyielding character. However, this did not mean he would show mercy today. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand, and an energy sword flashed. Shortly after, 5-colored energy rose from the energy sword and formed the embryonic form of a sword. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to take shape. Swoosh! 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 For a time, everyone, including O Lai, looked at the space above Duan Lingtian's head. Clearly, they were curious about the heaven and earth phenomenon that would appear there. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was enough to make any of them tremble in fear. For this reason, they were curious about Duan Lingtian's strength from the bottom of their hearts. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that Duan Lingtian had formed when he drew upon the heaven and earth energy. Everyone held their breaths as the heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was about to take shape dissipated, and the heaven and earth energy disappeared from the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. Why did Elder Duan withdraw his energy? Everyone, including Olai, had a curious look on their faces. You. Where did the thumb ring in your hand come from? Chapter 11-12. This is a thumb ring that has been passed down in the Northern Mountains O clan for generations. It's only passed down to the clan leaders. It's said that this thumb ring was passed down by the first clan leader of the O clan 10,000 years ago. Although Olai did not know why Duanling Tian would ask this, he still answered truthfully, I hope you can return this thumb ring to the O clan after you kill me. If you think it's too troublesome, you can ask the Lu clan to pass it on your behalf. Olai looked at Lu Rue when he reached the end of his sentence. Lu Rue glanced at Olai coldly before he looked at Duanling Tian. Elder Duan, I've heard of the O clan's thumb ring as well. However, it's an item that has been passed down in the O clan for generations. It's only a commemorative item and has no value. After speaking to Duanling Tian, Lu Rue looked at Olai again and said nonchalantly, Initially, I can't help you with what you've done today. However, since the O clan and our Lu clan used to be friends, I can ask someone to send this thumb ring to the O clan after you die if Elder Duan is willing. Thank you. Olai bowed to Lu Rue with a sincere expression and thanked him. Today, he knew that he deserved to die, and that his death was not worth regretting. However, if he lost the thumb ring that had been passed down in the O clan for 10,000 years, he would be a sinner in the O clan. This was not an outcome he was willing to see. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Olai when he reappeared. Before Olai could react, Duanling Tian vanished before his eyes again and returned to his original spot. Olai immediately looked at his right hand and noticed the ring on his thumb was nowhere to be seen. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at Duanling Tian in a panic. Sir, you, just when he was about to beg the purple-clad young man to return the thumb ring to him, he realized the purple-clad young man was looking at the thumb ring in his hand with a gentle gaze. Moreover, there was a hint of nostalgia in the purple-clad young man's eyes as well. Just when everyone present, including Olai, had no idea what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out. Duanling Tian finally retracted his gaze from the thumb ring in his hand. His gaze immediately shifted to Olai as he asked in a deep voice, What's the relationship between Oyezi and your Northern Mountains O clan? Oyezi. The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, everyone in the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Rue, was confused. Olai, on the other hand, was horrified. His body trembled as he stared at Duanling Tian in disbelief. He asked in a trembling voice, how did you know about our O clan's old ancestor? The O clan's ancestor? Duanling Tian frowned and asked in a deep voice. You mean, your Biling O family was single-handedly established by Oyezi? Elder Duan, don't be fooled by him. Before Olai could reply to Duanling Tian, Lu Rue had already spoken first. As far as I know, the Biling O clan was established by a grade 1 alchemist named Ojie 10,000 years ago. It's not Oyezi. Moreover, the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders are recorded in the handwritten notes passed down by our Lu clan's ancestors. There's no such person named Oyezi. Lu Rue finished his sentence in one breath. Lu Rue, don't be so sure. At this moment, Olai looked at Lu Rue calmly and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, Ojie is indeed the old ancestor who established our Northern Mountains O clan. This is undeniable. Moreover, it's not just the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders. There's no such person named Oyezi even among the O clan's clan leaders. Olai continued, You've already admitted it, and you're still asking me not to be so sure? Lu Rue sneered. Don't forget that our Northern Mountains Lu clan is similar to your Northern Mountains O clan. We're both clans that have been passed down for 10,000 years in the Northern Mountain land. If you want to deceive Elder Duan, you'll have to get past us first. It's one thing for me to admit it, but it's another thing for Oyezi to be the old ancestor of our Northern Mountains O clan. Olai said. Then I'd like to hear how you're going to cover up your lie. The sneer on Lu Rue's face deepened. After Olai glanced at Lu Rue indifferently, he no longer looked at Lu Rue. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian who was standing nearby. Sir, although our Northern Mountains Lu clan was not established by Oyezi, we're still closely related to him. the first clan leader of our northern mountains Lu clan, Jie, is Yezi's grandson. As for the ring in your hand, it said that Yezi passed it down to his son, Jie's father, the first clan leader of our northern mountains Lu clan. After that, the father of the first-generation patriarch of the northern mountains Lu clan, Jie, passed this ring to him. Ever since then, this ring has become the patriarch's token that has been passed down in the Lu clan. Lai finished his sentence in one breath. You make it sound like it's true, Lu Rui said disdainfully. It was obvious that he did not believe Lu Rui's words. Then, what's the name of the person who passed the ring to the first clan leader of your northern mountains Lu clan? Unlike Lu Rui's disdain, Duan Lingtian looked calm as he stared at Lai and asked. According to the records in the handbook passed down by our O clan's ancestor, the first clan leader of our northern mountains Lu clan, Jie's father is called Hong. Lai said unhurriedly. Hong. Upon hearing Lai's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. His emotions could not help but surge. He did not expect there to be such a coincidence in this world. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was established 10,000 years ago by a person who was guided by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never met the person who established the Northern Mountains O clan, he knew the person's grandfather and father, the Emperor Wu. 10,000 years ago was when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had reincarnated. During the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation, apart from cultivating his cultivation base to the Emperor Wu stage, he had also achieved a great achievement in the medicine refinement Tao. In the end, he became a royal-grade alchemist. Later on, due to the 3 lives rebirth technique that he cultivated, he underwent reincarnation. After his soul had been dormant for 10,000 years, he was reborn. This was his second reincarnation. In the era 10,000 years ago, he reincarnated. During that era, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on his past life's memories, medicine refinement techniques, and experience to quickly skyrocket. Due to the fact that he had reincarnated, his cultivation was twice as fast with half the effort. He also had a lot of extra time, so he began to study the weapon refinement Tao and the inscription Tao. When he was studying the weapon refinement Tao, the person who left the deepest impression on the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a grade 1 weapons craftsman named Yezi. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Yezi was someone who had reached the threshold of the quasi-royal grade alchemist earlier than him. Due to the fact that Yezi could not break through to the martial monarch stage in his entire life, he could not condense the quasi-royal grade pill fire. He was not fated to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist. During that era, there were not as many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent as there are now. Monarch stage profundity fragments were also extremely rare. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this through the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, it was all thanks to the guidance of Yezi that he was able to avoid taking many detours in the Tao of weapons refinement all those years ago. Yezi could be considered to be the only teacher he acknowledged in his second lifetime. After the Reincarnation Emperor Wu broke through to the martial monarch stage and killed his first martial monarch, he wanted to give the monarch stage profundity fragment to Yezi, who knew that when he saw Yezi again, Yezi had already passed away. Because of this, he gave the profundity fragment to Yezi's only son, Hong. Previously, Duan Lingtian found the thumb ring in Lai's hand to be somewhat familiar. After searching the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he found out that he had seen the thumb ring before. At that time, the thumb ring was in Yezi's hand. Due to this reason, he vaguely felt that the Northern Mountains O clan might be related to Yezi. However, he did not expect them to really be related. The Northern Mountains O clan was built by Yezi's grandson. For the sake of Yezi, I'll spare your life today. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and glanced at Lai indifferently. With a lift of his hand, he tossed the thumb ring back to Lai. Although he was not the third reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had obtained many benefits from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Therefore, he was still willing to spare Lai's life for the sake of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lai was extremely excited that he had managed to survive. Moreover, the clan leader's thumb ring that had been passed down in the O clan had returned. However, he quickly calmed down. Your ancestor was friends with our O clan's old ancestor? Olai asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This was the only thing he could think of. You can say that. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, you may leave. Olai nodded and turned around to leave immediately. He was so fast that it was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. Lu Rue was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian letting Olai go. However, he did not say anything. It seems like that O Yezi or whatever from the O clan was friends with Elder Duan 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, Elder Duan wouldn't have let him go. Lu Rue speculated. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared and reappeared from time to time. Duan Lingtian had taken the spatial rings and profundity fragments from Chang He and the other three. He was pleasantly surprised when he found out Mo Jie's profundity fragment was a sword profundity fragment. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the sword profundity fragment to Xiong Quan under the envious and jealous gazes of the others. Xiong Quan caught the fragment as though it was a treasure. His face was filled with excitement. Currently, he was no longer the ignorant fool who had not seen the world. Naturally, he knew his young master had given him a precious sword profundity fragment. With this profundity fragment, he would be able to comprehend the sword profundity in a short period of time. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage and use the spirit fruits to boost his cultivation base. He would then be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, I'll be able to help young master. Chapter 11-13. Clan Leader. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rue who was staring at the three profundity fragments in his hand. Lu Rue's eyes were burning with desire. He was not the only one. Even the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples were staring at the three profundity fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand with desire in their eyes. The three profundity fragments represented three martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Duan. Lu Rue immediately responded respectfully when he heard Duan Lingtian calling out to him. He did not dare to hesitate. In the past, he only respected Duan Lingtian because of Duan Lingtian's identity. However, now that he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, he respected Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Give these two monarch stage profundity fragments to the clan. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the three profundity fragments to Lu Rue as though he was throwing trash. However, Lu Rue caught them like they were precious treasures. At the same time, he thanked Duan Lingtian emotionally. On behalf of the clan, I thank you for your gift, Elder Duan. A monarch stage profundity fragment was extremely precious even to a clan like the Lu clan. Perhaps, the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, could kill ordinary first, second, or third-level martial monarchs with his fourth-level martial monarch stage cultivation base and obtain the monarch stage profundity fragment in their bodies. However, in the southern outer land, other than the martial monarchs from the second-rate forces, how many martial monarchs would he encounter? Even if there was a martial monarch, Lu Qiu would not dare to kill them. Who knew if he would bring trouble to the Lu clan by killing a martial monarch? He was not worried about people looking for trouble with him guarding the Lu clan's estate. However, would the Lu clan not be allowed to go out? Could he protect everyone in the Lu clan at the same time? Therefore, Lu Qiu would not kill another martial monarch unless it was necessary. If he did not kill a martial monarch, he would not be able to help the Lu clan obtain the profundity fragments. If the Lu clan wanted to have another martial monarch powerhouse, they would need the profundity fragments. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Now, the three profundity fragments that Duan Lingtian had given to Lu Rue could be considered as timely rain. They were enough to help the Lu family produce three martial emperors in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Rue was not the only one who was excited. Most of the Lu clan members were also very excited. Patriarch, there's no need to thank me. I'm a very simple person. I will definitely not mistreat anyone who treats me well. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His meaning was clear. The Lu family had protected him and showed him kindness. No matter what the result was, he was grateful. The three power Upanishad fragments were his thank you gift. Tell them to disperse. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings. He was surrounded by a dark mass of people, all of whom were Lu clan's elders and disciples. Without exception, all of their gazes fell on him. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly directed at Lu Rui. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui immediately dismissed the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples. Only a few people were left at the scene. On the Lu clan's side, other than him, only the former patriarch Lu Qiu and the 3 guardian elders were left. Elder Duan. At this moment, Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders looked at Duan Lingtian with reverence in their eyes. Lu Qiu was still alright since he knew about Duan Lingtian's background. Although he saw Duan Lingtian's current strength was ridiculously powerful, he felt relieved when he recalled that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago. Such an existence was not something he could understand. However, the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders did not know about Duan Lingtian's background. Elder Duan, the mixed energy of 5 colors that you cast earlier, was that really your innate ability? Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, blinked his small eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian. He forced a smile on his chubby face as he asked. Lu Gui and Lu Ji also looked at Duan Lingtian when they heard Lu Yuan's question. They were also curious about this. After all, the mixed energy of 5 colors that Elder Duan cast earlier was too terrifying. It allowed him to kill 2 4th-level martial monarchs with his 1st-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. Sort of. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Since they thought he was a variant, he did not bother to explain. Sort of. The 3 of them were stunned. However, when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not seem to want to discuss this topic, they tactfully shut their mouths and left one after another. At this moment, only Lu Rui and Lu Qiu were left in the Lu clan. As for Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, one stood next to Duan Lingtian while the other stood behind Duan Lingtian. Clan leader. Former clan leader. If there's nothing else, both of you can leave as well. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. Rest well, Elder Duan. We'll take our leave first. Lu Rui and Lu Xuan tactfully excused themselves and left. Young master, your strength. After Lu Rui and Lu Qiu left, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. It seemed like he wanted to know what had happened to Duan Lingtian in the past 3 months that made Duan Lingtian's strength so terrifying. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation method. Duan Lingtian smiled. Xiong Quan, cultivate well. With the help of the sword profundity fragment and the spirit fruit, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the martial monarch stage in a short time. Yes. Xiong Quan nodded hard. Young master, I'll go cultivate first. Xiong Quan left immediately. The moment his words left his mouth, he had already descended from the sky and returned to his room to cultivate. Tian Wu, how's your strength now? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. His eyes were as gentle as water. 7th level void transformation. In front of Duan Lingtian, the frost on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face disappeared. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, apart from that, I've comprehended the 4th level monarch stage fire profundity. 7th level void transformation. 4th level monarch stage fire profundity. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was shocked. Does this mean that when you use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleash your full strength, you'll be able to unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons? The 7th level void transformation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the quasi-royal grade spirit sword's double amplification, it would be the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 4th level monarch stage fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Her fire profundity could give birth to the same level of sword profundity, which was the 4th level monarch stage sword profundity. It was also equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Adding everything together, it was equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons was equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared in the form of an ancient black dragon silhouette. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. She could unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons if she unleashed her full strength. I can't believe that you've improved so much in just 3 months. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Although my improvement is great, it's still far from yours. Feng Tianwu replied. I'm different. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. His eyes were a little dazed. He still felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the changes that had happened to him in the past month. Different. Before he could recall the past, Duan Lingtian was awakened by Feng Tianwu's question. He nodded when he regained his senses. It's the same for you. Make the best use of your time to cultivate. When your cultivation base has improved, follow me back to the northern desert. Duan Lingtian said, when both of us return from the northern desert, I'm sure Xiongquan's cultivation base would have improved. At that time, we'll cross the Ruoshui River and head to the inner land. The inner land. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little excited when he said those 2 words. Although the inner land was nothing to him since he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories. However, this was his first time going to that place where powerhouses were as common as clouds. Going there personally and searching through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories were 2 completely different concepts. The northern desert? Feng Tianwu's face tensed up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Are we going to see my father? She had long heard about her past from Duan Lingtian. She knew she had a father in the Blade sect in the northern desert. Why? You don't want to go? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw Feng Tianwu's uneasiness. No. I'm just a little nervous. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Her face was filled with confusion. My father. I can't remember him at all. Do you think he'll be angry? Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He moved forward and moved closer to Feng Tianwu. He reached out his hand and gently caressed her soft hair as he comforted her. Don't worry. Your father is a good person. Okay. Because of Duan Lingtian's approach, a rare wisp of crimson appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, and the manly aura that was emitted from Duan Lingtian's body caused her heart to beat faster. Go and cultivate. We'll return to the northern desert when your cultivation base has broken through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. Then, she moved and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though she had transformed into a fire elf. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the air. Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the air. Unknowingly, he raised his hands, and 2 energies appeared out of thin air. The energies had a total of 5 colors. It was more like they were formed by 5 different energies intertwined and combined. This is unbelievable. Duan Lingtian muttered as he looked at the energies in his hands. His breathing quickened unconsciously. A month ago, he had successfully comprehended 3 types of monarch stage profundities when he was in closed-door cultivation. The first-level monarch stage sword profundity, the first-level monarch stage wind profundity, and the first-level monarch stage earth profundity. Moreover, the first-level monarch stage wind profundity could also give birth to the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. In other words, he had comprehended 4 types of monarch stage profundities at that time. At this moment, his cultivation base had also broken through to the martial monarch stage. He had successfully become a martial monarch powerhouse. At the same time, he began to cultivate the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, which was also the last form. Chapter 11:14. When he first started cultivating the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, everything was normal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also began to learn about the advanced heaven-ranked defensive martial skill that came with the Divine Dragon form, the 9 Dragons Barrier. Once the 9 Dragons Barrier was cultivated to its peak, one would be able to transform one's energy into 9 divine dragons that coiled around one's body to protect oneself. It was an extremely powerful defensive martial skill. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to cultivate this martial skill yet. Even so, it did not affect the shock that the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, brought to Duan Lingtian. Ever since he had broken through to the martial monarch stage and cultivated the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, Duan Tian discovered something shocking. That was, he could actually use the wind profundity to give birth to the water profundity from the fire profundity. Nurturing the water profundity with the fire profundity. This sounded no different from a fantasy story. Who in the world did not know that water was the bane of fire and that fire and water were incompatible? However, Duan Tian actually managed to nurture the water profundity from the fire profundity. Moreover, it was a water profundity that was on the same level as the fire profundity. Perhaps it's because the fire and water profundity are polar opposites that the fire profundity can nurture the water profundity. In the end, Duan Tian could only think of this. This was because he had no idea what was going on. He could only think of this as a way to clear his doubts. In other words, apart from the sword profundity, wind profundity, earth profundity, and fire profundity, Duan Tian had also comprehended the water profundity. All 5 profundities were first-level monarch stage profundities. Mastering 5 profundities with a first-level martial monarch stage cultivation base was enough to shock anyone, even if it was only the first-level monarch stage profundity. If the 9th transformation of the 9 Dragon War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon transformation, had only given Duan Tian such a pleasant surprise, then so be it. The problem was when Duan Tian successfully comprehended the first-level monarch stage thunder profundity with the help of the thunder profundity fragment. Another big problem arose. He discovered, after he comprehended the thunder profundity, the moment he circulated the Divine Dragon transformation mental cultivation method, the origin energy circulating in his body actually released a mysterious energy that guided all the nature profundity he comprehended and merged them into one. The profound truths of nature included the profound truths of wind, the profound truths of fire, the profound truths of thunder, the profound truths of water, and the profound truths of earth. And Duan Tian just happened to comprehend all of them. In the beginning, Duan Tian did not think the mysterious energy from the Divine Dragon transformation would be able to do anything to the 5 nature profundities. However, he soon changed his mind. This was because he realized the 5 nature profundities that he comprehended actually merged into one under the influence of the mysterious energy. They merged into a brand new energy. The energy appeared in the form of the profundity, but it was beyond the ordinary profundities. Why did he say so? This was because the new 5-colored energy that was formed by the merging of the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities could unleash a terrifying energy when unleashed. One must know that if he unleashed the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities normally, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Regardless of whether the earth profundity borrowed the earth energy or the fire profundity borrowed the wind profundity from the fire profundity. Once the 5 first-level nature profundities were unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. In other words, it was equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. Even with the addition of the earth energy and the wind profundity from the fire profundity, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Duan Tian could still vividly remember the scene when he was experimenting with the merging of the 5 nature profundities. Duan Tian still remembered. At that time, he purposely experimented with the merging of the energy. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was actually 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons. It was the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Compared to when he unleashed the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities normally, there was a total of 8,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. In the end, Duan Tian realized the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities were completely merged and transformed into a brand new energy. They were never separated again. Currently, he could no longer communicate with any of the nature profundities. He could only communicate with the energy that was merged with the 5 nature profundities. Yes, it could be considered as a profundity. A brand new profundity. No matter what, this is a good thing for me. Duan Tian did not know when a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Initially, when he realized the merging of the 5 nature profundities into a brand new profundity that was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons, he was elated. Duan Tian was pleasantly surprised for a moment before he fell into deep thought again. The new profundity was indeed powerful. However, would he be able to quickly comprehend and improve it in the future? One must know that although the combined strength of the 5 nature profundities was not as powerful as the new profundity, they could be quickly improved through the corresponding profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian was very concerned about this. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he could comprehend and improve his new profundity through any of the nature profundity fragments after a series of experiments. That was not all. He also realized that if he held 3 different nature profundity fragments in his hands, such as the wind profundity fragment, the thunder profundity fragment, and the earth profundity fragment, he would be able to comprehend and improve his new profundity faster. Now, I wonder how powerful the new profundity will be after it's improved. It'd be great if it can be improved like the Emperor Stage profundity. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. Emperor Stage profundity. The first level was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. The second level was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. And so on and so forth. The 9th level Emperor Stage profundity was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. It could be said that, if the new fused profundity that Duan Lingtian mastered could be improved like the Emperor Stage profundity, it would be equivalent to him mastering the Emperor Stage profundity when he was at the Martial Monarch stage. What did it mean for a martial monarch to master the Emperor Stage profundity? Putting everything else aside, the fused profundity that Duan Lingtian mastered was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. It was much more powerful than an ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage profundity. An ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage profundity was only comparable to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. Duan Lingtian's fused profundity was equivalent to mastering 2 ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage profundities. It was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. A first-level martial monarch mastering 2 9th level Monarch Stage profundities. What did it mean? Who would believe it? That's not all. Other than the fused profundity, I've also comprehended the first-level Monarch Stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed. The first-level Monarch Stage sword profundity is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, my origin energy at the first-level martial monarch stage is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword has a double boost. If I unleash my full strength now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider as he muttered to himself. An ordinary 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy is comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. If I give him a grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost, it's comparable to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if he comprehended 1 6th level monarch stage profundity and 2 1st level monarch stage profundities, the 3 profundities added together are comparable to the strength of 11,000 ancient horned dragons. That's the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. His strength added together is comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. It's comparable to my current strength. After some comparison, Duan Lingtian had a clear understanding of his current strength. However, I'm confident I can kill a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist like him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely. 9 swords suddenly appeared around his body. The 9 swords hovered in the air and emitted waves of killing aura. All of a sudden, 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. As Duan Lingtian slowly uttered these 5 words, the 9 swords hovering around him shot out instantly and transformed into 9 swift rays of light. They were so fast that ordinary people could not see them clearly. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Lingtian did not stop and continued to speak. At that moment, the 9 swift rays of light that shot out transformed into 9 divine dragons. There was a total of 81 divine dragons in total. As the 81 pairs of dragon eyes flashed, 162 ultimate rays of light shot out and disappeared into the sky. The speed was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could only catch a trace of it. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique at the Perfection Stage and 9 Dragons Radiant Flash at the Perfection Stage. When used together, it's invincible. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the 9 swords that flew out returned to his body. Soon, they merged into one and transformed into a sword that gently fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. This sword was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It was inscribed with a magical divide and combine formation. This divide and combine formation is slightly illusory. It doesn't feel like something that should exist in Cloud Continent. I wonder where the Tempest Sword Monarch got it from. The more he understood the divide and combine formation, the more Duan Ling Tian could feel its extraordinariness. Dividing something substantial into 9, and not only that, it was not an illusion. It was completely against common sense. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted. Chapter 11:15. As expected of the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. It's amazing! Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Ever since he had broken through to the Martial Monarch stage, his strength had skyrocketed. His strength could be said to have skyrocketed. He had crossed a few levels in one go and was now comparable to a 6th-level Martial Monarch stage martial artist. Not only that, but he could even kill an ordinary 6th-level Martial Monarch stage martial artist. All of this was granted to him by the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu himself only knows that the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form, can give birth to a profundity, but he doesn't know what kind of profundity it is. Now, Duan Ling Tian had used the fire profundity to give birth to the water profundity through the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. As for the fusion of 5 nature profundities, even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't have any memory of it. In other words, even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't know this would happen. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of this. He realized he had reached the threshold that even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not expect. Fused profundity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he looked at the profundity in his hand that had 5 different colors mixed together. He muttered to himself, I hope you'll be like the Emperor stage profundity. Every time you level up, you'll gain an extra ancient black dragon strength. After regaining his senses, Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. As Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes to cultivate, 3 profundity fragments appeared in his hand. There was no sword profundity fragment among them, only nature profundity fragments. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the Divine Dragon Form was more advanced than before. The most important thing right now was to improve the fused profundity because the potential of the fused profundity was obviously stronger than the sword profundity. Naturally, this did not mean he was going to abandon the sword profundity. While he was comprehending the fused profundity through the 3 nature profundity fragments, he was also comprehending the obscure information hidden in his mind. It was the comprehension of the way of the sword contained in the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind. He had a strong intuition. Comprehending the sword Dao comprehension left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was more reliable than using the sword profundity fragment to improve his sword profundity. Time passed quietly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a glint flashed through them. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in my body has completely boiled as my cultivation base has broken through to the Martial Monarch stage. Currently, with the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, a bottleneck to the 2nd-level Martial Monarch stage has appeared in my body. Give me another month, and I'm confident I can break through to the 2nd-level Martial Monarch stage in one go. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted, and a smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, his progress in the Martial Monarch stage could be said to be heaven-defying. When a martial artist cultivated to the Martial Monarch stage, they could no longer improve their cultivation base quickly by consuming spirit fruits. Everything had to be done steadily and surely. Of course, this did not mean there were no shortcuts. Although those at the Martial Monarch stage and above could not consume spirit fruits directly to improve their cultivation base quickly, they could consume various pills refined from spirit fruits that were exclusive to void transformation stage martial artists to speed up their cultivation base. Of course, this method of cultivation would only speed up their cultivation base slightly, but it was still far from being comparable to the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill could be considered as the king of these pills. Very few pills could compare to it. Pills that were comparable to the rebirth pill were extremely rare and precious pills. the difficulty of obtaining them was not inferior to the rebirth pill at all. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's improvement in his cultivation base was akin to riding on a rocket compared to other martial monarch stage martial artists. In fact, it had only been 2 months since Duan Lingtian had broken through to the first-level martial monarch stage. He was confident he could break through to the second-level martial monarch stage in one go after a month. This also meant he only needed 3 months to break through to the second-level martial monarch stage from the first-level martial monarch stage. If news of this were to spread out, who knew how many martial monarch stage martial artists would be frightened out of their wits? To break through to the second-level martial monarch stage from the first-level martial monarch stage in 3 months, such a cultivation speed could be said to be heaven-defying. Tian Wu should be breaking through to the martial monarch stage by now. Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted as he muttered to himself. I should refine some pills before Tian Wu breaks through. Now that I can condense the quasi-royal grade pill fire, I can refine grade 1 pills with higher purity. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He raised his hand, and a wisp of solidified flame appeared in his hand. This wisp of flame was different from the grade 1 pill fire he had condensed in the past. The grade 1 pill fire was the purplish gold pill fire. The purplish flame was surrounded by golden edges. However, this wisp of flame was a pure golden flame. To be exact, it was a dark golden flame. Currently, even if 100 alchemists were to come over, none of them would be able to recognize this pill fire. This was because this was the quasi-royal grade pill fire that was superior to the grade 1 pill fire. The quasi-royal grade pill fire was also known as the dark gold pill fire. After condensing the dark gold pill fire, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron. Looking at the cauldron before him, he realized he had neglected the most important thing. His cauldron was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. There was no way it could withstand his quasi-royal grade pill fire. Although I can condense the quasi-royal grade pill fire and upgrade the cauldron to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now, I don't have enough materials to upgrade the cauldron. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he put away the quasi-royal grade pill fire. I'll refine it after I return from the northern desert. I think Tian Wu should be close to breaking through by now. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and went to Feng Tianwu's room when he thought of this. He extended his spiritual energy and easily sensed Feng Tianwu's cultivation situation. It was just as he had guessed. Feng Tianwu was making her final push to break through to the martial monarch stage. She was so close to breaking through to the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch powerhouse. Looking at Tian Wu's situation, she should need a few more days to break through. I'll go look for the clan leader and see if the Lu clan has the materials I need. Also, I'll ask the clan leader if he knows about the foreign lands Force Kerr and Little Fayer are in. Duan Lingtian left the mansion he was staying in recently and went to look for Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan. Lu Rue immediately put down what he was doing and came out to welcome Duan Lingtian when he found out he had come. Elder Duan. Lu Rue welcomed Duan Lingtian into the main hall of his mansion enthusiastically and stood below. Congratulations, clan leader. Duan Lingtian congratulated Lu Rue with a smile on his face as though he had noticed something. Elder Duan, you can tell? Lu Rue was shocked. It was only yesterday that he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. Up until now, he was the only one in the Lu clan who knew he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. However, he did not expect Elder Duan would be able to see the change in him as soon as he arrived. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, as expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian nodded and went straight to the point. Clan leader, I came to look for you this time mainly because I need your help with something. You're too kind, Elder Duan. As long as you have a request, the Lu clan will do it for you even if it costs us our lives. Lu Rue was a little fearful in the beginning, but he had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. Putting aside the fact that Elder Duan possessed extraordinary status and strength, he did not dare to treat him lightly. It was all thanks to Elder Duan that he was able to break through to the martial monarch stage. Therefore, he was duty-bound to help Elder Duan. It's not that serious. I just need a few materials, but I'm not sure if the Lu clan has them. That's why I came to ask you, clan leader. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What materials? Lu Rue asked. Then, Duan Ling Tian listed the materials he needed one by one. These materials were the materials he needed to upgrade his cauldron's grade. Although they were not rare in the inner land of Cloud Continent, they were still rare in the outer land. Therefore, he was not sure if the Lu clan had them. After all, the Lu clan was only a second-rate force in the outer land of Cloud Continent. I'll go look for them now. Please wait for a moment, Elder Duan. After Lu Rui finished speaking, he was about to leave in a hurry. Clan leader, please wait. Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Rui in a timely manner. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? Lu Rui was puzzled. Patriarch, do you know of a sect whose encampment is a volcano and a snowy peak? It seems like there are only male martial artists on the volcano and female martial artists on the snowy peak. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder Duan, are you asking about the Yin Yang sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui immediately responded and asked. Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up before he continued. I don't know what that sect is called. However, the Yin Yang sect that you mentioned, is it possible that their base is a volcano and a snowy peak? After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui in anticipation. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He could not help but feel nervous. This was related to the whereabouts of his two fiancées. He had not seen them for many years, and he missed them dearly. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. Among the forces that I know, only the Yin Yang sect's base is a volcano and a snowy peak. The volcano is called Yang Peak, and the snowy peak is called Yin Peak. Among them, all the male martial artists are gathered at Yang Peak, and the female martial artists are gathered at Yin Peak. Lu Rui finished speaking in one breath. Volcano Yang Peak? Snowy Peak, Yin Peak? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He realized that Lu Rui was talking about the sect that he was looking for. Chapter 11:16. The Yin Yang sect is a first-rate force located in the inner land. It's on the other side of the Xueqi River near us. The swift boat that travels from the northern mountain land to the inner land belongs to the Yin Yang sect. There's a trip every 3 days. Lu Rui told Duan Lingtian. As for what the swift boat was, he did not explain because he believed Elder Duan would definitely know about it. The swift boat had existed in the Cloud Continent for more than 10,000 years. In her opinion, as the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago, it was impossible for Elder Duan to not know about the swift boat. Duan Lingtian knew about the swift boat. The swift boat was a transportation tool that was similar to a boat. Unlike a boat, the swift boat did not travel on water. Instead, it flew in the air. The swift boat was completely made of special materials. There were many complicated inscription formations inscribed on it, and it was directly powered by high-grade origin stones. Due to this reason, the swift boat was very stable. It traveled on the Xueqi River as though it was on flat ground. Duan Lingtian knew what kind of place the Xueqi River was from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The Xueqi River was an extremely dangerous place. It could be said that any martial artist below the martial monarch stage would definitely die if they entered. The water in the Xueqi River was the Xueqi. Apart from the extremely shocking gravitational force, the Xueqi was also extremely corrosive. One would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Even martial monarch stage martial artists with ordinary strength would be swallowed into the Xueqi River once they encountered the whirlpool in the Xueqi River. Nothing would be left of them. Due to the terrifying nature of the Xueqi River, the swift boat was born. Unless one was a powerful martial monarch who was confident in himself, no one dared to cross the Xueqi River with their physical body. They could only cross the Xueqi River in the swift boat. Of course, the swift boat was not 100% safe. On the Xueqi River, apart from the terrifying Xueqi River, bandits were also a major feature. In the eyes of the bandits, any martial artist who could afford the swift boat was a fat sheep. Therefore, many powerful bandits would use small swift boats as a means of transportation to rob the swift boats passing by on the Xueqi River to obtain a large amount of wealth. All in all, it was just one sentence. On Cloud Continent, other than fighting with the heavens, one also had to compete with others. The Yin-Yang sect, a first-rate force, is on the other side of the Ruoshui River near us? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened again. Little Fei I'll be able to see you soon. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into a warm smile. After so many years, those two girls must have become even more beautiful and moving, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His face was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing those two girls as soon as possible.
Elder Duan, if there's nothing else, I'm going to leave now.
Lu Rui couldn't help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian in a daze.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian regained his senses and nodded. Go ahead. After Lu Rui left, Duan Lingtian stayed in the main hall and waited for Lu Rui's return. Half an hour later, Lu Rui returned with a few materials that he needed. Elder Duan, our Lu clan's treasure vault can't gather all of these materials.
One of them was collected by the former clan leader.
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and took out his grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron in front of Lu Rui. At the same time, a raging flame appeared in his hand. Weapon flame. Lu Rui's eyes lit up. He had learned from the handwritten letter passed down by his ancestor that the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago was not only a martial Dao powerhouse who stood at the peak, but he was also a top alchemist, weapon craftsman, and inscription master. Today, he finally witnessed the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor condensing the weapon flame that was unique to weapons craftsmen. However, why was this weapon flame so different?
Duan.
Elder Duan, what weapon flame is this? From what I know, the weapon flame of a weapon craftsman is the same color as the pill flame of an alchemist. Why is your weapon flame dark gold? Lu Rui was confused when he saw the dark golden flame dancing in Duan Lingtian's hand. He had never seen such a strange weapon flame before, and he had never heard of such a strange weapon flame. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and ignored Lu Rui.
With a lift of his hand, he melted the materials that Lu Rui brought into a few puddles of liquid.
How's this possible? Lu Rui's eyes widened when he saw this. His face was filled with shock. He could not help but be shocked. Among the materials that he brought for Elder Duan, the Lu clan had records of one of the materials that he found in the Lu clan's treasure vault. Almost 1,000 years ago, their Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist ancestor spent 3 days and 3 nights to refine the material with his grade 1 pill flame. However, the dark gold flame in Elder Duan's hand only took a few moments to melt it. In terms of power, a grade 1 pill flame is not inferior to a grade 1 weapon flame. In other words, even a grade 1 weapon flame can't refine the material. Lu Rui's heartbeat quickened. At this moment, he seemed to be able to hear the clear sound of his heartbeat. At this moment, there was nothing but shock in his heart. Don't tell me the flame in Elder Duan's hand is above a grade 1 weapon flame? Lu Rui gasped inwardly. According to the handwritten record left behind by the ancestor who built our Lu clan 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao is above a grade 1 alchemist. Don't tell me his attainment in the weapons refinement Dao is above a grade 1 weapons craftsman as well? Is the weapon flame that he condensed a grade 1 weapon flame that's higher than a grade 1 weapon flame? The more Lu Rui thought about it, the more shocked he became. While Lu Rui was still lost in his thoughts, the dark gold flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already engulfed the grade 1 spirit cauldron. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a big pool of liquid that boiled and rolled in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He took out a few other materials from his spatial ring and refined them into liquid before merging them with the other pools of liquid. Initially, the pools of liquid clashed with each other. However, when the dark golden flame swept out and enveloped them, they all became well-behaved and quickly fused into one. From the beginning until the end, it only took half an hour. A new cauldron's embryonic form gradually appeared in the dark gold flame. Another half an hour went by. A brand new and complete cauldron entered Duan Lingtian's ears as the dark gold flame disappeared. A quasi-royal grade spirit cauldron. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the cauldron in his hand. This was the first quasi-royal grade spirit cauldron that he had refined. This cauldron, at this moment, Lu Rui had already regained his senses. When his gaze landed on the cauldron in Duan Lingtian's hand, he could no longer move his eyes away. The Lu clan had a history of 10,000 years. Their ancestors had left behind a few Grade 1 spirit cauldrons.
However, in Lu Rue's eyes, none of those Grade 1 spirit cauldrons could compare to the one in front of him.
This cauldron doesn't seem to be as simple as a Grade 1 spirit cauldron. Before Lu Rue could react, Duan Lingtian made his move again.
When he raised his hand, the raging dark gold flame in his hand transformed into a condensed dark gold flame.
This is pill fire? Lu Rue could not help but gulp when he saw the scene before his eyes. A dark gold pill fire. He had never seen or heard of anything like this before. Soon after, Lu Rue saw Duan Lingtian take out a bunch of herbs that he was familiar with. He recognized them immediately. These are the herbs to refine a Grade 1 life recovery pill. Subsequently, Lu Rue was completely captivated by Duan Lingtian's mystical refining technique. His mind was completely immersed in it, and his entire being became numb. He forgot about time and everything else. An hour later. Smack! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slammed his palm on the cauldron. The dark gold flame formed a layer of light shield that covered the cauldron's pill outlet. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, a few rays of light shot out from the pill outlet.
They penetrated the light shield formed by the dark gold flame and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand that had been waiting for a long time.
The herbs were done. After Duan Lingtian put the cauldron away, he opened his hand that was holding the pills.
There was a total of 10 glowing pills in his hand that emitted a medicinal fragrance.
Elder Duan, can I have a look? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to put the 10 pills that he had just refined into the pill bottle, a voice entered his ears. He glanced over and realized that Lu Rue was staring at the pill in his hand. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian responded to Lu Rue with his next action. He flicked his finger, and a pill shot toward Lu Rue. Smack! Lu Rue reached out his hand to catch the pill and looked at it carefully. The Grade 1 life recovery pill that he had seen countless times in the past seemed to weigh a ton in his hand. All of this was due to the extraordinary purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill. Elder Duan, this Grade 1 life recovery pill must have a purity higher than 97%, right? Lu Rue asked as he shifted his gaze away from the Grade 1 life recovery pill and looked at Duan Lingtian. He was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of a Grade 1 life recovery pill with 97% purity a month ago.
Although it was just a glance, he was certain that Grade 1 life recovery pill was not as good as the one in his hand.
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said casually, the Grade 1 life recovery pill that I refined this time has a purity of 99%. It's a 99% purity? So? Lu Rue's eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He felt that he could not communicate with the purple-clad young man before him. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Rue realized the biggest problem. The herbs that Elder Duan took out to refine the Grade 1 life recovery pill seemed to be a standard set of herbs. How could he use a standard set of herbs to refine 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills? Doesn't that mean Elder Duan has a 100% success rate in refining the Grade 1 life recovery pills? Chapter 11:17. Clan Leader, I plan to refine some of these Grade 1 life recovery pills for the clan. However, the clan has to prepare the ingredients themselves. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rue, who was in a daze, and said, No problem. No problem. When Lu Rue heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not react at first. However, when he regained his senses, he immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. Elder Duan, I'll go prepare it now. Lu Rue planned to return the Grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity to Duan Lingtian before he went to prepare the ingredients. Take it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not take the pill from Lu Rue. Thank you, Elder Duan. Lu Rue quickly thanked him and left in a hurry to prepare. What a joke. This matter was related to a batch of Grade 1 life recovery pills with 99% purity. How could he dare to be negligent? Grade 1 life recovery pills with such purity. I'm afraid the medicinal effect is close to the legendary ability to regrow flesh and bones from the dead. Lu Rue thought to himself when he left. Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the dark golden flame that suddenly soared and raged in his hand.
Now, as long as I have enough ingredients, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that has a 100% boost. However, the ingredients required to refine other quasi-royal grade spirit weapons are much more complicated than the ingredients required to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It's difficult to gather all of them. Duan Lingtian knew about this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Soon after, Lu Rue returned. He brought back a huge amount of ingredients to refine grade 1 life recovery pills. There were a total of 30 sets. Clan leader, are you trying to tire me out? After dripping his blood on the spatial ring to claim ownership, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the huge pile of ingredients inside. Elder Duan, please don't misunderstand. You only need to refine 10 sets of these ingredients. Take the remaining 20 sets as a gift from the Lu clan to you, Elder Duan. Lu Rue quickly said. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Also, Elder Duan, can I ask a few elders to watch you refine the grade 1 life recovery pills? Lu Rue seemed to have something that was hard to say. After hesitating for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said it. Of course. However, I don't like crowds. Those who come must be grade 2 alchemists like you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Yes. Lu Rue nodded and left the hall. He asked someone to look for the grade 2 alchemist elders. The moment the rank 2 alchemist elders from the Lu clan heard that they could watch Elder Duan refine pills, they immediately put down whatever they were doing and rushed over. Who was Elder? A grade 1 alchemist. Alchemist who was to refine. Unless Duan Lingtian Duan spirits masters is to watch? Elder Duan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by Lu Rue and 4 other old men in the main hall of Lu Rue's residence. 5 pairs of burning eyes were trained on him. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 4 old men and began to refine the grade 1 life recovery pills. He deliberately slowed down his speed for the sake of Lu Rue and the other 4. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Rue and the other 4 were drunk with shamelessness as they watched him perform the mysterious technique. Duan Lingtian refined a total of 10 cauldrons of grade 1 life recovery pills. He only stopped after he repeated the same refining technique 10 times. At this moment, Duan Lingtian put away his cauldron and 10 pill bottles appeared in his hand. There were 10 grade 1 life recovery pills in each bottle. When Duan Lingtian saw that Lu Rue and the other 4 were still immersed in his medicine refinement technique and had yet to regain their senses, he left the 10 bottles of medicinal pills at the side. After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian realized it was already late at night. When Tian Wu breaks through to the martial monarch stage, I'll bring her back to the northern desert. Sky Wolf Fort. It's time to settle the score between us. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he left Lu Rue's residence. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. The scene of the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort leading 10 Skywolf Fort elders to hunt him down was still vivid in his mind. If it wasn't for the Devil Seal tablet that demonized me and gave me the terrifying strength to kill those elders of Skywolf Fort, I'd be a pile of dirt on Cloud Continent now. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Rue and the other 4 grade 2 alchemists from Lu clan did not wake up. They stood there for the entire night and only regained their senses the next morning. The first one to regain his senses was Lu Rue. Elder Duan is really amazing. Lu Rue exclaimed from the bottom of his heart when he recalled the refining technique that seemed to be engraved in his mind. Although it was only one night, he felt like the door to becoming a grade 1 alchemist was slowly opening for him. He only needed one more step to become a grade 1 alchemist. Soon after, Lu Rue saw the 10 pill bottles placed neatly on the table. His eyes lit up immediately, and he put the pill bottles away one by one. Clan leader, are the grade 1 life recovery pills refined by Elder Duan at 97% purity? The other 4 grade 2 alchemist elders regained their senses one by one and asked in anticipation. Lu Rue opened the pill bottles one by one and glanced inside. His eyes narrowed immediately.
These Grade 1 life recovery pills. Lu Rue glanced at the 4 Grade 2 alchemist elders and paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. In the end, under the expectant gazes of the 4 Grade 2 alchemist elders, he gulped and said, "They're all Grade 1 life recovery pills with 99% purity." A purity of 99%. The 4 Grade 2 alchemist elders were petrified as soon as Lu Rue finished his sentence. In the ancient desert city of the northern desert. Today, the ancient desert city welcomed a group of uninvited guests, a total of 4 people. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair. He glided across the sky without leaving a trace, as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. If one looked closely, one could see that the old man was accompanied by a middle-aged man as he glided across the sky. There were 3 middle-aged men following behind them like shadows. The 3 middle-aged men were wearing the same green uniform with the word sun embroidered on their chests. There were 2 other words embroidered on top of the word sun. Xueqi. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them entered Skywolf Fort. "Who are you?" The people of Skywolf Fort were on high alert. Sun Zhong from the Sun family of Xueqi. The white-haired old man in the lead had a majestic voice. It spread across Skywolf Fort in an instant and spread to every corner of Skywolf Fort. The Sun family of Xueqi? Many of the disciples of Skywolf Fort were puzzled. The 6 people who flew into the air from Skywolf Fort looked solemn. It was obvious that they had heard of the Sun family of Xueqi. The 6 of them were led by an old man in green. Behind the green-robed old man were 4 old men and a middle-aged man. The Sun family of Xueqi is a second-rate force in the land of Xueqi. Why are they here in Skywolf Fort? The old man in green was the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. He was puzzled. "Master." The middle-aged man behind him, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, looked at the old man beside him, the other vice fort master, Luo Fu. "The Sun family of Xueqi. Isn't it because of Brother Jean?" "Yes. It seems that he used the promise his father gave him." Luo Fu nodded and interrupted Feng Wei. He sighed. Luo Fu had a younger sister. Back then, his sister wanted to seduce the eldest young master of the Sun family of Xueqi. However, she did not even get the title of a concubine. Even after she got pregnant and entered the Sun family, she could only live in the servants' quarters. Even her son was not qualified to be surnamed Sunday. The eldest young master of the Sun family was now the master of the Sun family. He had many outstanding children and did not care about the life of a useless bastard. However, seeing that the illegitimate child had his blood flowing in his veins, he still made a promise that he would agree to one request of the illegitimate child, a request that was not too outrageous. The bastard was the son of Luo Fu's sister, who was also his nephew. Luo Jin. Luo Jin, who lived under someone else's roof, was sent to the Skywolf Fort by his mother very early on. He, who didn't have much natural talent in the martial Dao, relied on the fact that his uncle was the vice fort master to run amok and bully people everywhere. However, he kicked an iron plate in the end and his dantian was destroyed. "Master, do you mean that Brother Jean brought the Sun family of Xueqi here?" Feng Wei inwardly gasped. "It should be." Luo Fu nodded. Soon, when he saw a familiar figure among the 4 people, Luo Fu knew that his guess was right. The Sun family of Xueqi was brought here by his nephew, Green Wolf of Skywolf Fort. Green Wolf looked at the old man in front of him and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Senior Sun, with the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort." "Greetings, Senior Sunday." Luo Fu and the other 4 behind him bowed as well. Sun Zhong. He was one of the 2 martial emperors of the Sun family of Xueqi. They had heard of him before. A martial emperor was not someone a third-rate force like Skywolf Fort could afford to offend. "Luo Jin, ask away." At this moment, Sun Zhong glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Luo Jin?" Luo Fu and Feng Wei had communicated through telepathy, so Green Wolf did not know the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing Sun Zhong's words, he realized that the middle-aged man was Luo Fu's nephew, Luo Jin. "Fort Master." Luo Jin looked at Green Wolf. However, he was interrupted by Luo Fu as soon as he opened his mouth. Luo Fu said in a deep voice,
Jeaner, have you thought it through? Do you really want to use that promise? You should know that although your cultivation has been crippled, if you use that promise to ask your father to let you live a carefree life of glory, splendor, and wealth, he will still agree. Luo Fu advised. Uncle, you don't have to persuade me. Chapter 11:18. Seeing how determined Luo Jin was, Luo Fu sighed. He knew he could not persuade his nephew, so he had to think of another way. Duan Ling Tian? Hearing Luo Jin's words, Green Wolf frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Duan Ling Tian. He was no stranger to this name. Not only was he the champion of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Sky Wolf Fort, but he was also closely related to the mysterious young madam. The young madam was looking for this person. That little grand aunt had even addressed this person as Big Brother Ling Tian. This made him realize this person was not someone to be trifled with. Now, Luo Fu's nephew was bringing people from the Sun family of Beiki to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian? He destroyed my Dan Tian, Luo Jin said in a deep voice. Fort Master, I've only heard that he was the champion of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Sky Wolf Fort, but I don't know where he came from. Please tell me where he came from. Fort Master. Luo Jin said. Duan Ling Tian's background? Green Wolf frowned. He really did not know. Even if he knew, he would not dare to say it out loud. If the young madam found out he had betrayed her brother Ling Tian, she would skin him alive the next time she came. Senior Sunday. At this moment, Luo Fu looked at Sun Zhong and said solemnly, "Senior, you must have heard of the North Nether sect in the Northern Desert, right?" Of course. Although Sun Zhong did not know why Luo Fu asked such a question, he still nodded. The North Nether sect is a second-rate force similar to our Sun clan. I've met the North Nether sect's martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong. Senior Sun, what if I tell you? Senior Feng Tong of the North Nether sect might have been killed by the powerhouse behind Duan Ling Tian? Do you still want to kill him? Luo Fu continued. What? Sun Zhong's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Are you serious? I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly calamity. Luo Fu said seriously. At this moment, he felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that his nephew would fall deeper and deeper, he definitely wouldn't have reminded this martial emperor of the Sun family, who had nothing to do with him. Because of his sister, he hated the Sun family. Of course, he could only hate them in secret. He didn't dare to show it, because he couldn't win against the Sun family. It was also because he did not know this nephew of his had the intention to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have told his nephew about this matter in full detail. This would make his nephew forget about seeking revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Humph! Sun Zhong snorted and glared at Luo Jin. Luo Jin, are you trying to get me killed? When Luo Fu said those words, Luo Jin's face turned pale. Now that he heard Sun Zhong's angry shout, he was so scared that his legs started to tremble and his body started to tremble. You're right. He did want to kill you. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from afar. It seemed to be faintly discernible. Suddenly, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Only then did they realize that there were two figures in the distance. One was in purple, and the other was in red. The young man stood there, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. The other woman stood beside the young man in purple. She was extremely beautiful. Her fiery red robe fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. Purple flames burst out, followed by red flames. This pair of man and woman standing there was simply a match made in heaven. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw this pair of man and woman. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the young man in purple and the woman in red walked side by side in the air. In the blink of an eye, they were near the Sky Wolf Fort and the Sun family of Beiki. It was a tripartite confrontation. Duan Ling Tian. Soon, the 5 deputy fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort recognized the young man in purple. They didn't expect him to appear just as they were talking about him. Moreover, it was obvious that he came to Sky Wolf Fort with ill intentions. The 4 deputy fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort, Feng Wei, Ning Kan, Meng Li, and Yu Kong, who had chased after Duan Ling Tian in the past,
had a grave expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. They had just found out from Luo Fu that Duan Ling Tian had someone who could kill a martial monarch powerhouse hiding behind him. At this moment, the four of them could not help but look around as though they were trying to find the powerhouse hiding behind Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" Green Wolf and Sun Zhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in unison. "Sun family of Beiki?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Green Wolf and looked at Sun Zhong indifferently. "Your cultivation base is not bad. Second level martial monarch stage. You're much stronger than Feng Tong from North Nether sect. Second level martial monarch stage." The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Green Wolf and the 5 deputy fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort were shocked. Although they had heard about Sun Zhong in the Sun family of Baiki and knew that he was a martial monarch powerhouse, they had always thought that he was only at the first-level martial monarch stage. They did not expect Sun Zhong to be at the second-level martial monarch stage. The second-level martial monarch stage and the first-level martial monarch stage could not be mentioned in the same breath. They were not on the same level at all. "You have a good eye, sir." Sun Zhong was looking at Duan Ling Tian with fear in his eyes. When he saw how Duan Ling Tian could see through his cultivation base with just a glance, he instantly realized how unfathomable Duan Ling Tian was. Putting everything else aside, his opponent's eyesight alone was enough to make him realize that he was not an ordinary person. "Did you come all the way from the land of Beiki to kill me?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Sun Zhong intently. "I dare not." Sun Zhong hurriedly shook his head. What a joke! Since he knew that Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect, was defeated by this person, and he had just witnessed how unfathomable this person was, how would he dare to admit it? "Since you dare not, can you hand him over to me?" Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he shifted his gaze from Sun Zhong to Luo Jin, who was being led by him. "Elder Zhong, don't forget that my father asked you to kill him for me. Kill him now. Kill him now." Luo Jin's face turned ferocious again when he saw Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he immediately shouted at Sun Zhong hysterically. However, Sun Zhong ignored Luo Jin. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Sir, no matter what, he's still the son of the Sun family's clan leader. It's fine if you want him, but shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Sincerity? Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he smiled. In the next moment, he turned his head slightly and looked at the 4 Sky Wolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters standing behind Qing Lang. "4 Vice Fort Masters, you almost took my life back then." The expressions of Ning Can and the other 3 who were targeted by Duan Ling Tian changed drastically. Duan, when Qing Lang heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he frowned before he wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian if there was a misunderstanding. He did not know that the 4 Vice Fort Masters under him had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian before. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Whoosh! A short-lived sound of a sword whistling interrupted him. At the same time, he noticed to his astonishment that the throats of the 4 Vice Fort Masters behind him that were locked onto by Duan Ling Tian had a bloody hole in their throats. The 4 bloody holes ceaselessly sprayed out dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and then the 4 corpses collapsed. The 4 Vice Fort Masters of Sky Wolf Fort had all died in the blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Qing Lang only heard a short-lived sword cry, and he didn't see any trace of Duan Ling Tian attacking. Right when everyone was dumbstruck, Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun Zhong as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he asked with a calm tone, "Is this sincerity enough?" The smile that appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth was no different than the smile of a devil when it entered into Sun Zhong's eyes. Instantly, Sun Zhong felt a strand of cold air rise from beneath his feet to the top of his head, and it didn't disperse for a long time. "Enough! Enough!" Subsequently, Sun Zhong hurriedly nodded, and then he raised his hand and tossed Luo Jin to Duan Ling Tian. "Lord Duan, I hope you can forgive me for offending you earlier." Presently, cold sweat broke out on Sun Zhong's forehead. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying powerhouse. The rumor that there was a hidden powerhouse behind Duan Ling Tian who could kill Feng Tong was all a lie. Duan Ling Tian himself was a terrifying powerhouse. Amongst the people present, only he saw the action of Duan Ling Tian raising his hand. As for the sword lights that flashed out from behind and pierced the throats of the 4 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, even he was unable to catch the slightest trace of it.
At that moment he already knew. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Well said. Duan Lingtian casually caught Luo Jin, and he didn't let him linger in his hands for long. With a lift of his hand, he tossed Luo Jin toward the spacious combat arena outside of Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! Luo Jin, who had lost his origin energy because his Dantian had been destroyed, fell to the ground at an increasing speed. Uncle, save me. Uncle, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Luo Jin, who had been scared silly by Duan Lingtian, only regained his senses when he was tossed aside by Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically, and he hysterically begged Luo Fu for help. Luo Fu took a deep breath and closed his eyes in pain. There was an indescribable bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Although he wanted to save Luo Jin, he was powerless. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. If he tried to save Luo Jin now, not only would he fail, but he would also lose his life. Therefore, he could only choose to stand aside and watch. His life was the most important thing. Boom! Luo Jin, who was falling from the sky, screamed hysterically as he crashed into the combat arena. He was smashed into a pile of minced meat, and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, the entire area fell into a dead silence. Luo Fu, what happened? Soon, Green Wolf's voice broke the silence. Chapter 11-19. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qing Lang indifferently when he heard his words. In his opinion, Qing Lang was only saying this to save his life. Fort Master. Luo Fu smiled wryly. The 4 of them had already offended Duan Lingtian before you even said this. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, the 4 of them brought 10 elders to hunt down Duan Lingtian. What? Qing Lang's expression changed drastically, and his gaze turned cold. You already knew? Luo Fu smiled wryly and nodded. All of you are really something. Qing Lang glared at Luo Fu and asked in a deep voice, then, why didn't you tell me when Miss Xueqi came to Skywolf Fort and mentioned Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps, you thought it was a small matter? Qing Lang's body emitted a cold killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. Miss Xueqi? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Qing Lang's words. He was slightly surprised. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort knew Xueqi? Fort Master, we heard Miss Xueqi address Duan Lingtian as Brother Lingtian, and you were so respectful to Miss Xueqi. That's why we didn't dare to tell you because we were afraid you'd blame us. The wry smile on Luo Fu's face deepened. Boom! As soon as Luo Fu finished speaking, Qing Lang attacked at lightning speed. Vast and rolling origin energy and the 9th-level void transformation concept that followed him like a shadow instantly drowned Luo Fu. At this moment, Luo Fu turned into dust and disappeared from this world. Qing Lang deserves 1,000 deaths for not managing his subordinates well. Please punish me, Lord Duan. After killing Luo Fu, Qing Lang bowed to Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Lang deeply and said indifferently, if you really think you're guilty, why don't you take your own life now? Qing Lang did not expect Duan Lingtian to say this. His body trembled as fear appeared on his face. Humph! Don't try to be smart in front of me. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. You know that I won't kill you, yet you're still acting like this. Don't you feel disgusted? Lord Duan is wise. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Green Wolf let out a sigh of relief and quickly flattered Duan Lingtian. You know Xueqi? However, Duan Lingtian didn't buy it. He ignored his flattery and changed the topic. Yes. Green Wolf nodded respectfully. He knew that today, the young lady was the one who had saved his life. You know Xueqi's background? Duan Lingtian asked again. I don't know. Green Wolf smiled bitterly. I only know that little ant. Miss Xueqi's identity is not simple. The one beside her is a powerful existence from the same clan as me. In terms of seniority, he can be considered my ancestor. Qing knew.
Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and asked.
Yes. Miss Xueqi called her that.
Green Wolf replied respectfully.
When did you see Xueqi? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Following that, Duan Ling Tian learned some things from Green Wolf.
It turned out that when he was still in the Five Elements sect, Xueqi came to Sky Wolf Fort and asked about his whereabouts. Later on, Xueqi asked Green Wolf to bring her to look for him, but it was to no avail. In the end, Qing Nu appeared and brought Xueqi away. You said, there's another young lady besides Xueqi? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously.
Yes.
Green Wolf nodded. All right, you may leave. Since I've already killed the culprit, I won't make things difficult for you in Sky Wolf Fort since you and Xueqi are related. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and said,
Yes.
Green Wolf replied and left. He did not dare to delay as he was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would regret his decision and come back to kill him. After Green Wolf left, Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun Zhong, the martial emperor master of the Sun family of Beiki. Master Duan. Sun Zhong bowed respectfully. As for the three people behind him, they bowed as well. In the depth of their eyes, there was a hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. If they had known that the target this time was so terrifying, they would not have come even if it meant going against the orders of the master of the Sun family. Fortunately, it seemed that this Master Duan did not intend to find trouble with them.
Why are you still here? Why don't you go back to the Sun family of Beiki? Do you want me to treat you to a meal?
Duan Ling Tian asked calmly.
No.
Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sun Zhong panicked. Master Duan, we'll return to the land of Beiki now. We'll return now. Master Duan, if you're free in the future, the Sun family of Beiki will definitely welcome you with open arms. After Sun Zhong finished his words, he hurriedly left with the three people behind him. They were as fast as lightning and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. For a moment, only Duan Ling Tian and the lady in red were left in the sky. The lady in red was Feng Tianwu. From the beginning until the end, Feng Tianwu stood silently by Duan Ling Tian's side. Her peerlessly beautiful face that was covered in frost showed signs of melting after the others left.
All right.
There's something I almost forgot. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who had a flash of inspiration, seemed to have remembered something. In the next moment, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only Feng Tianwu standing in the same spot, waiting silently. Sky Wolf Fort. Inner Fort. Qing Lang, who was descending from the sky, had a frightened expression on his face. As expected of the person that the little grand aunt calls brother. It's only been a short time, and he already possesses such powerful strength. To be able to intimidate Sun Zhong, who's at the second-level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid his current cultivation base is at least at the fourth-level martial monarch stage. Qing Lang guessed.
Who's there?
Suddenly, Qing Lang's expression changed drastically as he seemed to have noticed something. He stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure appeared in his path. It was a purple figure. Master Duan. After taking a closer look at the person, Qing Lang heaved a sigh of relief and asked respectfully, "Is there anything else? How do I get to the Blade Sect?" The person who appeared in front of Qing Lang was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian chased after Qing Lang mainly because he wanted to ask Qing Lang about the Blade Sect's location. His next stop was the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect is at. Qing Lang did not dare to dawdle and immediately told Duan Ling Tian the location of the Blade Sect's estate in detail. After learning the location of the Blade Sect, Duan Ling Tian moved and left the place. In Qing Lang's eyes, he disappeared into thin air again. "Tian Wu, let's go." After Duan Ling Tian returned to Feng Tianwu's side, he called out to Feng Tianwu and headed straight to the Blade Sect. Although the Sky Wolf Fort was quite a distance away from the Blade Sect, with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's cultivation base at the martial monarch stage, it did not take long for them to arrive in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate. Uncle Feng. Standing in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian's voice that contained origin energy resonated in the entire Blade Sect's estate. At once, the entire Blade Sect's estate was in an uproar. "Who's that? How dare you cause such a ruckus in our Blade Sect? Humph! There's someone who's blind enough to cause trouble in our Blade Sect.
I'll teach him a lesson. Let's go. We'll let him know why the flowers are so red. One by one, the Blade Sect's disciples soared into the sky and headed toward the source of the voice. However, when they saw the two people in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate, they could not help but be stunned. Their eyes fell on the red-clad lady. It's Junior Sister Feng. It's really Junior Sister Feng. Junior Sister Feng is back. Many of the Blade Sect's disciples recognized Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was a Blade Sect's disciple in the past. When she saw so many people looking at her, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in frost. She emitted a bone-chilling aura, causing the Blade Sect's disciples to be stunned. What's going on with Junior Sister Feng? Why do I feel like Junior Sister Feng has become a stranger? It must be that gigolo by her side. At once, many of the Blade Sect's disciples glared at Duan Ling Tian with righteous indignation. Their Junior Sister Feng was their dream lover. How could they not be angry when she was in such a state? Brat! Give me back my Junior Sister Feng. Soon after, some of the Blade Sect's disciples flew out, intending to attack Duan Ling Tian. With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. However, before these people could even get close to Duan Ling Tian, they were enveloped and suppressed by a vast, rolling flame. If the flame continued to press down on them, they would definitely die. Tian Wu, please have mercy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke. The person who suppressed the group of Blade Sect's disciples who were attacking Duan Ling Tian was none other than Feng Tianwu. To Feng Tianwu, who only accepted Duan Ling Tian after she lost her memory, Duan Ling Tian was her everything. He was more important than her life. Nobody could hurt him. Whoosh! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice, Feng Tianwu finally withdrew the vast, rolling fire profundity. Even so, the few Blade Sect's disciples were still suppressed to the point they could not breathe. At the same time, their faces were covered in dust. Since when did Junior Sister Tian Wu become so powerful? Soon after, they realized something shocking. They were all middle-aged disciples of the Blade Sect. Although they knew that their Junior Sister Tian Wu was quite talented, her strength was still far from being comparable to them. However, today, they were easily suppressed by this Junior Sister Tian Wu. Just when the group of Blade Sect's disciples was feeling lost, a few figures came together. They were none other than the Blade Sect's senior officials. The sect leaders of Saber Sect and Sword Sect were among them. Behind them, Saber 5 and Sword 13 followed like shadows. A figure that Duan Ling Tian could not be more familiar with was among them as well. Uncle Feng. Duan Ling Tian immediately looked at the person behind the Blade Sect's senior officials and greeted him with a smile. Ling Tian boy. The person who Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to greet was Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu's father. Ha! At this moment, those who were familiar with Duan Ling Tian in the past, whether it was Saber 5 or Sword 13, could sense Duan Ling Tian's indifference toward them. It was as though he did not see them at all. Even the sect leaders of Saber Sect and Sword Sect felt a little awkward when they looked at Feng Tianwu. Previously, the martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert had visited and asked about Duan Ling Tian's origin. Chapter 11-20. Since they left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Feng Tianwu had been following by Duan Ling Tian's side. This was something they were clearly aware of. It was precisely because of this that they betrayed Duan Ling Tian, and it was equivalent to betraying Feng Tianwu as well. So when they looked at Feng Tianwu now, they felt that they were in the wrong and felt guilty in their hearts. Wu! In next to no time, Feng Wu Dao noticed Feng Tianwu as well, and he hurriedly flew over with a smile on his face. But the smile on his face quickly froze because he noticed that when Feng Tianwu looked at him, her gaze seemed to be cold, indifferent, and perplexed, and it was as if she was looking at a stranger. Kid Ling Tian, what's going on? Feng Wu Dao noticed that something was amiss, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian at the first possible moment as he asked. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu has lost her past memories. But don't worry, so long as you give me time, I'll be able to help Tian Wu recover her memories. Duan Ling Tian spoke the truth and consoled at the same time. What? Lost her memories? Why is it like this? Feng Wu Dao's expression became extremely unsightly. You're my father? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao and asked in a slightly hesitant voice, and her tone was filled with restraint. It's me. I'm your father. Feng Wu Dao hurriedly replied, and at the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression. Kid Ling Tian, what exactly is going on? Why would Wu lose her memories for no reason or rhyme? Uncle Feng, this is a long story. Even though it was a long story, Duan Ling Tian still patiently explained the sequence of events to Feng Wu Dao, and he didn't hold back too much. I didn't protect Tian Wu properly. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sighed with a guilty expression. In this way, the fire spirit body in Wu's body is gone? It's no longer a threat to her? What Feng Wu Dao was most concerned about was this. His daughter's fire spirit body had always given him a headache, and now that he heard his daughter no longer possessed the fire spirit body, he couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. It was as if the heavy burden that had been on his shoulders for many years had been completely removed. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Wu can be considered to have profited from a disaster. You're not to blame for this matter. A rare smile appeared on Feng Wu Dao's face. As for Wu Er's memories, I believe you will have a way to help her recover them sooner or later. Uncle Feng, don't worry. I will definitely help Tian Yu regain her memory. Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. However, how did the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces know that you're in the Darkhan dynasty? How did he know you were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Feng Wu Dao felt that this was strange. For this, I will have to properly thank these people from the Blade Sect. Duan Ling Tian said with a cold smile as he looked at the group of Blade Sect senior officials, including Saber 5, Sword 13, the sect leader of Saber Sect, and the sect leader of Sword Sect. When they heard Duan Ling Tian say that he managed to escape from the three martial monarch powerhouses, the Blade Sect senior officials had an expression of disbelief on their faces. In their opinion, this was something impossible. At that time, they had told the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces about Duan Ling Tian's background because they were prepared to kill Duan Ling Tian. This time, they were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian again. However, they thought Duan Ling Tian was not in the Darkhan dynasty at that time and was not found by the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces. That was why he managed to escape by luck. However, when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Wu Dao earlier, they finally realized something. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu managed to escape by luck from the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces. Of course, they did not know how Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wu Dao managed to escape. Duan Ling Tian only mentioned the most important part casually. He only said that he and Feng Tianwu managed to escape the danger, but they had to pay a huge price for it. Feng Tianwu, in particular, had lost her memory because of this. Duan Ling Tian, our Blade Sect is indeed in the wrong in this matter. We can't deny this. The sect leader of Saber Sect sighed and said apologetically, however, if we don't cooperate with the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces, I'm afraid our Blade Sect will be wiped out. We don't have a choice. That's right, we don't have a choice. At once, many of the Blade Sect's senior officials chimed in. We don't have a choice? The sneer on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth deepened as he glanced at the sect leader of Saber Sect, the sect leader of Sword Sect, Saber 5, and Jian San. I think all of you are afraid of death, right? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the sect leader of Saber Sect and the sect leader of Sword Sect's faces changed. Saber 5 and Jian San, on the other hand, had a guilty and bitter smile on their faces. Duan Ling Tian, don't think that you're really strong just because you're lucky to have escaped from the three great second-rate forces. This is the Blade Sect, not a place where you can act presumptuously. The sect leader of Sword Sect shouted angrily. Not a place where I can act presumptuously? I really can't see that. Duan Ling Tian said in disdain. You're courting death. The sect leader of Sword Sect had a bad temper to begin with. Now that he was enraged by Duan Ling Tian, he could no longer hold it in. The origin energy on his body surged as the 9th level advanced sword concept and another 9th level advanced concept followed like shadows. Whoosh! In an instant, the sect leader of Sword Sect seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword as he slashed down at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half.
Sect leader, please have mercy.
Jian Shisan's face changed drastically. He wanted to save Duan Lingtian, but it was too late. Idiot! Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words slowly.
He raised his hand and casually punched out to meet the sect leader of Sword Sect's attack.
Boom! In an instant, a 5-colored energy burst out from Duan Lingtian's fist. It was his fused profundity.
When the fused profundity surged out and clashed with the sect leader of Sword Sect's gigantic sword, it was like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the gigantic sword. The rolling fused profundity instantly drowned the gigantic sword that the sect leader of Sword Sect had transformed into, leaving no trace behind.
Whoosh!
All of a sudden, the fused profundity that was charging out violently trembled and disappeared before everyone's eyes.
Duan Lingtian had put it away and was now able to control it freely. Silence. The scene was dead silent.
Only the heavy breathing of the Blade Sect's higher-ups could be heard.
Their Blade Sect's sect leader of Sword Sect was killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. You've broken through to the martial monarch stage? Very soon, the sect leader of Sword Sect regained his senses.
He pointed at Duan Lingtian with a trembling hand and asked in fear.
You want to try too?
Duan Lingtian, who had killed the sect leader of Sword Sect with a single punch, licked his dry lips and looked at the sect leader of Sword Sect with interest. When the sect leader of Sword Sect heard this, he immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word.
At this moment, whether it was Feng Wu Dao, Jian Shisan, or Saber 5, all of them were looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. They did not expect Duan Lingtian's current strength to be so terrifying.
He had killed the sect leader of Sword Sect, who was at the peak of the Void Realm, with a single punch.
Since the Blade Sect is so heartless and unjust, there's no need for me to continue staying here. Feng Wu Dao, whose face was filled with anger, said coldly as he announced his departure from the Blade Sect.
I used to be a disciple of the Blade Sect? Feng Tianwu muttered to herself before she said, then from this moment onward, I have nothing to do with the Blade Sect anymore.
Feng Wu Dao and his daughter announced their departure from the Blade Sect one after another. Senior, I'll remember your kindness in the past. Today, I won't make things difficult for the Blade Sect for your sake. However, since the kindness and enmity have been offset, we don't owe each other anything anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Shisan with a calm and indifferent voice. To be honest, when he found out it was the Blade Sect who had told the 3 great second-rate forces about his origin, he was really disappointed. Of course, what made him feel the most disappointed was Jian Shisan's attitude. Among the Blade Sect higher-ups, other than Feng Wu Dao who had joined the Blade Sect later on, he only acknowledged Jian Shisan because Jian Shisan had saved his life twice. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving grace? However, he only wanted to cut ties with Jian Shisan now. Sigh.
Jian Shisan opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he did not say anything and only sighed.
Duan Lingtian,
you've misunderstood my master. At this moment, a voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the appearance of a figure. The person who had arrived was a young man who was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Su Li. Misunderstood? Duan Lingtian frowned. A puzzled expression could be seen on his face. Su Li nodded and explained, actually, from the beginning to the end, Master didn't want to reveal your origin because he didn't want to harm you. However, our Swords Gate sect leader knew about your origin long ago. He ignored Master's persuasion and revealed your origin. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, Master didn't have any say in this matter, and he didn't betray you. Su Li finished speaking in one breath.
I'm sorry, Senior.
After Su Li finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he glanced at Jian Shisan apologetically.
I'll repay Senior's kindness to me in the future. However, the prerequisite is that Senior doesn't continue to stay in this cold and indifferent Blade sect. I believe the Sword sect leader isn't the only one who made this decision. When Duan Lingtian reached this point, he began to scrutinize the Sword sect leader who seemed to have a guilty conscience and the group of Blade sect high-ranking officials, including Saber 5. Although the group of Blade Sect's high-ranking officials were displeased when they were scrutinized by Duan Tian, none of them dared to show it. What a joke! Didn't they see how Duan Tian killed their sword sect leader, who was at the peak of the void, with just one punch? Even if they attacked together, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Xueqi. This cold and indifferent Blade Sect might betray you and your family at any time in the future. You come with me. Duan Tian looked at Xueqi. Trust me. If you come with me, you'll have a brighter future. Duan Tian. Xueqi shook his head. If Master also wanted to betray you, I'd definitely leave with you now. However, Master didn't betray you, and he didn't disappoint me. Not for anything else, but for the kindness Master has shown me all these years, I still choose to stay. Chapter 11:21. I respect your choice. Senior, if you manage to leave Blade Sect with Xueqi one day, I'll give all of you a great fortune that you can't even imagine. Duan Tian nodded solemnly at Xueqi. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Sword 13 and said solemnly, Uncle Feng, Tian Wu. Let's go. Then, Duan Tian called out to Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu before they left the sky above the Blade Sect's estate together. After Duan Tian and the other two left, the atmosphere in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate became slightly oppressive. After a long time. Sect leader, I've thought about it for a while and decided to leave in the end. Sword 13 looked at the sect leader of Blade Sect and bowed. From today onward, Sword 13 no longer exists in this world. Xueqi, let's go. After he finished speaking, he flew away. Xueqi followed closely behind. From the beginning until the end, he did not say a word and followed his master's lead. Xueqi and his disciple left the Blade Sect. However, they did not chase after Duan Tian and the other two. Instead, they left in a different direction from Duan Tian and the other two. Duan Tian and the other two headed south. They, on the other hand, were heading north. The reason Xueqi's master chose to leave was not because of the great fortune that Duan Tian had promised him. It was because he followed his heart. After the three figures left the Blade Sect, they headed south and soon entered the 10 Great Dynasties area, and entered the Darkhan Dynasty. Wuer's cultivation base has also broken through to the martial monarch stage? The red-robed middle-aged man among the three looked at the red-clad girl next to him in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his opinion, this was just too unbelievable. How old was his daughter? A martial monarch powerhouse? Even he, who had a good innate talent and comprehension ability, had only barely broken through to the 8th level void transformation and comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. Uncle Feng, although I still have a sword profundity fragment with me, I've already comprehended it. I'll bring you to a place where you can directly comprehend the sword profundity. Duan Tian said to Feng Wu Dao. The 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment in his hand that came from the sword monarch's treasure had helped him comprehend the sword profundity in one fell swoop. It was useless for anyone else to take it away. It was like a glass of water. Duan Tian drank half a cup, so there was only half a cup left. Others would need to drink a cup of water to completely quench their thirst. Even if they had the remaining half cup of water from Duan Tian, it would be useless. Oh! Hearing Duan Tian mention such a magical place, Feng Wu Dao's interest was immediately piqued. The place that Duan Tian was talking about was naturally the canyon with the word sword in the depths of the mountains where Xiongquan's hometown was located. There was a self-proclaimed sword saint, named Feng Qingyang, who left behind his sword insights. It just so happened that Feng Wu Dao had comprehended sword concept as well, and he'd comprehended sword concept to the 9th level advanced stage. Seeing the word sword for the first time will bring great benefits. It's very easy for Uncle Feng to comprehend the sword profundity. This was something that Duan Tian was certain of. Just like Xiongquan, it was also because of the first time he saw the word sword that he was able to comprehend the advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. When he saw the word sword for the first time, his sword concept had leaped from the 9th level intermediate stage to the 5th level advanced stage in one fell swoop. It was a great improvement. Feng Tianwu's improvement was even more exaggerated.
Comprehending the method of creating a sword from fire would allow one to directly create a sword concept and sword profundity of the same level through fire concept and fire profundity. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was 100% sure that Feng Wu Dao was no exception. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu could be considered to be revisiting an old haunt when they arrived at the remote mountain range again. The gorge was still the same as before, and it was very quiet. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu entered the gorge, they weren't attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall, but Feng Wu Dao was as expected. "I've been here before?" Feng Tian Wu asked Duan Ling Tian. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said with a smile, "The reason you're able to create the sword profundity with fire concept is because you've seen the word sword." Feng Tian Wu looked at the word sword when she heard this, and she said with a puzzled expression, "I feel that it seems to contain many obscure and difficult to understand information. But why would I? Why would he be like that?" Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao, who was stunned, and asked curiously. She originally wanted to say "my father," but she didn't say it in the end. Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Tianwu's timely change of words, but he didn't mind it. Everything required time, and Tian Wu similarly needed time to accept this father. It's his first time here. At that time it was similar to when we first came here. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he recalled the scene when Xueqi brought him here for the first time. He still remembered. At that time, Xueqi's time of concentration was the shortest, followed by Feng Tianwu, and then him. His time of concentration was the longest. I wonder how long Uncle Feng will be able to maintain this concentration. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Feng Wu Dao and guessed in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. Let's wait for Uncle Feng to wake up first. Tian Wu, we've more or less comprehended and consumed some of the sword Dao comprehensions we absorbed and stored from the word sword. We're about to leave the outer land, so we can absorb as much as possible and store it so that we can slowly comprehend it in the future. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, under Duan Ling Tian's guidance, she began to absorb the sword Dao comprehensions in the word sword. The obscure information was stored in her mind one by one. Time passed by quietly. After spending 10 days, Duan Ling Tian felt he could no longer absorb the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword. For this reason, he did not continue. However, to Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Tian Wu was still absorbing the information. It seems like Tian Wu has comprehended and consumed a lot of the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword in her mind when she improved her sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was precisely because of this that Tian Wu needed to absorb more. After shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged at a low altitude and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. While he was cultivating, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to pay attention to his surroundings. His spiritual energy was constantly extended as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He did not miss a single corner. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu had also stopped absorbing and storing the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword. When she woke up and saw Duan Ling Tian cultivating, she did not disturb Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she sat cross-legged at a low altitude and continued to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, Duan Ling Tian felt a fierce aura surging towards him. He was instantly jolted awake. "Uncle Feng, have you comprehended the sword profundity?" After being jolted awake, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wu Dao immediately. He could feel the fierce aura that extended from Feng Wu Dao's body earlier was the aura of the sword profundity. "I just woke up as well. I feel like there's a change." Feng Wu Dao had just woken up, and there was still a hint of confusion on his face. "Give it a try." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "All right." Feng Wu Dao nodded. With a raise of his hand, his origin energy condensed into a sword before it flashed out. In an instant, a fierce sword energy flashed and emitted a wave of terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the airflow in the air flashed and set off a wave of slight air explosions. As the air explosions resounded, airwaves flashed and a wave of violent wind spread out and raged through the entire gorge. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu, who was cultivating cross-legged at a low altitude, was jolted awake. She just happened to see the scene of Feng Wu Dao testing the sword profundity. Whoosh! As Feng Wu Dao's sword flashed out, the heaven and earth phenomenon that corresponded to his cultivation base first appeared in the sky above his head. After that, the heaven and earth phenomenon that corresponded to the sword profundity began to flash. 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The sword profundity was comparable to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Second-level monarch stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Second-level monarch stage sword profundity? Until now, Feng Wu Dao still had not returned to his senses. He recalled his earlier experience. He had only taken a glance at the word sword on the mountain wall, and his mind was subconsciously immersed in it. It seemed like a long time had passed before he finally regained his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, his 9th-level advanced sword concept transformed into the 2nd-level monarch stage sword profundity. It skipped the 1st-level monarch stage sword profundity and skipped an entire level. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Feng Wu Dao's face was filled with shock as he took a deep breath. What exactly is that word sword? Why is it so magical? Feng Wu Dao was shocked for a long time before he finally calmed down and asked curiously. It was left behind by a guy who called himself the Sword Saint. Uncle Feng, you can go there and have a look. There's a paragraph of words left behind by the person who left the word sword. Duan Lingtian instructed Feng Wu Dao to look at the message left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. After Feng Wu Dao read it, he could not help but feel shocked. He felt like a mysterious door was slowly opening before him. He wanted to enter it, but he was still far from it. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to let Feng Wu Dao absorb and store the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, before heading to the inner land with him and Tian Wu. However, Feng Wu Dao rejected it. With my current strength, I won't be of any help even if I follow you. Instead, I'll be a burden. I won't go with you. This place is not bad. I want to stay here and study the word sword. Feng Wu Dao said. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Feng Wu Dao. However, Feng Wu Dao remained unmoved. Duan Lingtian could only respect his decision. Since that's the case, I'll introduce someone to you, Uncle Feng. While respecting Feng Wu Dao's decision, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Xiong village and brought Er Hu over to introduce him to Feng Wu Dao. After everything was ready, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu left the gorge together. They left the Darkhan dynasty and headed north. Now, a few months have passed. I think Xiong Quan should have made a breakthrough. Chapter 1122. After leaving the Darkhan dynasty, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu returned to the northern mountain land and the Lu clan. He hasn't made a breakthrough yet? When they returned to their own residence, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy into Xiong Quan's room and immediately probed Xiong Quan's condition. Xiong Quan was currently at the final juncture of breaking through to the martial monarch stage. With the help of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, Xiong Quan should be able to complete the breakthrough in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian realized he still had to wait for a few more days. He could not help but look at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, go back to your room and rest for a few days. We'll depart after Xiong Quan has made a breakthrough. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. She flew down and landed in her room. When she faced the group of maids in the residence, her face was covered with a layer of frost. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at bay for thousands of miles. Miss Tianwu. However, when the group of maids greeted her respectfully, they did not find it strange at all. After Tianwu returned to her room, Duan Lingtian went to look for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, and told him he was leaving. Elder Duan, why you're leaving? Although Lu Rue had long guessed that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later, and it was impossible for him to stay in a small place like the Lu clan forever, he did not expect this day to come so soon. He was at a loss for what to do. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said solemnly, Clan leader, I'm indebted to you, the former clan leader, and the elders for taking care of me during my time in the Lu clan. I'll stay for a few more days. During these few days,
I'll refine some Grade 1 pills and Grade 1 spirit weapons for the clan. You're too kind, Elder Duan. Lu Rue quickly replied politely when he heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. However, his eyes lit up when he heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. Elder Duan, can I continue to watch while you refine the pills? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said at the same time, call those Grade 2 alchemist masters and elders as well. If my medicine refinement process can benefit all of you, consider it as my gift to the clan before I leave. Thank you, Elder Duan. I'll go prepare the medicinal herbs and refining materials now. Lu left with an excited expression on his face. Duan Lingtian sat in the main hall and waited quietly. Of course, while he was waiting, he did not stay idle, and 3 nature concept fragments appeared in his hand. He comprehended the fused profundity while he comprehended the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind. Origin energy rumbled in his body as it circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill followed him like a shadow. In the past few months, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately cultivate, so he did not break through the bottleneck to the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Boom, boom, boom. Currently, the bottleneck that was hit by the origin energy from the rebirth pill was on the verge of collapsing. If I continue to cultivate like this, it won't take long for me to break through to the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. However, it was obviously impossible for him to continue cultivating like this. This was because Lu Rue soon returned with a pile of materials. A few of the Lu clan's Grade 2 alchemist masters returned with him. After Lu Rue and the few Grade 2 alchemist masters greeted Duan Lingtian began to refine the pills. Chi! The dark golden pill fire flickered and merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It merged perfectly with the pile of materials. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved rapidly. Lu Rue and the others were mesmerized by his mysterious refining technique. For a day and a night, Duan Lingtian did not rest at all. He refined the pills seriously. This was the gift he had left for the Lu clan before he left. He had put a lot of effort into refining them. Other than the astounding success rate of 100%, the purity of each of the Grade 1 pills was infinitely close to the perfect 99%. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian stopped refining. Seeing that Lu Rue and the others had no intention of returning to their senses, Duan Lingtian left the pills and returned to the mansion he used to live in. After he returned, he refined a few Grade 1 spirit weapons with the materials Lu Rue gave him. After Xueqi had broken through to the martial monarch stage, he passed the Grade 1 spirit weapons to Lu Rue. At this time, 5 days had passed. Whoosh! The origin energy in Lu Rue's hand rolled and merged with the spirit weapons in his hand. A more powerful and terrifying energy surged and emitted waves of terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon flashed. First, 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Then, 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They were so lifelike that it was visually stunning. Increase by 90%? Lu Rue narrowed his eyes. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. In fact, an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon would be considered good if it could increase by 88%. However, the one in his hand could increase by 90%. It could be considered as the best of the best. Elder Duan, the other Grade 1 spirit weapons. After a while, Lu Rue regained his senses and looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader of the trio. It's the same for the other Grade 1 spirit weapons as well. They provide a 90% boost. The purple-clad young man interrupted Lu Rue before he could finish his sentence. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. As for the 2 people next to him, they were Feng Tianwu and Xueqi. Clan leader, please send my regards to the former clan leader and the 3 guardian elders. It's time for us to leave. Before Lu Rue regained his senses, Duan Lingtian greeted him and turned around to leave. Feng Tianwu and Xueqi followed closely behind him. Elder Duan. When Lu Rue regained his senses,
He realized that Duan Ling Tian and the other two had already disappeared from his sight. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. I wonder if I'll be able to see Elder Duan again in the future. Lu Rui sighed. I only hope that when Elder Duan becomes the Emperor Wu powerhouse and stands at the peak of Cloud Continent again, he'll still remember the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. Lu Rui prayed in his heart. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two left the Lu clan, they headed north. Their destination was the Rua Shui riverside. If they wanted to cross the Rua Shui River, they would first have to arrive at the riverside. Then they would have to take the swift boat from there and cross the Rua Shui River to reach the inner land. Although it was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan to cross the Rua Shui River with their bodies with their strength, it was still risky. It's fine if I encounter the whirlpool in the Rua Shui River, but Tianwu and Xiong Quan will be in danger. At that time, I'll only be able to save one of them at most. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to take the swift boat to the inner land even though the cost of the swift boat was extremely high. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle. He introduced the Rua Shui River to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan. That Rua Shui River. Even a martial monarch would die if they were swallowed by it? Xiong Quan's eyes widened when he heard how terrifying the Rua Shui River was. His face was filled with shock. It was hard for him to imagine. It was just a river, but it was so terrifying today. What? Do you still want to give it a try? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Xiong Quan immediately shook his head when he heard this. He did not want to throw his life away. Naturally, he believed Duan Ling Tian's words without a doubt. The reason he questioned him earlier was because he found it unbelievable and hard to imagine. Feng Tianwu's expression did not change when she heard how terrifying the Rua Shui River was. However, fear could be seen in the depth of her beautiful eyes. As time passed by, Duan Ling Tian and the other two could see the horizon in the distance. Young master, is that the Rua Shui River? Xiong Quan asked curiously as he stared at the sea level that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, his expression was tense as though he was distracted by something else. Soon after, a vast river that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the other two's eyes. It was extremely quiet, and there were no splashes at all. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who was flying forward, trembled violently. He came to a halt in the air, and his expression turned extremely solemn. Ha! Feng Tianwu also stopped when she saw Duan Ling Tian coming to a halt all of a sudden. Xiong Quan, who had flown past them, immediately turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked in confusion, "Young master, what's wrong?" However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to Xiong Quan. He closed his eyes and stood there quietly. 15 minutes later. Boom! Duan Ling Tian's body trembled violently, and the purple robe on his body fluttered. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body that had fused with the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy finally broke through the bottleneck to the second-level martial monarch stage and flew past it. The origin energy that had broken through the bottleneck underwent an earth-shattering transformation in the blink of an eye. Second-level martial monarch stage. Right now, Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the second-level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. His strength had increased tremendously, and it had increased by a total of 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Coupled with the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it had increased by a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Right now, I should be invincible under the 7th level martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like two dazzling stars twinkling in the night sky. Let's go! When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he saw Xiong Quan, who was looking at him worriedly, and Feng Tianwu, who was looking at him thoughtfully. He smiled and greeted them. The three of them immediately continued to head to the Rua Shui riverside. They could vaguely see many people waiting there in the distance. Brother, are the three of you here to take the swift boat? Our Yin Yang sect's swift boat will only cost 20 upper-grade origin stones per person if you want to buy a boarding pass now. Chapter 1123. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian was the leader of the trio with just a glance at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, this middle-aged man who claimed to be selling boarding tokens with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand took a fancy to him immediately and tried to sell him the boarding token.
Boarding token?
Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the token in the middle-aged man's hand nonchalantly before asking, "I can board the Yin Sect's swift boat with this?"
That's right.
When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded happily as though he could already see a big fish about to take the bait.
I heard that.
One person has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones to board the Yin Sect's swift boat from the Ruoshui River to the inner land. Why is it only 20 high-grade origin stones for one person when it's yours?
Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with interest and asked, "It's pre-sold now, so it's cheaper."
The middle-aged man's smile did not change as he said unhurriedly, "Buying now is cheaper than buying when the swift boat arrives.
One person can save 10 high-grade origin stones. I only have 3 left in my hand now, and it just so happens that there are 3 of you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get this opportunity again."
The middle-aged man reminded as he reached the end of his sentence.
"They're all buying?"
Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people nearby and asked curiously.
"Of course."
The middle-aged man nodded immediately.
"Brother, he's not selling any boarding token at all. He's specifically here to cheat high-grade origin stones. Don't believe him."
Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian lifted his head immediately and saw a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance nodding at him. Then, he hurriedly turned his head away. It was as though he was worried about something. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an idea in his heart.
"So, have you thought about it?"
The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. In his opinion, if there were no accidents, this deal would definitely work.
"How many upper-grade primordial stones can you cheat in a day?"
Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. The middle-aged man never thought that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a sentence. His expression instantly changed and became extremely unsightly.
Boom!
At this moment, a loud sound rang out, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention.
Duan Lingtian's face sank completely. What did he see?
Just now, the honest middle-aged man who had kindly warned him was killed by a middle-aged man in gray with a single palm strike. The rolling power drowned the honest middle-aged man. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's corpse fell to the ground.
"Mind your own business,"
the gray-clad middle-aged man said coldly. At the same time, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards the honest middle-aged man's corpse and took his spatial ring. In the next moment, he moved again and landed steadily beside the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian.
"Boy, you'd better not learn from him."
The gray-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian. His cold eyes flashed, revealing a terrifying killing intent. When the honest middle-aged man was killed, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were only a few people in the crowd. Although there were many people present, only a few of them turned around to take a look. Subsequently, all of them turned their heads back one by one and ignored it. It was as though they had never seen it. Since it was none of their business, they ignored it. At this moment, the coldness of people's hearts could be seen clearly. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that most of these people did not want to get into trouble. He can be considered as my benefactor. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and looked at the gray-clad middle-aged man as he said calmly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the 2 people in front of him were in cahoots.
"Benefactor?"
The gray-clad middle-aged man smiled brightly and evilly.
"Do you know how many nosy idiots die here every day? Benefactor, I advise you to be like them and wait for the Yin Sect's swift boat to arrive."
The them he was referring to was the group of people waiting for the swift boat. As for the other things, just pretend you didn't see anything. After he finished speaking, the gray-clad middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him who was trying to sell the boarding order to Duan Lingtian.
"What bad luck. Let's wait for the next target." "All right."
The latter nodded and glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 coldly before flying away to wait for the next target. As for the gray-clad middle-aged man, He turned around and prepared to return to the crowd to continue monitoring the people who dared to ruin his companion's plans. He would kill whoever dared to ruin his companion's plans. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Accompanying this cold snort was the sound of a sword whistling in the air. As soon as the sword whistling sounded, it stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. However, there was a bloody hole at the back of the gray-clad middle-aged man's neck. It was a hideous bloody hole that kept spurting out blood. He was killed instantly. The moment the gray-clad middle-aged man's body fell from the sky, a ghostly purple figure appeared next to him. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and took off the gray-clad middle-aged man's spatial ring and put it away. You dare to kill him. At this moment, the middle-aged man who wanted to trick Duan Ling Tian into buying a fake boarding order turned around and saw Duan Ling Tian standing there while his companion's body fell from the sky. The first thought that popped into his mind was that this purple-clad young man before him had killed his companion. What? You want to avenge him? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he lifted his head and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard this, but he did not dare to make a move. Although he and the gray-clad middle-aged man belonged to the same organization, the gray-clad middle-aged man was much more powerful than him. He had already entered the 7th level void transformation stage. If he could even kill a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist, why would he be afraid of a mere 6th level void transformation stage martial artist? You're dead. The middle-aged man glared at Duan Ling Tian and gritted his teeth. Do you know who we are? Do you know why they don't dare to offend us? The middle-aged man glanced at the group of people who had their backs facing him when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, many people turned around to watch the show. When they saw the gray-clad middle-aged man was killed by Duan Ling Tian, all of them were shocked. Someone actually dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. Many people were surprised. He even dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. This young man is dead. Many people sighed. However, he's really strong. That person from the gold-devouring organization was a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist, but he was killed by him. So what if he's killed? He won't be able to escape death when the powerhouses from the gold-devouring organization arrive. That's right. The leader of the gold-devouring organization is at the martial monarch stage. He even has 10 great guardians under him. All of them are powerhouses at the peak of the void stage. I'm afraid this young man is going to be in trouble. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would have a good ending. Gold-devouring organization? Martial monarch? Duan Ling Tian clearly heard the words of the surrounding people, but he did not take them seriously at all. He was not afraid of anyone as long as they were not at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Even if it was a 6th level martial monarch stage powerhouse, he was confident he could kill him in one hit. This was Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of wind whistling coming from all directions in the sky. It was the sound of figures hiding in the clouds. They're from the gold-devouring organization as well? Duan Ling Tian began to speculate. Little brother, hurry up and run. At this moment, an old man's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and advised him. You can't afford to offend the gold-devouring organization. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Soon, he noticed an old figure in the crowd. It was a kind-looking old man who reminded him out of kindness. Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and instantly detected the old man's cultivation base. 9th level void transformation stage. He was much stronger than the gray-clad middle-aged man. Gold-devouring organization? With the previous example, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to stare at the old man directly. He was afraid the old man would be in trouble because of him. However, he could not help but ask curiously, what organization is that? The gold-devouring organization is an organization that specializes in cheating origin stones from martial artists at the Xueqi riverside. They don't dare to kill martial artists who come here, but they'll use other methods to cheat origin stones from martial artists. The old man continued to speak through voice transmission. They don't dare to kill martial artists here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Why? He had such a question in his heart since a long time ago. The grey-clad middle-aged man and the middle-aged man who intended to cheat him into buying a fake boarding token had extraordinary strength. Logically speaking, they could have killed many martial artists present and snatched more origin stones. However, they did not do that. Not only that, after they knew he had understood everything and could not deceive him anymore, they did not bother him anymore. They only killed the person who tipped him off. From the beginning until the end, they did not intend to touch him at all. Now that he heard the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally realized that they did not dare to do that because they had their own concerns. As for what concerns, Duan Lingtian really wanted to know. Little brother, since you're able to come here, you should know that this is the place where the Yin Yang sect's swift boat picks up people to head to the inner land. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. The Yin Yang sect's swift boat will come here every once in a while to pick up people who want to head to the inner land. Every person who boards the swift boat has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones. The old man continued to speak. This is the Yin Yang sect's way of earning and collecting origin stones here. If the gold-devouring organization's people kill people here, it's no different from cutting off the Yin Yang sect's source of income. Chapter 11:24. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. No wonder the other party did not dare to kill anyone to obtain more origin stones. It turned out that they were afraid of offending the Yin Yang sect. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, the Yin Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land. It would be easy for them to destroy the gold-devouring organization. However, once the Yin Yang sect made their move, the gold-devouring organization would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Little brother, it's better for you to leave now. Apart from the person you killed and the person who lied to you, there are still many people from the gold-devouring organization hiding in the dark. They must be informing the others now. The old man advised Duan Lingtian as he said, the gold-devouring organization's base is nearby. It won't be long before 1 or 2 of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization arrive. They're at the peak of the void after all. Thank you for the reminder. However, I still want to stay and join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not take it to heart. Peak of the void? Join in the fun? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's mouth twitched before he shook his head. It seemed like he had wasted his breath. However, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian anymore. He had done everything he could. The rest was not something he could control. Just like what the old man had said, it did not take long. About half an hour later, 3 swift sounds of wind whistling came from the distant sky. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the Xueqi riverside. These 3 old men were old, but they were spirited. It was obvious that their cultivation base was extraordinary. Greetings, guardians. When the 3 old men appeared, the middle-aged man who had failed to deceive Duan Lingtian with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand hurriedly bowed to them. His tone was filled with humility. 3 guardians. When the 3 old men appeared and the middle-aged man addressed them respectfully, everyone's expression turned solemn. The gold-devouring organization only had a total of 10 guardians. Why did 3 of them suddenly appear? Those who had not turned around to join in the fun earlier also turned around one by one. They followed the gazes of the majority and looked at the 3 old men who had just arrived. Who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? One of the old men asked in a deep voice. Guardian Lu, it's him. It's him. The middle-aged man immediately pointed at Duan Lingtian and roared hysterically. It's you who killed the people of the gold-devouring organization? The old man's sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and ignored him. It was as if he had completely ignored him, let alone answered him. Guardian Lu, look at how arrogant he is. He actually dares to ignore you in front of you. The middle-aged man stood at the side and added fuel to the fire, hoping that the world would be in chaos. The old man's expression was extremely ugly, but he was not impulsive enough to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He continued to ask in a deep voice, Sir, what is your background? He's just a nobody. You don't have to worry.
Duan Ling Tian finally spoke.
He had a casual expression on his face as he spoke in an unconcerned manner.
A nobody? Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man was stunned, but he did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. A nobody who dared to kill the people of the gold-devouring organization? A nobody who dared to ignore him? Sir, the gold-devouring organization is a consensual business. No matter who it is, as long as they're not willing, we won't force them. Don't you think you've crossed the line by killing our people? Another old man stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked coldly. Consensual. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Isn't that the case? The last old man scoffed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was about to devour him. If we don't consider the despicable actions of the gold-devouring organization. You're right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said meaningfully. If that's the case, why did you kill our people? Do you think the gold-devouring organization is a pushover? The old man asked in a deep voice. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. When I killed him, I didn't know what the gold-devouring organization was at all. Are you satisfied with this answer?
Duan Ling Tian replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing as he stared deeply at the old man. You're seeking death.
Duan Ling Tian's casual attitude completely enraged the three old men. After the three old men looked at each other, they shouted in unison. At the same time, the origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as their bodies flashed.
It was as though they had transformed into 3 swift lightning bolts that shot toward Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner.
The moment the three of them made their move, they used all their strength to attack Duan Ling Tian's vital points. It was obvious they wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian in one hit. Duan Ling Tian stood there quietly in the face of the three men's attacks. He did not make any move at all. His expression was still calm, and there was no sign of panic at all. Is he scared out of his wits? This was what most of the onlookers thought. Sigh. The old man who had warned Duan Ling Tian earlier could not help but sigh when he saw the scene before his eyes. If this young man had listened to him and left this place, how would he have ended up in such a state? However, in the next moment, the old man's eyes narrowed abruptly as though he had seen something unbelievable. A hint of horror could be vaguely seen on his face. Humph! A cold snort reverberated in the air like a clap of thunder. It shocked many of the onlookers, causing their blood to boil. Whoosh! At the same time, most of the onlookers only heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. In the next moment, they saw a neat sword mark on the throats of the three old men who had charged toward the purple-clad young man in a menacing manner. It was as though they had been slashed by a sword. The 3 neat sword marks continued to expand as dazzling blood spurted out. The 3 old men's eyes finally dimmed as they lost control of their bodies and were sent flying by inertia. They continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian as though he could predict the future. Then, he raised the sword in his hand and waved it. Whoosh! 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 A series of deafening sword whistling sounds reverberated in the air. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the bodies of the 3 old men were enveloped by the crisscrossing sword radiance. It was as though they had been engulfed by a sword net and had nowhere to escape to. In the next moment, the 3 old men disappeared and only blood was left in the air. Boom! Right at this moment, at the same time that the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in the hand of the figure that appeared before Duan Ling Tian collapsed, he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed out a punch that descended into the air. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air as waves of invisible airwaves surged out. The airwaves swept out and set off gusts of wind, blowing away the blood that had splattered all over the sky. Not only did the blood not stain Duan Ling Tian's body, but it also did not stain the person standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Silence. The scene was dead silent. At the same time, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, they were looking at the figure standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. From the moment this person made his move until now, he was as fast as lightning. He did not even have the time to stir the heaven and earth energy, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. 3 pieces of trash dare to attack my young master? You're seeking death. Judging by the voice, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Xueqi. Apart from his cultivation base breaking through to the first-level martial monarch stage, Xueqi had also further comprehended the sword Dao in the word sword, left behind by sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Currently, he had already comprehended the third-level monarch stage sword profundity. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill 3 martial artists at the peak of the void who had not even broken through to the martial monarch stage. In fact, he had indeed done it. He had killed the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization in just one move. There were a total of 10 guardians in the gold-devouring organization. All of them were martial artists at the peak of the void. Naturally, these 3 people were no exception. From the moment he made his move until the moment he killed the 3 people, not only did Xueqi not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather the heaven and earth phenomenon, but even the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization did not have the time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. Xueqi's speed was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. A martial monarch powerhouse. Soon after, some people reacted and exclaimed in surprise. At once, Xueqi became the center of attention. However, soon after, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian without exception. This was because they recalled what Xueqi had said earlier. This martial monarch powerhouse addressed this purple-clad young man as young master? Oh my god! A martial monarch powerhouse as his follower. Who's this purple-clad young man? If I'm not mistaken, his background is definitely at the level of a first-rate force. Many people began to discuss among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the way they looked at him was completely different. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had become extremely mysterious in their eyes. As for Duan Lingtian's previous actions, they no longer thought much of it. Run! The moment the middle-aged man who had deceived Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people regained his senses, he did not dare to delay any longer. With a flash of his body, he quickly fled in a hurry. At this moment, he only hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. If that was the case, he might still be able to survive. However, would he be able to escape? The answer was no. Trying to escape? Whoosh! As Xueqi raised his hand, a consolidated sword ray swept past and pierced through the back of the middle-aged man who was fleeing. It easily killed him. Xueqi, you've actually comprehended the third-level sword profundity? This time, Duan Lingtian could finally see the extraordinariness of the sword profundity that emanated from Xueqi's origin energy. He could not help but ask in surprise. When did you comprehend it? Hehe. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Xueqi chuckled. I just comprehended it a while ago. While Duan Lingtian and Xueqi were chatting, the way the people looked at Duan Lingtian changed constantly. Most of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. The 3 guardians are dead. Return and report to the leader. There's a martial monarch powerhouse. Chapter 1125. The gold-devouring organization's lair was located in the mountains not far from the Xueqi riverside. Leader! A shout from the sky broke the tranquility of the mountain range. A swift figure appeared along with the shout. A few moments later, a person rose into the air and blocked the person's path. Why are you in such a panic? Guardian Tian. The person who had rushed back saw the person and greeted him respectfully. He said in horror, Guardian Lu. Guardian Lu and the others have been killed. What? The person who rose into the air was an old man. Horror dawned on his face when he heard the person's words. How did Guardian Lu and the others die? Didn't they go to deal with the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? Yes. However, Protector Lu and the other 2 protectors were killed by that person's followers. The man said with a bitter face. Follower? Are you sure? The old man's face darkened. He was one of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization. All of them were at the peak of the void. All of them were 9th-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended at least 2 9th-level void transformation concepts. However, Guardian Lu and the other 2 who were on par with him were killed. Moreover, they were killed by the follower of the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? Yes. The person nodded with certainty.
That person's follower must be at the martial monarch stage at the very least if he can kill Guardian Lu and the other two.
A martial monarch stage follower? We'll have to find the leader to make a decision on this matter.
The old man took a deep breath and ignored the person. Then, he shot into the mountains as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Within the mountain range, in an extremely remote area, there stood a number of independent buildings. Although these buildings stood in the mountains with complicated terrain, they were very particular.
Lord Leader.
A few moments later, the old man arrived in front of the largest building and greeted respectfully.
Whoosh.
Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of the building out of thin air and asked calmly, "Guardian Tian, what's the matter?"
"Lord Leader, Guardian Lu and the others are all dead." Protector Tian smiled bitterly. The person whom Guardian Tian addressed as Lord Chief was naturally the leader of the gold-devouring organization. He was an old man with long gray hair and a large mole on his chin. His face darkened when he heard Guardian Tian's words. "It seems that the other party is more difficult to deal with than we thought."
"Indeed." The bitter smile on Enforcer Tian's face became even more pronounced.
"I heard from the messenger that the other party didn't make a move from beginning to end. The one who made a move was only one of his followers."
"Follower?" The eyes of the leader of the gold-devouring organization narrowed.
"You mean, that person's followers are all at the martial monarch stage? Are you sure? Only a martial emperor could kill his 3 great protectors. That's what the messenger said." Protector Tian nodded. "How is this possible?"
The leader of the gold-swallowing organization narrowed his eyes again and muttered, "His followers are all martial emperors."
"That person. Are you the leader of the gold-swallowing organization?" Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could finish his words, he was interrupted by a calm voice. The voice came from the sky, causing the leader of the gold-swallowing organization to raise his head hurriedly. Only then did he notice.
He did not know when, but 4 figures had appeared in the sky above him.
He recognized one of the people who was being held hostage. He was the person from the gold-swallowing organization who was in charge of monitoring the Xueqi riverside. The other 3 people were a purple-clad young man and a red-clad woman. The 2 of them stood side by side in front.
Behind the 2 of them was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man who could not be identified in a crowd. It was as though he was their shadow.
"Lord Leader, help." At this moment, the person from the gold-swallowing organization who brought the 3 people to the nest flew down and dashed toward the leader of the gold-swallowing organization.
It was as though he was seeking protection.
"You betrayed the organization." "Dang!" Guardian Tian shouted from the side.
With a lift of his hand, he killed the person with a palm strike.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commotion was huge. After a while, many people rushed over. They were the people who stayed in the gold-swallowing organization's nest. Among them, the first to arrive were 6 old men.
"Lord Leader."
After the 6 old men arrived, they bowed respectfully at the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. After a while, one of the old men looked at the 3 people who were hovering in the air and said coldly, "Where did this brat come from? How dare he trespass into the gold-swallowing organization?"
Xueqi. The purple-clad young man among the 3 spoke indifferently when he heard the old man's shout.
"Sir," the leader of the gold-swallowing organization's expression changed. However, origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a dark blue energy. It was obvious that he had fused the water profundity. Around the dark blue energy, there seemed to be strands of purple lightning and green astral winds mixed together. 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could even speak, Xueqi had already made his move. A sword with light swirling around it appeared in Xueqi's hand out of thin air as he dove down. Other than the leader of the gold-swallowing organization, the other 7 guardians could not see Xueqi's movements clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. Sword rays that looked like a sword net fell from the sky and shrouded the 8 people, including the leader of the gold-swallowing organization.
"Run!"
The leader of the gold-swallowing organization shouted as a thick and broad saber appeared in his hand. He moved with the saber as he charged towards Xueqi. At the same time, he did not forget to warn the other 7 people. The other 7 people felt that something was amiss when Xueqi disappeared before their eyes. Hearing the whistling sounds of swords falling from the sky, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The chill rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their heads. When they heard the leader's warning, horror dawned on the 7 of them as they fled in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of dark blue saber rays that were intertwined with purple lightning and green wind rose into the sky. They emitted a sharp aura as though they could tear the air apart. In just a few moments, they collided with the sword rays that filled the sky. The sword net that was intertwined with the sword rays covered the sky and shrouded the dark blue saber rays like a fishing net with the fish in it. Boom, 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 boom. Loud noises reverberated in the air one after another. The sword net was suppressing the dark blue saber rays. In just a few moments, the saber rays were completely suppressed. In this wave of impact, only a layer of the sword net was removed. The remaining power did not diminish as it continued to fall. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Wherever the sword rays passed, other than the leader of the gold-devouring organization and the 3 guardians who managed to retreat in time, the other 4 people's bodies were separated and scattered on the ground. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, more people from the gold-devouring organization arrived one after another. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. As their expressions changed, they looked at the middle-aged man who was standing in the air with fear in their eyes. It was this man who had single-handedly suppressed their leader and 7 guardians and killed 4 of them. Soon, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Young master. This was because they saw that the middle-aged man with peerless divine might in their eyes, after suppressing their leader and the 7 protectors, stop and stand there. He looked respectfully at the purple-clothed young man, as if he was waiting for his next instruction. The middle-aged man's respectful greeting to the purple-clad young man sent chills down everyone's spines. Even someone as powerful as the middle-aged man had to address the purple-clad young man as young master. Who exactly was this purple-clad young man? Bas! At this moment, a piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. It was the leader of the gold-devouring organization, who had attacked the purple-clad young man when the middle-aged man turned around to look at him. The azure saber ray that was entwined with purple lightning and green wind swept toward the middle-aged man menacingly. It was so fast that the middle-aged man's expression changed. He did not have time to react. His strength was not much stronger than the leader of the gold-devouring organization. Now that he was caught off guard, it was difficult for him to deal with the attack. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, just as the saber ray was about to land on Xueqi, a figure appeared out of thin air. He helped Xueqi block the saber ray. Bas! The saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived. Boom, 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 boom. When the saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived, it seemed to have collided with an immovable object. A deafening sound rang out. The airwaves rolled and a strong wind swept out, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to sway. The robes of the people present also fluttered in the wind, making flapping noises. Impossible. Soon after, the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had launched the sneak attack was the first to react. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes widened. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. In the distance, as the saber ray dissipated, a purple figure was revealed. The purple-clad young man stood there. A 5-colored divine dragon could be vaguely seen moving around him. As the saber ray disappeared, its speed slowed down as well, revealing itself to everyone. Wherever the 5-colored divine dragon passed, it formed a layer of protective shield that protected the purple-clad young man. 9 Dragons' Protection. The purple-clad young man's identity was obvious. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. Only the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated had a defensive martial skill like the 9 Dragons' Protection. Although it was only at the rudimentary stage, it was enough to block the attack of an ordinary martial monarch stage martial artist. Leave no one alive. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His voice was soft and emotionless. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Xueqi, who was already furious and ready to attack, made his move. Everyone, including the leader of the gold-devouring organization, was horrified. They turned around and tried to escape. However, would they be able to escape? A moment later, the leader of the gold-devouring organization, who had lost his will to fight after witnessing how terrifying Duan Tian was killed by Xueqi. The others were no exception. This gold-devouring organization has been accumulating wealth at the Xueqi riverside for many years. I think they must have accumulated a lot of origin stones. Chapter 11:26. After obtaining the spatial ring, Duan Tian could not wait to perform the blood ownership claim on it. After the blood ownership claim, Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he looked inside. There must be at least 3,000 high-grade origin stones in there, right? More than 3,000 high-grade origin stones. In fact, the martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert only had a few hundred high-grade origin stones with them. It was incomparable to 3,000 high-grade origin stones. After Duan Tian put away the spatial ring in his hand, he proceeded to put away the spatial rings of the other 7 gold-devouring organizations' guardians. In addition to the spatial rings of the 3 gold-devouring organizations' guardians, there were more than 500 high-grade origin stones in there. There were about 500 upper-grade primordial stones in the 10 storage rings. Although it was far from the wealth of the leader of the gold-devouring organization, it was not bad either. Currently, all the high-grade origin stones in my hands add up to around 4,000 pieces. Duan Tian thought to himself. Origin stones were the most widely used currency on Cloud Continent. They were extremely useful. They could be used to assist one's cultivation, inscribe inscriptions, or even set up inscription formations. Unless it's a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan and the Northern Mountains O clan that has been around for 10,000 years. Ordinary second-rate forces might not have as many high-grade origin stones as I have now, even if they put all their high-grade origin stones together. Duan Tian was certain about this. The gold-devouring organization must have been cheating high-grade origin stones at the Xueqi riverside for quite some time now. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to gather so many high-grade origin stones. It was not difficult for Duan Tian to figure out many things. No matter what, I've gained quite a lot this time. Duan Tian had a bright smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at Xueqi next to him. Xueqi, take the rest of their spatial rings. See if there's anything worth taking. Yes. Xueqi responded respectfully and proceeded to get busy. Duan Tian lifted his hand again and took out the profundity fragment from the gold-devouring organization's leader's body. It was a first-level monarch stage water profundity fragment. Suddenly, Duan Tian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at the distant horizon and frowned. Who is it? Whoosh! As soon as Duan Tian's voice fell, the clouds in the sky shook, and a pitch-black bird flapped its wings and flew out. In the blink of an eye, it fled to the other side and disappeared in front of Duan Tian's eyes. However, Duan Tian's attention was not on the bird. He was still staring at the clouds in the sky. There was someone there. However, the bird earlier was just a smoke screen that the other party had purposely released in order to get away with it. Whoosh! Duan Tian's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. Whoosh! As soon as he appeared, Duan Tian saw an old man hiding behind the clouds. The old man shook his hand and a stream of light shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Communication jade slip. Duan Tian's expression changed. A communication jade slip was a type of jade slip that was inscribed with a large number of inscriptions and inscription formations. It could record and transmit information to others. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Tian moved and chased in the direction where the communication jade slip left. However, he could not even see the shadow of the communication jade slip. Duan Tian's face turned grave immediately. He knew that it was impossible for him to catch up and intercept the communication jade slip now. At this moment, he had no choice but to return. When he returned, the old man had already disappeared. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered and moved again. In just a blink of an eye, he blocked the old man's path. You're just a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and you're trying to escape from me? Duan Lingtian stopped the old man and looked at him with disdain. Who the hell are you? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You won't kill me if I tell you? The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear lingering in his heart as he asked. That depends on whether your answer satisfies me or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I'm from the Yin Yang sect. The old man took a deep breath and said. Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and sized the old man up. Are you sure you're from the Yin Yang sect? Let me tell you, someone pretended to be from the Yin Yang sect just now. Do you know what happened to him? I saw it. He's dead. The old man said. It seems like you've followed us all the way here from the Xueqi riverside. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes gleamed fiercely. Yes. The old man did not deny it. Since you're from the Yin Yang sect, then let me ask you, do you know that there are two female disciples in the Yin peak of the Yin Yang sect called Li Fei and Ker? Duan Lingtian stared at the old man and asked calmly. You know about the two direct disciples of the vice peak master of Yin peak of the Yin Yang sect? The old man was surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Vice peak master of Yin peak? Direct disciples? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He could vaguely guess that the vice peak master of Yin peak must be the sister that Qin Xiang, the peak master of Alcade peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect, mentioned. She was also the female powerhouse who left his two fiancés behind. The two people you mentioned are the direct disciples of the vice peak master of Yin peak of the Yin Yang sect. Also, I heard that the one called Ker will be married to the son of the peak master of Yang peak in half a year's time. The old man nodded. When he mentioned the peak master of Yang peak, his face was filled with respect. Boom. When the second half of the old man's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his face turned pale. What did you say? You said that Ker is going to marry the son of the peak master of Yang peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. His eyes were red. Yes, yes. Although the old man did not know why Duan Lingtian's reaction was so big, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied. What a joke. He had seen the technique of the person in front of him clearly just now. The gold-devouring organization's leader, whose strength was on par with his, could not even hurt the person in front of him at all. Most importantly, the person in front of him had the strength to annihilate the entire gold-devouring organization. There was no need for the person in front of him to make a move. As long as the person's follower made a move, he would definitely die. For this reason, he did not dare to hesitate when facing the person in front of him. Impossible! Duan Lingtian roared out loud. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed and transformed into a five-colored energy. It was like a five-colored flame that kept rising before it finally transformed into the shape of a sword. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared immediately. They occupied half of the sky and emitted a terrifying aura that was visually shocking. Apart from that, thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as well. However, compared to the two silhouettes of ancient black dragons, they were not even worth mentioning. The strength of two ancient black dragons. Although the old man knew the purple-clad young man before him was powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it made him tremble in fear. All of a sudden, the old man's expression changed drastically as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. In the next moment, the purple-clad young man appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, whose eyes were red as though he had lost his mind, reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed the old man's neck. The energy in his hand surged and dispersed the old man's origin energy that was on the verge of exploding. You said earlier that Ker is going to marry the son of the peak master of Yang peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Why yes. The old man instantly realized the purple-clad young man must have a close relationship with Ker, the direct disciple of the vice peak master of Yin peak. He was afraid the purple-clad young man would choke him to death on impulse,
so he quickly told him what he had heard.
I heard that, Kerr. She didn't agree to it. But Young Peak's Peak Master captured Li Fei. He said he would kill Li Fei if she didn't marry him.
The old man's face was red as he struggled to finish his sentence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the red in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually faded away. His agitated aura also calmed down. At the same time, he released his grip on the old man's neck. At this moment, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Kerr was not willing to marry the son of the Peak Master of Young Peak.
What's going on? Aren't they the direct disciples of the Vice Peak Master of Een Peak?
The Vice Peak Master of Een Peak didn't care about this matter?
Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. It's not that he didn't care, but he couldn't.
The old man stretched his neck and said slowly, the Vice Peak Master of Een Peak and the Peak Master of Een Peak were severely injured when they returned from a long journey a year ago. They're still in closed-door cultivation in the forbidden area of Een Peak to heal their injuries. It said that the Vice Peak Master of Een Peak's first direct disciple, Yang Xueqi, had entered the forbidden area many times because of this matter. However, her efforts were in vain. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence.
Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's face turned gloomy again. The Peak Master of Young Peak.
At the same time, waves of cold killing intent radiated from his body as though it was about to devour someone.
When will the Een Yang sect's swift boat arrive? Can I reach the Een Yang sect in half a year?
Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked coldly.
The Een Yang sect's swift boat will arrive in half a month's time.
Once you board the swift boat, you'll reach the inner land and reach the Een Yang sect in 3 months if there are no accidents.
The old man replied honestly.
He was really afraid of this purple-clad young man in front of him now.
This was a powerhouse who could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass.
Right now, he could only hope that the other party would spare his life for the sake of his cooperation.
Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard that he could reach the Een Yang sect in time.
Kerr, little Fei,
wait for me.
I'll save both of you very soon.
As for the people who hurt you, I'll make them pay the price.
Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the inner land. He could not wait to rush to the 2 girls' side and help them get out of this predicament.
What's the message in the communication jade slip that you sent out earlier?
Chapter 11:27. It's nothing much. It just recorded the news of the gold-devouring organization being destroyed. That communication jade slip was sent to the other disciples of our Een Yang sect at the Xueqi riverside.
The old man replied truthfully.
Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that he was the person in charge of the Een Yang sect stationed at the Xueqi riverside in the southern outer land. There were a total of 3 people stationed at the Xueqi riverside. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he was the leader of the 3.
Then does this mean you guys have seen what the gold-devouring organization did?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Yes.
The old man nodded. Someone pretended to be a Een Yang sect disciple and sold a fake boarding token.
Did you guys not care at all?
Duan Lingtian asked again. In any case, those high-grade origin stones will end up in our hands in the end. So why should we care?
The old man replied nonchalantly. What do you mean?
Duan Lingtian could not react at that moment. Over the years, there have been countless organizations like the gold-devouring organization at the Xueqi riverside. We usually let them go first. When the origin stones in their hands have accumulated to a certain extent, we'll destroy them and seize the origin stones in their hands.
It's just that this time, you've beaten me to it.
The old man smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence.
I see.
Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, then does this mean I violated the interests of the Een Yang sect by doing this?
That's right.
The old man nodded.
You want to seize those origin stones back?
Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man with interest.
I dare not. I dare not.
The old man panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
He hurriedly shook his head to express his stance, afraid that Duan Ling Tian would misunderstand. What a joke! Seize the origin stones from this person in front of him? Unless he was tired of living. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so even if he was beaten to death. You don't dare to do that. However, when the Yin Yang sect's swift boat arrives, once the people escorting the swift boat find out that I have origin stones in my hands, they won't be afraid, right? Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at the old man and asked. The strongest person in our Yin Yang sect who's escorting the swift boat is only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. If he knew your strength, of course, he wouldn't dare to offend you. The old man said with a bitter smile. Not only that, Lord, you're able to exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon. It's obvious that you're at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. It's impossible for our Yin Yang sect to offend you for the sake of those origin stones. When the old man said this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. Unleashing the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons without using a spirit weapon. Such strength was most likely at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. A 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse whose origin energy was fully unleashed was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. An ordinary 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse would usually have comprehended 1 7th level monarch stage profundity, 2 1st and 2nd level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. The latter was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 to 5,000 ancient horned dragons when added together. All added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 2,000 to 3,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of a slightly stronger 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist would be even stronger. It's comparable to his strength. It's almost impossible for him to be below the 7th level martial monarch stage. The old man speculated in his heart as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were fixed on the old man. He could tell that he was not lying earlier. A 4th level martial monarch stage escorting the swift boat? Seems like it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although there were many martial monarch powerhouses in a first-rate force, whether it was the 4th level martial monarch stage or the 7th level martial monarch stage, there was a huge gap that was difficult to overcome. He was not surprised that the old man had mistaken him for someone above the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even if it was a real LV7 martial royal realm martial artist, if they didn't use a spiritual weapon, there were only a few who could defeat him in terms of strength. How many people above the 7th level martial monarch stage in your Yin Yang sect? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked bluntly. This time, he took the swift boat across the Xueqi River and arrived at the Yin Yang sect. After arriving at the Yin Yang sect, he wanted to force his way into the Yin Yang sect and take his 2 fiancées away. During this process, he would have to fight with the powerhouses of the Yin Yang sect. Therefore, he asked the old man this question in hopes that he would be mentally prepared and at the same time, understand the strength of the Yin Yang sect. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The old man could not help but be stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. It was obvious that he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to ask this out of the blue. However, he still answered truthfully. As far as I know, there are not many people above the 7th level martial monarch stage in our Yin Yang sect. Among them, the Peak Master and 2 Vice Peak Masters of our Young Peak are above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The same goes for the Guardian Elder. On top of that, the Peak Master and 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yin Peak are above the 7th level martial monarch stage. These are the only 7 I know of. The old man said slowly. 7 people above the 7th level martial monarch stage? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed as he asked again. Are there any 9th level martial monarchs? I don't know about that. I only know that the 7 of them are at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among them, the Peak Masters of Yang Peak and Yin Peak are the strongest. The old man said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sir, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll take my leave first. The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of anxiety on his face. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not survive even if he had 10 lives. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded nonchalantly. Whoosh! The old man had an excited expression on his face when he obtained Duan Ling Tian's agreement. His figure flashed as he flew toward the direction of the Xueqi riverside. Just when Duan Ling Tian seemed to be deep in thought, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. Whoosh! A short-lived sword cry broke the silence beside Duan Ling Tian's ears and woke him up immediately. At the same time, he looked at the source of the sword cry. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned when he saw the scene before his eyes. The old man who was supposed to leave had his body pierced by a sword and was no longer breathing. Whoosh! The figure that was like a fire elf appeared in front of the old man in just a blink of an eye. Her slender hand grabbed the air and took the old man's spatial ring. The profundity fragment in the old man's body was no exception. After taking the spatial ring and the profundity fragment, the figure that was like a fire elf moved again and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the sky. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a scorching aura coming at him. However, he had no intention of dodging at all. Tian Wu, why did you kill him? Duan Ling Tian asked in shock as he lowered his head and looked at the old man's body that was about to fall to the ground. I can't kill him? The figure that was like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. When she passed the profundity fragment and the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian, a hint of confusion could be seen on her face. It's all right. I've already killed him. Duan Ling Tian, who took the profundity fragment from Feng Tianwu, shook his head with an indifferent expression on his face. Although he said he would spare the old man's life as long as he was satisfied with the old man's answer, the old man was very cooperative and answered to his satisfaction. However, he was not the one who killed the old man. It was Feng Tianwu who did it. Moreover, he did not ask Feng Tianwu to kill the old man. For this reason, he did not break his promise to the old man. Let's go. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian called Xueqi and headed toward the direction of the Xueqi riverside. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the other two returned to the Xueqi riverside. The group of people at the Xueqi riverside were terrified when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the other two returning. They only glanced at the Duan Ling Tian and the other two before they no longer dared to look at them. What a joke! These three people were just followers, and they were all at the martial monarch stage. If they dared to look at them for too long, they might just kill them if they were displeased. If that was the case, they would really have nowhere to cry even if they wanted to. Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept across the group of people in front of him in an attempt to find the two Yin-Yang sect disciples who were stationed at the Xueqi riverside. However, he found nothing in the end. Nobody gave themselves away. They're really careful. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Right now, he was also observing the surroundings and the sky above the Xueqi riverside. He could confirm that nobody was hiding at the side. Everyone should be gathered here, including the two Yin-Yang sect disciples. Senior, thank you for your reminder earlier. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian looked at one of the old men and thanked him through voice transmission. However, the old man did not respond. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian realized that the old man had his concerns. He must be afraid that someone would notice him talking to him. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian intentionally walked closer to the old man. He glanced at the old man and communicated with him through voice transmission. Even without my reminder, you're still not afraid of the gold-devouring organization. This old man has meddled in other people's business. The old man replied through voice transmission with a sigh in his tone. Senior, you must be joking. I'll remember Senior's kindness in my heart. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Time passed by quietly. Half a month passed by very quickly. During this period of time, the people from the gold-devouring organization seemed to have vanished without a trace. For a moment, the people at the Xueqi riverside felt less restrained, and it became even more lively. The swift boat is here. Nobody knew when, but a cry of surprise rang out, startling everyone present. Swift boat? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ling Tian was not interested. He stood there with his eyes closed to rest. Chapter 1128.
Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the swift boat since he had fused with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes. However, it was Feng Tianwu and Xueqi's first time seeing it. It was only natural that they were surprised. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He turned a deaf ear to the whistling sound that was getting closer and closer. Under the gaze of Feng Tianwu and Xueqi, a small black dot appeared in the sky in the distance. Then the small black dot continued to grow bigger. In the end, it transformed into an object that looked like a boat. This is the swift boat? Xueqi's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the boat-shaped object that was getting closer and closer.
It doesn't look much different from an ordinary boat.
Of course, it's just the appearance. The size of an ordinary boat is far smaller than this.
Whoosh!
After a while, the swift boat arrived at the Ruoshui riverside, completely revealing its true appearance in front of everyone.
Xueqi and Feng Tianwu looked at it.
They discovered that the swift boat was made of some special material. Although they did not touch it, they could tell that the material was not simple just by looking at it. Apart from that, there were also some seats scattered around in the swift boat.
These seats were either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs.
Are they the Yin-Yang sect people who are controlling the swift boat? Soon after, Xueqi regained his senses and looked at the people standing at the front and back of the swift boat. There were 2 people in total, and both of them were old men. Just by standing there, they gave Xueqi a sense of extreme danger.
These are 2 powerhouses.
This was the first thought that popped up in Xueqi's mind. His intuition told him that these 2 people from Yin-Yang sect should be more powerful than him. At this moment,
whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures shot out from the crowd and soon arrived near the swift boat.
They joined the 2 old men who had just gotten off the swift boat and bowed respectfully to the 2 old men.
Elder!
After bowing, they joined the 2 old men and whispered to each other.
Are they from Yin-Yang sect as well? They were standing right next to me just now.
I really couldn't tell. Immediately, many people who had been waiting at the Ruoshui riverside were greatly surprised. On one side of the flying boat, 2 Yin-Yang sect's disciples whispered to each other. The 2 Yin-Yang sect's old men's faces darkened subtly. At the same time, their gazes landed on a purple figure standing in the distance. Is he the one who annihilated the gold-swallowing organization and seized a large amount of upper-grade primordial stones that should have belonged to our Yin-Yang sect? One of the old men murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's inconvenient for us to lay our hands on him here. Otherwise, if other people find out that the Yin-Yang sect allowed the gold-swallowing organization to do as they please, our reputation will definitely be tarnished. Another old man said, let's wait until we reach the inner land and return to the Yin-Yang sect. The former said, when we arrive at the Yin-Yang sect, no matter how many upper-grade primordial stones he has taken, make him spit them all out.
Don't be careless. His identity must not be simple. Even his follower is at the martial monarch stage. The latter said.
Naturally, the person who was targeted by the 2 old men was Duan Ling Tian. Feng Tianwu and Xueqi, who were standing next to Duan Ling Tian, had also become the focus of their attention.
Elders. Elder Huang hasn't returned yet. I'm guessing he must have been killed by them.
The Yin-Yang sect's disciple standing by the side said in a low voice. We'll be happy if he hands over the things that belong to our Yin-Yang sect. However, he actually dared to kill our Yin-Yang sect's elder. When we return to the sect, I'll make sure he won't be able to return alive. The 2 Yin-Yang sect's elders looked at each other and saw the gleam in each other's eyes. It was as though they were about to devour someone. Miss Tianwu, did you notice that those 2 old men are looking at us from time to time? Xueqi glanced at the 2 Yin-Yang sect's elders with a hint of dread and asked Feng Tianwu. They don't come with good intentions. Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, opened her red lips lightly. She was a woman of few words. Everyone, listen up. The swift boat will depart in an hour. During this time, you can buy a boarding pass from those 2. Soon after, one of the Yin-Yang sect's elders pointed at the other 2 Yin-Yang sect's disciples and said in a loud voice. The moment his words left his mouth, an uproar broke out as expected. When I bought the fake boarding pass,
All of you Yin Yang sect's disciples were right beside me. Why didn't they remind me? You made me lose 20 high-grade origin stones for nothing. Many people said angrily. When they first arrived, they were all deceived by the gold-devouring organization because nobody reminded them. Each of them spent 20 high-grade origin stones to buy the fake boarding pass. Initially, when they found out that they were deceived, they did not dare to say anything when they saw how powerful the gold-devouring organization was. However, when they found out that the two Yin Yang sect's disciples had been standing with them all this while and that these two disciples had never reminded them, they were instantly enraged. If all of you Yin Yang sect's disciples were to interfere in this matter, would the gold-devouring organization be so brazen? That's right. That's 20 high-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. Many people whispered and discussed among themselves as they stared at the four Yin Yang sect's disciples with righteous indignation. Humph! A cold voice drowned out the clamor that rose and fell one after another. It was one of the Yin Yang sect's elders who took a step forward. The aura of a martial monarch powerhouse swept out and suppressed the indignant crowd to the point that they could barely breathe, let alone continue to speak. All of you were greedy and got deceived. Who else can you blame? Our Yin Yang sect's swift boat costs 30 high-grade origin stones per person. The price is clearly marked, and we don't cheat anyone. Don't tell me you've never heard of it before. The Yin Yang sect's elder said coldly. Upon hearing the Yin Yang sect's elder's words, the group of people who were deceived earlier was instantly rendered speechless. That was right. Although it was the first time many of them came to the Xueqi riverside and took the swift boat, they had more or less heard about the cost of the swift boat before they came. 30 high-grade origin stones, and the price was clearly marked. However, when they arrived, they saw someone selling a boarding pass for the swift boat, and it only cost 20 high-grade origin stones. Coupled with the fact that the boarding pass looked decent, and nobody reminded them about it. At that time, they were impulsive and only wanted to save 10 high-grade origin stones. Naturally, they were deceived. Even if we were deceived because we were greedy, you Yin Yang sect can't indulge them like this. Your Yin Yang sect's disciples were here, so why didn't you remind us? Aren't you just watching us get deceived? Soon, someone said angrily. Remind you? Another Yin Yang sect's elder glanced at him coldly. If you weren't greedy, would you have been deceived? If you had refused, would they have pestered you? Don't tell me that all of you have been tricked. Those who were not deceived and did not buy the fake boarding pass, were they hurt? Why do you think they were not hurt? It's all because of our Yin Yang sect. If it wasn't for our Yin Yang sect's deterrence, would they have survived? Would all of you have only lost 20 high-grade origin stones and not your lives? The Yin Yang sect's elder spoke loudly, leaving the crowd speechless at once. It seemed to be true. At once, someone went to buy the boarding pass from the two Yin Yang sect's disciples obediently. Soon after, more and more people followed suit. What a Yin Yang sect! It's obvious that they're indulging in this on purpose, and yet, they still make it sound so righteous. Nobody knew when, but Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and glanced at the four Yin Yang sect's people. A smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Looks like these two old fellows already know that we've annihilated the gold-devouring organization. On top of that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two Yin Yang sect's elders were looking at them with a cold gleam in their eyes. However, they did not attack them in public. They can still tolerate it? Duan Lingtian was shocked. In fact, the Yin Yang sect's man who followed them to the gold-devouring organization's lair had already been killed by Tian Wu, and he did not have time to inform the rest of the Yin Yang sect about his strength. He only had time to send out the news that they had annihilated the gold-devouring organization through a communication jade slip. Therefore, the four Yin Yang sect's people in front of him did not know about his strength, and it was not because they were afraid of him that they did not dare to attack him. They were just tolerating it. Perhaps, it's because there are so many people here that they can't make a move. After all, as soon as they make a move, it'll be exposed that the Yin Yang sect deliberately let the gold-devouring organization go. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. Xueqi, go and buy 3 boarding passes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi and raised his hand. A spatial ring appeared in his hand. After removing the ownership claim, he casually tossed it to Xueqi. I've put 1,000 high-grade origin stones in there.
Yes, young master.
Xueqi replied respectfully and immediately went to buy the boarding passes from the two Yin Yang sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stood side by side and looked at the four Yin Yang sect's people from afar. Two fourth-level martial monarchs. With the cultivation base of these two people, they should be considered as elders in the Yin Yang sect, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I have some impression of the other two people. They were in the crowd earlier. However, they hid very well and did not expose their identities. They should be the Yin Yang sect's disciples who received the communication jade slip. Both of them are 9th-level void transformation martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, they should be at the peak of the void. Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
In the entire Cloud continent, a martial artist at the peak of the void could be considered as an important figure with an extraordinary status.
Especially in third-rate forces. A martial artist at the peak of the void was a leader. However, a martial artist at the peak of the void could only be considered as an outstanding disciple in a first-rate force because there were many martial monarchs in the first-rate force. If one had not broken through to the martial monarch stage, one would not be ranked. Chapter 1129. As long as you infuse your origin energy into the boarding token that our Yin Yang sect sells, the words Yin Yang will appear. However, the fake boarding token that you guys bought won't have such a situation. Just when many people were comparing the fake boarding token with the real one, the voice of the Yin Yang sect elder resonated in a timely manner. Immediately, many people began to experiment. It really is. Soon, they realized that it was just as the Yin Yang sect elder had said. The words Yin Yang would only appear when they infused their origin energy into the real boarding token. However, there was no reaction at all when they infused their origin energy into the fake boarding token. Looks like there's a high possibility that there's an inscription master above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in the Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, it was difficult for him to catch up with the communication jade slip that the Yin Yang sect elder had sent out. At that time he already knew. That communication jade slip was made by an inscription master with an extremely high level of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the speed of the communication jade slip would not be so fast. Now that he saw the boarding token that would appear with the words Yin Yang, when he infused it with his origin energy, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. The boarding token was inscribed and set up with a special inscription formation. Once the origin energy was infused into it, words or pictures would appear according to the outline of the inscription formation. This kind of inscription formation can only be inscribed by an inscription master whose spiritual energy has reached the 7th-level martial monarch stage or above. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian could determine that there was such an inscription master in the Yin Yang sect. An hour later, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, handed the boarding tokens in their hands to the two Yin Yang sect elders one after another. After the latter verified them, they boarded the swift boat one by one. It was worth mentioning. When it was Duan Lingtian's turn, the Yin Yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to attack Duan Lingtian directly. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Moreover, he could tell that the other party would not attack him for the time being. Perhaps they want to wait until they reach the inner land and the Yin Yang sect before making their move on me. If he were in the other party's shoes, he would have done the same. Duan Lingtian and the other two boarded the swift boat one after another, and sat in the innermost seats in groups of 3 to 5. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were sitting close to each other. Xueqi, on the other hand, tactfully sat near the outer seats. This position is not bad. Duan Lingtian straightened his chest and raised his head. He could clearly see the Xueqi River. The Xueqi River stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like stagnant water. There was not a single ripple. It was extremely calm. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well in his heart. Behind the calm surface of the Xueqi River, there was a hidden killing intent. Closer to the center of the Xueqi River, the water surface would become increasingly unstable. The gravitational force and gravity would also increase, making it difficult for people to fly on the surface of the river.
If a martial artist with a low cultivation base tried to force his way into the Xueqi River, there would only be one result: exhaustion and fall into the river. Once he fell into the river, there would only be one result: death. 15 minutes later, apart from the two Yin Yang sect disciples, everyone else had boarded the airboat. The old man who had warned Duan Lingtian earlier but did not dare to greet him later was now sitting near Duan Lingtian and the other two. Little brother, I'm really sorry about earlier. I was just worried that there might be spies from the gold-devouring organization in the group of people earlier. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically. Everyone was afraid of death. He was no exception. The reason why he dared to warn Duan Lingtian earlier was because everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian at that time. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. It's all right. Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he did not care. Rise! At this moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. It was one of the Yin Yang sect elders who shouted. Then, the other Yin Yang sect elder who stood in front of the airboat began to get busy. The airboat could only be activated by someone. Whoosh! The moment the Yin Yang sect elder's words left his mouth, the airboat rose into the air. After accumulating strength for a while, it shot into the sky above the Xueqi River like an arrow leaving the bow. The moment the airboat entered the sky above the Xueqi River, it suddenly trembled and fell rapidly. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the airboat? We can't be so unlucky, right? At once, many people cried out in surprise. After a while, the airboat came to a stop and rose slowly. Many people felt relieved. What a strong gravity on this Xueqi River. Then, those who were frightened to the point that they still had lingering fear in their hearts sighed. Of course, if it's not for the strong gravity on the Xueqi River and the fact that the river water can kill people, why would we spend 30 high-grade origin stones to board this airboat for no reason? Some of the people who were calm from the beginning until the end, and it was obvious that it was not their first time crossing the Xueqi River on this airboat, said as a matter of fact. The people nodded their heads one after another when they heard this. Little brother, is this your first time on this airboat? The old man who was frightened to the point that he still had lingering fear in his heart looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Although he was also frightened earlier, since he was facing Duan Lingtian and the other two, he could clearly see the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other two from the beginning until the end. Among the three of them, only the purple-clad young man did not move at all. It was as though he knew the airboat would fall. It's my first time. However, someone told me that we would encounter such a situation. Duan Lingtian replied. The old man was enlightened. When he saw Duan Lingtian closing his eyes to rest, he tactfully did not open his mouth to disturb him. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated in peace. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. I still have half a year's time. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the 3rd level martial monarch stage. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian became a little impatient. The moment he thought about the situation of his 2 fiancées, he could not calm down at all. Impatience and anger continued to spread in his heart, threatening to burst out at any moment. After a while, he finally managed to suppress it. The after effects of being devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet are too great. After calming down, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, he was instantly enraged when he found out that his 2 fiancées were in a bad situation. At that time, he immediately grabbed the neck of the Yin Yang sect's old man. If it was not for his rationality that suppressed his anger as much as possible, he would have strangled the old man to death. The old man would not have been killed by Feng Tianwu at all. However, even if I can break through to the 3rd level martial monarch stage, I might not be able to defeat the powerhouses of the Yin Yang sect, especially that peak master of Yang Peak. As one of the strongest people in the Yin Yang sect, his strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun rapidly as he continued to ponder. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, many first-rate forces had 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses during his era. That peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect might be a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought up to this point,
Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped.
If the other party was really a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to have the strength to defeat the other party in just half a year.
Unless my fused profundity can break through and become like the Emperor stage profundity, once I break through, I'll gain the strength of an ancient black dragon. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely pressured. It was so pressuring that he could barely breathe. Cultivate. Comprehend. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down and began to cultivate again. He held the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand to comprehend and improve his fused profundity. The sword Dao that originated from the word sword in his mind was constantly being comprehended. Currently, he was eager to improve his strength.
If he was not strong enough, he might not be able to save the 2 girls from the Sea of Fire even if he reached the Inner Land and the Yin Yang sect.
Something's bothering him. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting quietly next to Duan Ling Tian, also noticed that something was wrong with Duan Ling Tian. However, she was sensible enough not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly stayed by his side. The swift boat was very fast. Gusts of swift wind blew toward them. However, these gusts of wind were all blocked by the light shield on the swift boat. It did not affect the people on the swift boat at all. The light shield was formed by the defense formation. As time went by, the people on the swift boat began to close their eyes and cultivate one after another. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into silence. At the front of the swift boat, the Yin Yang sect elder also had some free time since the swift boat was flying normally. He and the other Yin Yang sect elder standing at the back of the swift boat looked at each other before they looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. There was a terrifying killing intent in the depth of their eyes. Right now, they could not wait to throw Duan Ling Tian out of the swift boat. However, they did not dare to do so. If they did so, they would be delighted. However, it would also cause fear in other people. In the future, once this matter spread out, nobody would dare to ride on the Yin Yang sect's swift boat anymore. A month's time passed very quickly. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any accidents. Occasionally, some small swift boats would pass by, but they would stop nearby for a while before leaving again. More than 90% of the people in the small swift boat were bandits who wandered on the Xueqi River. However, these bandits had good judgment. Usually, they would not provoke people that they could not afford to offend. Just like the Yin Yang sect's swift boat, not many bandits dared to provoke it. They would avoid it even if they saw it. Of course, it was only because there were not many bandits who dared to provoke it. On the Xueqi River, there were many powerhouses among the bandits. There were even bandits whose strength was above the 4th-level martial monarch stage. For example, these bandits would not let go of the Yin Yang sect's swift boat even if they encountered it. Chapter 1130. Sometimes, such bandits would even deliberately loot the Yin Yang sect's swift boats.
Due to the fear of these kinds of bandits, the Yin Yang sect elder standing at the front of the swift boat would steer the swift boat to avoid a straight line every once in a while.
Because of this, their safety was greatly improved. Of course, this did not mean that they were absolutely safe. Sometimes, if they were unlucky, anything could happen to them. Time passed by quietly. Another half a month had passed, and the swift boat was already halfway through its journey. It would only take another half a month to reach the Inner Land. The 2 Yin Yang sect elders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had successfully completed half of the journey.
However, before they could catch their breaths, horror dawned on their faces as they looked in the direction of the swift boat in unison.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the front of the swift boat, and it was getting closer and closer.
This was also the reason why the 2 Yin Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. Bandits! In a flash of lightning, the 2 Yin Yang sect elders looked at each other and spat out the 2 words in unison. They did not deliberately suppress their voices, so it was exceptionally loud in this quiet swift boat. In an instant, more than half of the people were awakened. After these people were awakened, they were still a little confused at first. However, when they regained their senses, horror dawned on them one after another. What? Be bandits? Bandits! They had encountered bandits on the Xueqi River? They had heard of the bandits on the Xueqi River before. They were far more powerful than the ordinary bandits in the inner land and outer land. Some of them were even at the martial monarch stage. Very soon, the people who had regained their senses looked at the front of the swift boat. They could see a few black dots that were getting bigger and bigger as they rushed towards them. Ha! Xueqi was also awakened by the noise. When he realized what was happening, his face turned grave. We're on the Yin Yang sect's swift boat. The bandits shouldn't dare to provoke us, right? The two elders are at the martial monarch stage. Even if they provoke us, we might not be the ones at a disadvantage. It's not easy for us to cross the Xueqi River. It's considered a success for us to encounter bandits. Many people whispered to each other. These people were all people who were crossing the Xueqi River on the swift boat for the first time. They were full of confidence in the two Yin Yang sect elders and did not think that anything would happen to them. Now, they were looking forward to the scene of the two Yin Yang sect elders killing the bandits and forcing them to retreat. Humph! You guys are really naive. Hearing the words of these hotheads, some people, who had taken flying boats to cross the Xueqi River more than once, snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you see the change in the expressions of the two elders? Do you think those bandits won't be able to tell that the flying boat we're on belongs to the Yin Yang sect? The bandits of the Xueqi River are all cunning. If they weren't confident, do you think they would make a move?" As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone who had woken up on the swift boat looked at the two Yin Yang sect elders in unison. Shwa! 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 When they saw the ugly faces of the two Yin Yang sect elders, their expressions changed again. They realized that the bandits in front of the flying boat were indeed hostile. Even the expressions of the two Yin Yang sect elders changed. It's obvious that they don't have the confidence to deal with these bandits. What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why did I want to go to the inner land for no reason? Look at it now. I'm going to lose my life here. At once, the entire swift boat was in chaos. Most of the people's expressions changed drastically as fear filled their eyes. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In such a noisy environment, even those who were focused on cultivating would be woken up by the noise. Among them were Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the old man who was sitting not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was the old man who had kindly warned Duan Lingtian at the Xueqi River. Bandits? Even the two Yin Yang sect elders don't have the confidence to deal with them? Soon, the group of people who had just woken up, including Duan Lingtian, learned about the dangerous situation they were in. Little brother, it seems like we're going to die here today. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a long face. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not say anything as he looked at the front of the swift boat immediately. With just a glance, he saw 7 small swift boats whizzing towards them. They arrived at the front, back, and sides of their swift boat, surrounding them completely. Friends from Yin Yang sect, listen up. Stop the swift boat immediately. Otherwise, we'll destroy your boat and kill you. At this moment, a loud voice resonated from the small swift boat in front of the swift boat. The voice was filled with coldness as though it came from an ice cave. It made one's heart palpitate. No, no. At once, the Yin Yang sect's swift boat fell into chaos again. Humph. A cold snort resonated and suppressed the noise. It was the Yin Yang sect elder in front of the swift boat. He snorted and began to control the swift boat at the same time. After a while, the swift boat began to decelerate until it came to a stop. The swift boat that had just come to a stop began to freefall again. It fell from the sky and shocked many people on the swift boat so much that their faces changed drastically. It was only when the swift boat stopped falling that their faces relaxed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the swift boat came to a stop, a series of swift whizzing sounds resonated in the air. Numerous figures appeared at the front, back, and sides of the swift boat. It was a group of people dressed in black. Among these people, there were old men and middle-aged men. It's you guys again. Just when the people on the swift boat were on high alert, the two Yin Yang sect elders on the swift boat cried out in shock. The moment the two Yin Yang sect elders' words left their mouth, many people on the swift boat heaved a sigh of relief.
Based on the words of the two Yin-Yang sect elders, it was obvious that they had encountered these bandits before. Since the two Yin-Yang sect elders were still alive, it meant that these bandits did not have the ability to kill them. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and watched the scene before him with interest. He was also curious. How did these two Yin-Yang sect elders know this group of bandits? Elders, we meet again after half a year. I must say that we're really fated. Among the group of bandits standing at the edge of the swift boat, an old man in black who stood at the front of the swift boat looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders and smiled faintly. Who's fated with you? The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. Half a year ago, the three of us fought with the two of you. Although we were able to suppress the two of you, if this continued, even if we managed to kill the two of you, we would have suffered some losses as well. As if he could see the confusion on the people on the Yin-Yang sect swift boat, the old man in black said nonchalantly, "That time, we came to an agreement. Give us 1,000 high-grade origin stones, and we'll leave on our own. This time, I won't ask for too much. It's still 1,000 high-grade origin stones. What do you think?" After the old man in black finished speaking, he looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders. At this moment, the people finally understood why the two Yin-Yang sect elders did not die when they encountered these bandits in the past. It was because they had paid the toll. As if they were agreeing with the words of the old man in black, the other two old men beside him suddenly released two powerful auras. It was so oppressive that most of the people on the swift boat felt suffocated. Martial Monarch Powerhouse. At this moment, other than Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, everyone on the swift boat had a change of expression. Not only that, he's not an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. Among the people on the swift boat, there was no lack of insightful people. Their faces were extremely pale. The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned even paler. However, they did not reply to the bandit leader's words. Instead, their eyes landed on the back of the swift boat in unison. To be more precise, their eyes landed on a purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the bandit leader also looked at Duan Ling Tian with great interest. A gleam flashed across his eyes. Why are the two elders looking at me? Since we can spend money to avoid disaster, why do we have to fight to the death? Seeing the two Yin-Yang sect elders looking at him, Duan Ling Tian grinned. There are about 70 of us in this group. Each of us paid 30 high-grade origin stones to ride on this swift boat. In total, it's 2,000 high-grade origin stones. 1,000 high-grade origin stones is only half of what you've collected this time. Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Ling Tian's words were approved by most of the people on the swift boat. They nodded in agreement. You, the two Yin-Yang sect elders originally wanted to discuss with Duan Ling Tian to see if they could deal with this group of bandits together. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to say such a thing. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Although they did not think that Duan Ling Tian's group was more powerful than them. However, since Duan Ling Tian's group had the ability to destroy the gold-devouring organization, they might be able to suppress this group of bandits if they joined forces with them. What they did not expect was that Duan Ling Tian would be so spineless. The bandit leader originally had a fearful expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At such a critical moment, the two Yin-Yang sect elders had their eyes on him. He must not be a simple person. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, this little brother is really tactful. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Both elders should learn from this little brother. When the bandit leader reached the end of his sentence, he stared at the two Yin-Yang sect elders deeply. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Since I'm so tactful, shouldn't you give us a discount? For example, how about 50 high-grade origin stones less? Duan Ling Tian looked at the bandit leader and asked with a smile. How dare you? At once, many of the bandits' faces changed as they shouted angrily. Boy, how dare you bargain with our leader? Are you tired of living? Just when the group of bandits was getting agitated, the bandit leader raised his hand and silenced them. Interesting. The bandit leader and Duan Ling Tian looked at each other for a while. The smile that had disappeared from his face reappeared again. Then,
I'll give you face and charge you 50 high-grade origin stones less. Thank you. Chapter 1131. Although the Yin Yang sect elders were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, they had no choice but to hand over 950 high-grade origin stones obediently. Elders, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After the bandit leader received the high-grade origin stones, he looked at the two Yin Yang sect elders with a smile on his face. He looked extremely friendly, as if he was a friend of the latter. Hearing the bandit leader's words, the two Yin Yang sect elders were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their faces were flushed, and their chests rose and fell like bellows. They could not calm down for a long time. Young man, farewell. Following that, the bandit leader glanced at Duanling Tian, who closed his eyes and ignored the surroundings. After that, he led the group of bandits back to their small swift boat and flew away. At the same time, the Yin Yang sect's swift boat regained its peace. Apart from Duanling Tian, who sat there with his eyes closed, and Feng Tianwu, who sat quietly beside Duanling Tian, the rest of the people present, including Xueqi, could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. Now, the rain was finally over. Young master, can you tell what the cultivation base of those bandits are? Xueqi asked softly as he looked at Duanling Tian. In his eyes, his young master had a unique vision. He could often accurately see through a person's cultivation base. With their strength, if Tian Wu and I did not make a move, we would definitely lose, even if you helped those two old men. Duanling Tian answered Xueqi sideways. Then, Xueqi was puzzled. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duanling Tian. You want to ask me why I didn't make a move, right? Yes. Xueqi nodded. Since they can solve the problem with origin stones, why should I make a move? Don't tell me that I can still earn those 1,000 high-grade origin stones if I make a move? Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at Xueqi when he reached the end of his sentence. Xueqi was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that his young master would think this way. He immediately smiled bitterly to himself. Young master is young master. His thoughts are never something that I can understand. At this moment, the faces of the two Yin Yang sect elders were still as gloomy as ever. One of them went back to the front of the swift boat and started it up. Whoosh! The flying boat broke through the air and continued its journey. I'm sure everyone saw what happened just now. At this moment, another Yin Yang sect elder who was not controlling the swift boat looked around and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words left the Yin Yang sect elder's mouth, many people's expressions changed. Don't tell me you want us to fork out the 950 high-grade primordial stones? Soon, someone guessed with an ugly expression. Wouldn't it be too ridiculous for us to contribute? It's obvious that they don't have the ability to protect us, which is why they have to pay the toll fee to the bandits. Many people looked dissatisfied and angry. If there was anyone present who was relatively calm, it would be Duanling Tian. The faint indifference on Duanling Tian's face made it seem as if he had expected this to happen. Humph! The Yin Yang sect elder snorted coldly. After his thunderous voice drowned out the noise in the swift boat, he said in a deep voice, all of you are only paying the transportation fee for riding our Yin Yang sect's swift boat to the inner land. What you just paid is the fee for your survival. If you don't pay, not only us, but all of you will die too. Who dares to deny this? When the Yin Yang sect elder reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of anger in his tone. For a moment, the entire swift boat was silent. Although many people were still angry, they did not dare to say anything now for fear of angering the Yin Yang sect elder in front of them. Elder, how much does each of us have to pay? Someone asked, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. I've calculated. There's a total of 73 people on the swift boat. Everyone just has to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones. The Yin Yang sect elder said. 73 people? No one had to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones? For a moment, many people's expressions changed. If they really paid, not only would they pay the toll that they paid to the bandits earlier, but the Yin Yang sect elder would also earn over 100 high-grade primordial stones. Many people wanted to say something, but they immediately noticed the Yin-Yang sect elders' sharp gaze that swept over them. Each and every one of them was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost, completely deflated. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into a dead silence. "Elder, I don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones with me." A sudden voice broke the dead silence in the swift boat. It was a middle-aged man who said to the Yin-Yang sect elder helplessly, "You don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones? Are you sure?" The Yin-Yang sect elder's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked sternly, "Elder, I really don't have that many high-grade primordial stones. If you don't believe me, I can remove the ownership of the spatial ring and show you." As the middle-aged man spoke, he was about to take off the spatial ring on his finger. "There's no need." The Yin-Yang sect elder opened his mouth to stop him. "There's no need." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought the Yin-Yang sect elder pitied him and did not intend to take his share of high-grade primordial stones. However, was there such a good thing in the world? The answer was no. Just when he was about to express his gratitude, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. When he took a closer look, was that not the Yin-Yang sect elder? Before he could react, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his lower abdomen. It was so painful that he did not even have the time to scream before he completely lost consciousness. Bang! At the same time, a loud sound reverberated in the air, causing the group of people in the swift boat to look over. The scene before their eyes caused horror to appear on their faces. They saw the Yin-Yang sect elder casually destroying the middle-aged man's dantian with a punch. When the middle-aged man fainted from the pain, he grabbed his arm and threw him out of the swift boat. When the middle-aged man was thrown out of the swift boat, he was instantly awakened by the piercing wind. When he realized what was going on, he was already falling toward the surface of the Xueqi River. Ah! All the people in the swift boat heard was a short-lived scream that came to an abrupt end. At once, the swift boat fell into a dead silence again. Cold sweat broke out on many people's foreheads. What a good move! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Yin-Yang sect elder, who threw the middle-aged man out of the swift boat with interest. He could tell that the Yin-Yang sect elder did it on purpose. His ulterior motive was not in the wine. As expected, after the Yin-Yang sect elder's deterrence, the remaining people completely lost their temper. One by one, they handed over the high-grade origin stones obediently. After a while, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the old man who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian and the other 2 had not handed over their origin stones. Seeing the Yin-Yang sect elder walking over, the old man hurriedly took out 15 high-grade origin stones and was about to hand them over. Wait a minute. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to stop the old man. Ha! The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. "Elder, I saved 50 high-grade origin stones for you earlier. The 4 of us shouldn't have to hand it over, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at the Yin-Yang sect elder. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before the Yin-Yang sect elder could respond, the people on the swift boat burst into an uproar. He bargained with the bandit leader just now so that he doesn't have to hand over the high-grade origin stones now? He already guessed that the Yin-Yang sect elder would ask us to hand over the high-grade origin stones? What a terrifying person! At that time, he still has the time to think about these things. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Yin-Yang sect elder ignored it as though he did not hear him at all. He continued to look at the man. "Are you sure you don't want to hand it over?" "I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over." Seeing the cold gleam in the Yin-Yang sect elder's eyes, the old man panicked. He hurriedly handed over the 15 high-grade origin stones in his hand. It was only when the old man handed over the origin stones that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His face darkened. He did not expect this Yin-Yang sect elder to be so greedy. He had already said so much, but he still wanted to force the old man to hand over the high-grade origin stones. "The 3 of you. 45 high-grade origin stones." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yin-Yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 again and said calmly. Although his tone was calm, There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. 45 high-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian looked at the Yin Yang sect elder who was just inches away from him and sneered. Is there something wrong with your ears? I've already said that I've already saved you 50 high-grade origin stones. That's a separate matter. Now, everyone has handed it over except for the three of you? Do you think that's possible? The Yin Yang sect elder sneered as well. A terrifying gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he would attack Duan Lingtian and the other two at any moment. That was exactly what he had in mind. He had long wanted to kill the three people in front of him and snatch the wealth left behind by the gold-devouring organization. It was just that he could not find an opportunity or an excuse to do so. After all, if he had killed the three of them earlier, it would undoubtedly be telling everyone that the Yin Yang sect was intentionally condoning the gold-devouring organization scams. If that was the case, the Yin Yang sect's image and reputation would definitely be destroyed. However, it was different now. He had found an opportunity and an excuse. Right now, he could not wait for the three of them to refuse to hand over the 45 high-grade origin stones. In that case, he would have an excuse to kill the three of them and throw them out of the swift boat. Don't be too greedy as a person. You must know when to stop. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice, and it was obvious that he was enraged. Refused to hand it over? The Yin Yang sect elder laughed. He laughed wantonly. He had finally found his chance. Just when the Yin Yang sect elder standing in front of Duan Lingtian was about to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in his hand before throwing Duan Lingtian out of the swift boat. Damn it! Chapter 1132. Bandits. At once, the entire swift boat fell into a state of panic again. Is it the group of bandits that just left and returned? Someone asked immediately. It's another group of bandits. The Yin Yang sect elder standing at the front of the swift boat said with a grave expression. Another group of bandits? At once, the expressions of the people on the swift boat changed drastically. They felt that they were really unlucky. How long had it been? To encounter two groups of bandits consecutively? Humph. Consider yourself lucky. The other Yin Yang sect elder who was looking at Duan Lingtian glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely before he turned around and approached the other Yin Yang sect elder at the front of the swift boat. Right now, he did not have the time to be calculative with Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not panic because of the Yin Yang sect elder's anger at all. Neither did he panic because of the group of bandits that had just arrived. Little brother, if we can survive this time, you better hand over your upper-grade origin stones. At this moment, the old man nearby looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. We can't afford to offend the Yin Yang sect people. There's no need to lose your life just because of a moment of anger. Senior, no matter when, I'll never agree to an unreasonable request. Duan Lingtian grinned and said nonchalantly. The old man was speechless. At that moment, he could only think to himself, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. This group of bandits only have 4 small swift boats? Xueqi's voice resonated at the right time. His gaze landed in front of him and he saw the 4 small swift boats that were flying towards them rapidly. At this moment, many people saw them as well. Only 4 small swift boats? Looks like it's a small group of bandits. They don't even have as many people as the group of bandits just now. Such a small group. The 2 Yin Yang sect elders should be able to deal with it, right? Many people discussed among themselves. Their words were filled with contempt for the bandits in the 4 small swift boats. However, many people, including Duan Lingtian and the 2 Yin Yang sect elders, did not think so. In their opinion, if there was a powerful bandit among the bandits, even if there was only a small flying boat, it would be enough to destroy them easily. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected, and the competition between martial artists didn't rely on numbers to obtain victory. For example, if 10 void transformation martial artists were to encounter a martial emperor, the latter would be able to slaughter the former in a few breaths. They were both martial artists at the void transformation stage.
An expert at the peak of the emptiness realm could also easily reap the lives of many low-level emptiness transformation realm martial artists.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
A moment later, 4 small flying boats arrived and surrounded the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat, one in the front and one in the back, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat stopped as well. Although the group of bandits didn't request for the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat to stop, they still didn't dare to do so. However, given the current situation, it was useless even if the flying boat didn't stop. Once the enemy attacked the flying boat, everyone on the flying boat would still have to stay. He might as well be tactful and take the initiative to stop. That way, he could prevent the flying boat from being destroyed.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Just as the flying boat came to a stop, a series of wind-whistling sound resonated. Before most people could react, 4 figures appeared out of thin air above the flying boat. An old man in a golden robe stood at the front of the flying boat. The old man stood in the air as though he was one with heaven and earth, giving off an invisible pressure. On both sides of the flying boat, there was a silver-robed old man standing in the air. The 2 silver-robed old men had one thing in common. They looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twin brothers. Just by standing there, they gave off an oppressive feeling as well. Although it was not as oppressive as the golden-robed old man, it was not far off. A middle-aged man in a copper robe stood at the back of the flying boat. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the flying boat and finally landed on a red figure. What a beautiful woman! Naturally, the person he had his eyes on was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty was enough to topple a nation. It was enough to make any man's heart flutter. In an instant, greed and lust rose in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brothers, from today onward, all of you have a sister-in-law. The middle-aged man in the copper robe spoke, breaking the silent and solemn atmosphere on the flying boat. At this moment, in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe, it seemed as though only Feng Tianwu and his other 3 companions were left in the world. As for the others, he chose to ignore them.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the other 2 silver-robed old men followed the middle-aged man's gaze and landed on Feng Tianwu. 3 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. What a peerless beauty! The golden-robed old man praised. Such a beauty is indeed worthy of our 4th brother. One of the silver-robed old men said. I can't believe there's such a beauty in the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat. 4th brother, you're really lucky this time. The other silver-robed old man laughed. Ha. Upon hearing the 3 old men's words, the middle-aged man in the copper robe laughed proudly. However, at this moment, he did not notice. Beside the red-clothed woman he had taken a fancy to, the purple-clothed youth looked at him with narrowed eyes that were filled with dense killing intent. Seeing that someone dared to profane his young master's woman, his future young mistress, Xueqi was instantly enraged. His sturdy body trembled, and he was about to explode. I'll kill him. A cold voice entered Xueqi's ears and stopped him. At the same time, Feng Tianwu stood up. Her red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. It was like a ball of fire that was burning fiercely. As it burned, it rose into the air and emitted a scorching aura. The aura rolled and turned into a scorching airwave that set off a scorching wind. It made everyone on the flying boat feel as though they were in a volcano. Haha. 4th brother, it seems like your future wife has a bad temper. She's not that easy to control. One of the silver-robed old men teased. If she's easy to control, what's the difference between her and those ordinary women? I like this kind of woman. She's so tasty. The copper-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. When he looked at Feng Tianwu again, his eyes shone even brighter. At the same time, the copper robe on his body began to flutter. You're the 4 Southern River bandits. Just when Feng Tianwu and the copper-robed middle-aged man were about to break out into a fight, an exclamation resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who exclaimed was one of the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at the golden-robed old man in front of him as though he had just seen a ghost. S4 Southern River bandits? At the same time, the other Yin-Yang sect elder's face changed completely as well. There was even a hint of despair in his eyes.
4 Southern River Bandits? What's that? Why do the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders have such a big reaction?
I've never heard of them before. However, they must be very powerful.
Otherwise, the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders wouldn't have lost their composure like this. That's right. Even when they were facing the group of bandits earlier, the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders didn't react like this. It seems like these 4 bandits are even more powerful than the group of bandits earlier.
Then what should we do?
Upon seeing the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders' expressions, horror dawned on the people on the swift boat.
Despair began to spread among them and was out of control.
The 4 Southern River Bandits.
Don't tell me it's them.
Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have recalled something as horror dawned on his face. What? You've heard of them? At once, many people looked at the middle-aged man. If they're really the 4 Southern River Bandits, then none of us will be able to survive today. The middle-aged man's face turned grave as he muttered. The 4 Southern River Bandits are the top bandit groups in the south of Xueqi River. Among them, Gold Bandit is a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The 2 Silver Bandit are at the 5th-level martial monarch stage and the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Even the weakest one, Copper Bandit, is at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his body began to tremble violently out of fear. Gold Bandit, Silver Bandit, Copper Bandit. The people on the swift boat glanced at the golden-robed old man, the silver-robed old man, and the copper-robed middle-aged man with horror in their eyes. You must be the Yin-Yang sect elders, right? Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered us, the 4 bandits. The golden-robed old man was none other than Gold Bandit. He glanced at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh. When the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders saw Gold Bandit looking at them and saying such words, horror dawned on them immediately. One of the Yin-Yang sect elders said in horror, Senior Gold Bandit, today is your brother's good day. Please show mercy. We're willing to hand over all of our origin stones. Good day? Gold Bandit was stunned. That's right. Didn't your brother take a fancy to that girl? She is a rare beauty, and for your younger brother to be able to marry her, it is truly the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. The other Yin-Yang sect elder said in a panic. When he reached this point, he glanced at the red-clad girl who was confronting the copper-robed middle-aged man, Copper Bandit. The red-clad girl was none other than Feng Tianwu. Upon hearing the Yin-Yang sect elder's words, Feng Tianwu's cold face was covered with a layer of frost once again. She exuded an icy aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Her pair of autumn eyes gleamed with a cold gleam as though she was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His extremely cold eyes stared at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders as though he was looking at 2 dead men. Unknowingly, he had already clenched his fists. At this moment, many people on the swift boat looked at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders with disdain. They did not expect this at all. In order to survive, these 2 Yin-Yang sect elders would actually use a girl as a shield. Of course, there were also many people who looked at Gold Bandit anxiously, hoping that he would let them go. Humph. Do you mean that my 4th brother doesn't deserve her? Chapter 1133. No, of course not. When the Yin-Yang sect elder saw Gold Thug's piercing gaze sweeping towards him, horror dawned on his face as he hurriedly shook his head. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to express his opinion. Whoosh! Gold Thug disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of him when he reappeared. Boom! A gush of vast energy gushed out of Gold Thug's body like a tidal wave. It drowned the Yin-Yang sect elder before he could even react. At once, the Yin-Yang sect elder did not even have the time to scream before he was completely obliterated and turned into dust. All that was left was a spatial ring that slowly fell from the sky. A 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was instantly killed. This was the strength of a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the swift boat, other than Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 of the 4 Southern River thugs, had a change of expression on their faces as fear filled their eyes. Especially the other Yin-Yang sect elder. When he saw Gold Thug killing his companion and grabbing his companion's spatial ring in his hand, he no longer dared to hesitate. Run! He moved his body and fled out of the swift boat immediately. However, would he be able to escape? Profundity aside, his origin energy as a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was weaker than a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist by 2,000 ancient horned dragon's strength. With such a difference in strength, how could he possibly escape from a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? Boom! Without any suspense, the remaining Yin-Yang sect elder was instantly killed by Gold Thug as well. He followed in his companion's footsteps, and the spatial ring he left behind after his death was also in Gold Thug's hands. Run! Run! Seeing the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders being killed in just a blink of an eye, the remaining people turned pale and scattered in all directions. Although they were not sure if they could escape or not. However, they knew about it. If they did not escape, they would definitely die. As some of them left the swift boat and were swallowed by the powerful gravitational force of the Xueqi River, they lost all signs of life. The remaining people turned pale, and only then did they remember how terrifying the Xueqi River was. For a moment, the group of panicked people stayed obediently in the flying boat. They looked at the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs who were glaring at them in despair. Duan Lingtian and Xiong were the only ones who did not make any movements in the airship. You are qualified to be my woman. Just as the atmosphere in the flying boat was somewhat silent, a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was Copper Fiend, one of the 4 devils of Hunan, talking to Feng Tianwu. However, what responded to him was Feng Tianwu's clean sword strike. Whoosh! The 5-foot-long red flexible sword was like a fiery red spirit snake. Raging crimson flames erupted from its body and transformed into a fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Tong Sha. At the same time, wherever the fire dragon passed, there would be a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. After the airflow in the air was compressed, it suddenly rebounded, gushing out waves of scorching air. For a moment, the people in the swift boat were swept away by the scorching hot wind again. However, none of them were in the mood to pay attention to this, let alone watch the battle between Feng Tianwu and Tong Sha. At this moment, they were looking at the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs in the distance anxiously. Their lives were now in the hands of these 3 people. If the 3 of them wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Don't worry, before my 4th brother tames his future wife, we won't attack any of you. We'd like you to be our 4th brother's witnesses. At this moment, the Gold Thug spoke. His voice was filled with joy. That's right. The 2 silver thugs nodded. Similar to the Gold Thug, their eyes were fixed on Tong Sha and Feng Tianwu who were fighting. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. This sister-in-law is really amazing. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she has already comprehended the powerful fire profundity and sword profundity. One of the silver thugs said in shock after watching for a while. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she's able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it to form an ancient black dragon's energy. With such strength, she's most likely not human. The other silver thug said. It doesn't matter if she's human or not, as long as 4th brother likes her. The Gold Thug said. While the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs were chatting casually, the people in the swift boat were suffering. However, when they realized that they would not die so soon, they followed the Gold Thug and the other 2's gazes and looked at the man and woman who were fighting. The red-clad woman moved like a flame. Every time she moved, she seemed to vanish into thin air before their eyes. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling that was short-lived resounded in their ears like thunder. The copper-robed middle-aged man held a pair of maces with both hands. When he moved, he waved the maces in the air like a gust of wind. As he waved the maces, it seemed to form an inescapable net that enveloped the red-clad woman. There was an ancient black dragon silhouette and thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above their heads. How powerful! I didn't expect her to be so powerful. That's right. This woman is really amazing to be able to fight with Copper Thug and not be at a disadvantage. What a pity. Copper Thug is the weakest among the 4 Southern River thugs. Even if she can fight with him, she can't defeat the other 3 thugs and can't save us. The group of people who were originally praising Feng Tianwu were all like frosted eggplants at the end of their speech, completely dejected. Young master, can Miss Tian Wu defeat him? Xueqi looked at the battle solemnly. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he could vaguely see the swift movements of the two figures. Of course she can. Duan Ling Tian, who was also watching the battle, nodded with certainty. The copper-robed middle-aged man was Copper Thug. His cultivation base was at the third-level martial monarch stage. When his origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the Grade 1 spirit weapon in his hand, he could amplify the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, he had also comprehended a third-level monarch stage profundity and two ninth-level void transformation concepts. The former was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, the strength contained in the two maces that he wielded was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Tian Wu's cultivation base is at the first-level martial monarch stage. Her origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword amplifies the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the fourth-level monarch stage fire profundity and fourth-level monarch stage sword profundity that she comprehended, it's equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. If she unleashes her full strength, she can unleash the strength of an ancient black dragon and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Tong Sha, she's about 500 ancient horned dragons stronger. When everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu and Tong Sha, Duan Ling Tian saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Tong Sha's head clearly. He could see it. The difference was only 500 ancient horned dragons' strength. In addition, Tong Sha had comprehended the third-level monarch stage water profundity which could subdue Tian Wu. It was difficult for Tian Wu to win in a head-on battle. She could only wait for an opportunity. An opportunity to kill in one strike. Therefore she was fighting with Tong Sha on purpose. Haha. Fourth brother, don't tell me you can't even handle your future wife? Gold Thug laughed. That's right. Fourth brother. If you can't handle my sister-in-law and need my help, just let me know. That's right. However, the most I can do is to help you now. On the wedding night, if you can't handle her, I won't be able to help even if I want to. The other two silver thugs teased. Tong Sha was so angry that his face flushed red. His attacks became even more ferocious, suppressing Feng Tianwu to the point that she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Duan Ling Tian heard the three silver thugs' words clearly. It made Duan Ling Tian's face turn even gloomier. Whoosh! In the end, he could no longer hold it in and stood up abruptly. His actions startled Xueqi, causing him to stand up as well. Just when the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body was rolling and was about to burst out, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A short-lived sword howl suddenly rang out. Compared to the previous sword howl, this one was even more condensed and swift. Fourth brother. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard Gold Thug and the two silver thugs' sorrowful cries. Duan Ling Tian looked over again. Slash. Feng Tian Wu finally found an opportunity. She thrust her sword and sent it into Tong Sha's chest as if she was assisted by the gods. She flew past like a phoenix. In the next moment, Tong Sha's body was split into two and burned to ashes. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this. She killed Tong Sha? Everyone in the swift boat was stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief, but soon, their expressions changed completely. Gold Thug and Silver Thug will never let her off for doing this. After everyone reacted, they looked at Feng Tianwu with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu was only slightly stronger than Tong Sha. It was impossible for her to be a match for any of the three strongest of the four Southern River thugs. Not to mention facing all three of them at the same time. Just as they expected, Gold Thug and Silver Thug watched Tong Sha being killed. While they stood rooted to the ground, a raging milky white flame rose from their bodies. 3 pairs of eyes were dyed red in an instant. Terrifying killing intent flickered in their eyes as if they were about to devour someone. Bitch, you killed my fourth brother. I want you to pay with your life. One of the silver thugs cried out in sorrow and charged toward Feng Tianwu.
While he was still on his way, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head underwent a drastic change. The 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons quickly disappeared and turned into an ancient black dragon silhouette and many other ancient horned dragons. As a narrow saber appeared in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. In the end, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon and over 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were formed. 4th level martial monarch stage. 4th level martial monarch stage profundity. 2 9th level void transformation concepts. A grade 2 spirit saber. And this was the silver fiend who was relatively weak. Chapter 1134. Bas. A saber light that skyrocketed flashed out from Silver Fiend's hand, and it carried a might that could split a mountain. It emitted a clear and ear-piercing saber cry as it slashed down towards Feng Tianwu, who stood in the distance. Die! Just as the saber gleam was about to strike, the silver thug's eyes gleamed coldly as he roared. At that moment, many people in the swift boat closed their eyes. They all felt that Feng Tianwu was dead for sure, and they couldn't bear to see the scene of Feng Tianwu dying. However, they quickly opened their eyes again because they did not hear the sound of anything being slashed by the silver thug's saber. They were deeply puzzled about this. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. Gosh, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a purple figure stood in front of the silver thug who had just attacked. He held the grade 2 spirit saber firmly in one hand. At the same time, the saber gleam that was shot out from the grade 2 spirit saber was suppressed until it retracted back into the spirit saber and dissipated. How is this possible? The silver thug was dumbfounded as he looked at the young man in purple, who grabbed the grade 2 spirit saber in his hand without any effort. In fact, he was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Other than Feng Tianwu and Xueqi, everyone in the swift boat, including the gold thug and the other silver thug, was dumbfounded. Feng Tianwu stood far away and looked at the purple figure with his back facing her. Her eyes flashed with gentleness. Every time she was in danger, he would appear. As long as he was around, she would feel at ease. Third brother, be careful. Soon, the gold thug reacted. His expression changed drastically as his body moved like the wind and shot toward the purple figure standing in front of the silver thug. However, could he make it in time? Boom. The moment the gold thug made his move, Duan Lingtian shook his hand and shook the grade 2 spirit saber away from the silver thug's hand. He slammed his palm on the silver thug's chest. Fused to Upanishad. At the same time, a 5-colored energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's hand and landed on the silver thug's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It shattered the silver thug's internal organs and sent him flying. Silver thug was sent flying in the direction where gold thug was rushing towards. He was caught by gold thug, who had an ugly expression on his face. Third brother. Third brother. Gold thug stared at silver thug, who was no longer breathing in his arms. His eyes were about to pop out of his head. Ah! At this moment, the other silver fiend let out a cry of grief. The death of his twin brother was like a knife that cut into his heart, causing him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Boom! When Silver Thug, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat and whose eyes were bloodshot, finally regained his senses, the milky white flame that was transformed from his origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow. Subsequently, his entire body flashed out like a cannonball that had left the barrel as he swiftly shot towards Duan Ling Tian. Wang. Just like his twin brother, he used a saber as well. It was a grade 2 spirit saber. Due to his twin brother's death, he had completely lost his mind. He did not even think about whether he could kill Duan Ling Tian with his ability. There was only one thought left in his mind. He had to kill this purple-clad young man to avenge his brother. Second brother. When Gold Thug snapped out of his grief, he saw his second brother attacking the purple-clad young man. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Gold Thug moved at an extreme speed and charged towards his second brother, intending to save him. Boom! Finally, the saber in Silver Thug's hand landed on Duan Lingtian's body. As a 5th-level martial monarch, his ability was much more powerful than his twin brother.
He could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons with all his might. Wang. The saber that contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons was earth-shattering as soon as it landed. At this moment, everyone in the swift boat could feel the sharp saber chi that was charging towards them. They could not help but shudder. Of course, only a handful of people in the swift boat could see Silver Thug's movements clearly. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could barely see him clearly. However, when they saw that Duan Ling Tian did not dodge Silver Thug's saber, they could not help but feel anxious. Although they had seen Duan Ling Tian take the attack of the gold-devouring organization's leader head-on previously, they could not help but feel anxious. However, when the strength of the gold-devouring organization's leader was compared to that of the Silver Demon, the difference was like heaven and earth. They were simply not on the same level. Silver Thug's saber contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons? In the blink of an eye, some sharp-eyed people saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Silver Thug's head. Their eyes narrowed and their faces were filled with shock. Whoosh! Soon, Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan sighed in relief. This was because they clearly saw that when Silver Thug's saber was about to hit Duan Ling Tian disappeared into thin air. Dragons soaring 9 heavens. When he felt the swift and fierce saber chi that assaulted his face, Duan Ling Tian executed his movement technique at the first possible moment, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile divine dragon that flashed as he moved. Other than dodging to the side, he also made a turn and went behind Silver Thug. Boom! Another casual slap took Silver Thug's life. At this point, 3 of Hunan's 4 thugs were dead. Only Gold Thug was left. Who exactly are you? Gold Thug, who did not manage to save Silver Thug in time, stopped halfway and asked Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression. However, Duan Ling Tian only responded with one action. With a shake of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. I don't care who you are. I'll kill you today to avenge my 3 brothers. Gold Thug's face turned even more gloomy when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was ignoring him. A sword appeared in his hand as well. It was a sword with flowing light revolving around it. A grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the sword in Gold Thug's hand. However, he was no exception. No matter what, Gold Thug was still a 6th-level martial monarch. It would be too shabby if he did not even have a grade 1 spirit weapon. You want to avenge your brothers? Let's see if you're capable of doing so. This time, Duan Ling Tian finally responded to Gold Thug. If one observed closely, one could see that there was an unusual excitement in the depth of his eyes. Ever since he possessed this strength, Duan Ling Tian had never fought with all his might. This was because the opponents he had encountered in the past were all martial artists who were weaker than him. The Gold Thug before him was a 6th-level martial monarch. He was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. In terms of strength, he was on par with him. If he did not use all his strength, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Gold Thug. Because of this, he was very excited. This was because he could finally fight with all his might. The moment he thought of this, his blood began to boil. I'll show you soon. Gold Thug was not afraid in the face of Duan Ling Tian's provocation. The golden robe on his body fluttered, and the milky white flames on his body rapidly changed as well. In the swift boat, the people who were initially in despair felt hopeful when they saw Duan Ling Tian killing the 2 silver thugs one after another. The hope of survival. If there was a chance to survive, who would not want to live a good life? At this moment, all of them secretly wished that this mysterious purple-clad young man would be able to kill Gold Thug and save them from the sea of fire. He's actually so powerful? No wonder he dares to go against the Yin Yang sect's elders. The old man who was sitting near Duan Ling Tian, the old man who had kindly warned Duan Ling Tian at the Ruoshui riverside, was now staring at the purple figure who was standing in the air in a confrontation with Gold Thug. He was dumbstruck. Young master. Xiong Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian in excitement. He clenched his fists tightly. As for Feng Tianwu, she stood quietly at the side. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. The frost on her beautiful face had also melted a little. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd,
Gold Thug, who had already prepared himself, disappeared into thin air before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as if he had never appeared. Boom, 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 boom. However, the continuous sound of air exploding, as well as the gusts of wind blowing in their faces, seemed to be telling them, "What's going on?" Gold Thug did not disappear. Instead, his speed was too fast for their naked eyes to capture. Before they could wrap their heads around it, they realized that the other purple figure had also disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky began to stir and gather continuously. The heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. The crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, two short-lived sword whistles sounded almost at the same time. Then they stopped abruptly. Smack, smack. Two soft sounds were heard. The front and back of the swift boat were sliced off by the extremely fast sword gleams. Fortunately, the key parts of the swift boat were not damaged. Otherwise, the swift boat would not be able to continue floating. It might even fall into the Xueqi riverside and turn into ashes. In the crowd's eyes, the purple figure and the gold figure appeared and disappeared before their eyes in the next moment. Their speed was so fast that it made them tremble with fear. He's actually evenly matched with Gold Thug. Is he a level 6 martial monarch powerhouse as well? Many people were dumbfounded. Soon after, they lifted their heads and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gathering in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed separately. It belonged to Duanling Tian and Gold Thug respectively. Gold Thugs appeared first. When he attacked, he activated the heaven and earth energy and gathered 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. In other words, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons with his full strength. He was at the 6th level martial monarch stage and possessed a grade 1 spirit sword. Regardless of the profundity that he had comprehended, he could unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horn dragons. A 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horn dragons. Chapter 1135. Apart from that, Gold Thug had also comprehended 2 profundities and 1 concept. 6th level monarch stage profundity, 1st level monarch stage profundity, and 9th level void transformation concept. The former was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons and 1,000 ancient horn dragons respectively. Together with his origin energy and spirit weapon, Gold Thug could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons if he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of swords whistling could be heard above the swift boat. The purple and golden silhouettes that appeared from time to time subconsciously shifted the battle to the sky. His strength is even more powerful than Gold Thug's. At this moment, an exclamation was heard. The people in the swift boat looked at the sky and realized that the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared later was the silhouettes of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horn dragons. This was the strength of the purple-clad young man who was fighting Gold Thug, Duanling Tian. 1st level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 20,000 ancient black dragons. 2nd level martial monarch stage origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horn dragons. With the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it increased to the strength of 6,000 ancient horn dragons. His strength is 1,000 ancient horn dragons more powerful than Gold Thug, but he doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Very soon, many people noticed this. Gold Thug is the leader of Hunan's 4 thugs. He's been through more than 10,000 battles in his life. His battle experience and techniques have reached the point of perfection. Some of the more experienced people mumbled. Even so, isn't this too much? That's a difference of 1,000 ancient horn dragons' strength. How can he just ignore it? Many people were shocked. In their opinion, this was just too unbelievable. Young master doesn't seem to be using his full strength? Xueqi mumbled as he watched the 2 silhouettes that kept crossing each other. Touchstone.
Feng Tianwu also opened her mouth slightly, which was rare for her. It was just like what Feng Tianwu had said. Duan Lingtian was using Gold Thug as his touchstone. Although he had killed a few martial emperors since he had obtained this power, those martial emperors were much weaker than him. It was difficult for them to fight against him. Today, Gold Thug's strength was enough to threaten him. Naturally, that was only if Duan Lingtian did not use the sword profundity. Until now, he had only used his origin energy, fused profundity, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He had yet to use his first-level monarch stage sword profundity. However, after a fierce battle, he also realized his own shortcomings. Gold Thug's combat experience and techniques were far superior to his. Gold Thug had cultivated every martial skill, be it a movement martial skill, an offensive martial skill, or a defensive martial skill, to perfection. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 3 martial skills ought to be high-grade heaven-rank martial skills. Defeating me by 1,000 ancient horned dragons and coming to a draw with me. Trash. Gold Thug said disdainfully after separating from Duan Lingtian again. His tone was filled with disdain and mockery. Although he said so, there was still a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Fortunately, his opponent's combat technique and experience were far inferior to his. Otherwise, the difference of 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength would be enough to doom him eternally. Is that so? Soon, a cold voice entered Gold Thug's ears. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. When Gold Thug turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian shaking the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was about to perform a sword skill that he had never used before. What's going on? The moment Gold Thug saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet and rushing to his head. He had been wandering in the southern area of Xueqi River for many years and had developed a sharp instinct. This instinct had saved his life many times, so he had always believed in it. He held back earlier? Gold Thug's face turned grave. 9 dragons radiant flash. Finally, Duan Lingtian made his move. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand swept across the sky and instantly released 9 sword rays. The sword rays pierced through the sky and transformed into 9 lifelike divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and 18 ultimate radiant flashes were shot out, aiming at Gold Thug's vital points. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes were enough to cover Gold Thug's vital points from head to toe. Whoosh! Gold Thug's expression changed. He was sure that his opponent had not used his full strength earlier. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the origin energy in his body and performed a defensive martial skill. A defensive light shield rose from his body and enveloped him. Not only that, but the sword in his hand also swept out like the wind and pointed at the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were flying toward him. As for his movement martial skill, he did not perform it. It was not that he did not want to perform it, but it was too late. The speed of the 18 ultimate radiant flashes had exceeded his range of dodging. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes swept toward Gold Thug like rain. Although Gold Thug blocked 12 of them, the remaining 6 penetrated his body. Naturally, Gold Thug blocked the ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his vital points. He was helpless and could only choose to let go of the remaining 6 ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his legs. In an instant, 3 bloody holes were left on each of his legs. Both of his legs were crippled just like that. Although this would not cause him to lose his life, nor would it affect his strength, he was still afraid. What if all 18 of his opponent's ultimate radiant flashes were aimed at his vital points the next time? Would he be lucky enough to survive? Amazing! What a powerful sword skill. So he's been holding back all this while. I was wondering how he could be evenly matched with Gold Thug since he has the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The people in the swift boat had a bright smile on their faces when they saw Gold Thug's legs were crippled in an instant. They knew. This time they had escaped a calamity. So, he's so powerful. To think that I reminded him at the Xueqi riverside. It was unnecessary. The old man standing in the crowd sighed. Young master. A bright smile appeared on Xueqi's face. Feng Tianwu stood there quietly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sir, I admit that I'm no match for you. You didn't lose anything today. Why don't we stop here and I'll give you all the wealth that I've accumulated over the years. Gold Thug, whose legs were crippled, was extremely pale. He wanted to make peace with Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, make peace was just a way to put it. At this moment he was afraid. He was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. He knew that if he continued, not only would he not be able to escape, but he would also be killed by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Won't your wealth be mine if I kill you? Duan Ling Tian smiled. It was a smile of disdain and mockery. The wealth in my spatial ring is only 1/10 of my total wealth. If you kill me, you'll lose a huge amount of wealth that I've stored elsewhere. Gold Thug said calmly without any change in his expression when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Is that so? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face grew brighter. This is my first time hearing that. A bloody bandit would store his wealth elsewhere. Don't tell me you don't have enough spatial rings? That shouldn't be the case, right? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he studied the Gold Thug with interest. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through Gold Thug's heart. At this moment, Gold Thug could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, he did not store his wealth elsewhere. All of his wealth was stored in his storage ring because, in his opinion, that was the safest place for him to be. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect that there would be someone like the purple-clad young man in front of him on the swift boat that he thought he had the confidence to rob. His strength was so strong that he could barely breathe. Right now, his life was in his opponent's hands. Do you want to live? Just when Gold Thug was feeling disheartened and was wondering if he should sacrifice himself and fight to the death, a clear voice entered his ears. You're willing to let me go? Gold Thug shuddered when he heard the voice. He looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. He could tell that the person who asked him was this purple-clad young man in front of him. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. Why would he be willing to die if he could live? I can let you go. Duan Ling Tian studied Gold Thug from head to toe and nodded in all seriousness. Thank you, thank you. Gold Thug thanked him hurriedly. He forced a smile on his old face. It was a smile of surviving a disaster. You can thank me after you agree to my conditions. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. When Gold Thug saw the devilish smile, he felt goosebumps all over his body. At the same time, he felt anxious. That was right. Since the other party was willing to let him go, there must be a condition. At that moment, he made up his mind. No matter what the other party's conditions were, he would fulfill them even if he had to give up all the wealth he had plundered in his life. In his opinion, everything else was meaningless. Everything else was just floating clouds. Only life was the most important. As long as he was still alive with his strength, he would be able to earn back all the wealth he had now. It was so quiet on the swift boat that the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Gold Thug was heard by everyone on the swift boat. Horror dawned on most of them. This purple-clad young man had the intention to let Gold Thug go? Was he not letting the tiger return to the mountain? Of course, no matter how many people wanted to stop the purple-clad young man, no one dared to make a sound. This was because they owed their lives to this purple-clad young man. They had no right to criticize him. Young master? Xueqi was confused. He had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was trying to do. Feng Tianwu was the only one who remained calm. It was as if she could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. What's the condition? Gold Thug took a deep breath and asked. I've prepared 2 conditions for you. You just have to agree to one of them, and I won't kill you. Chapter 1136. Be my dog. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, the swift boat that was already extremely quiet fell into a dead silence again. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. At that moment, many people on the swift boat smiled. They realized that Duan Ling Tian was only doing this to humiliate Gold Thug. He had no intention of letting Gold Thug go. In their opinion, Gold Thug,
a 6th-level martial monarch, had his own dignity. He would rather die than agree to such a ridiculous request.
You!
Gold Thug, who was anticipating Duan Lingtian's 2 conditions, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's first condition.
Be his dog?
At that moment, Gold Thug felt rage rushing to his head, causing his breathing to quicken. The origin energy in his body was on the verge of exploding.
What?
You don't want to agree to the first condition? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His expression did not change as he faced Gold Thug, who was enraged. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Gold Thug's head. It temporarily extinguished his rage.
What's the second condition?
After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Gold Thug recalled that the purple-clad young man wanted him to agree to one of the 2 conditions. As long as he agreed to one of them, he would be allowed to live. He could not agree to the first condition. He might be able to agree to the second condition. At the same time, everyone on the swift boat had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Many of them looked anxious. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian's second condition would be as ridiculous as the first condition. That was the only way Gold Thug would not agree to it. If Gold Thug did not agree to it, he would die. They would only be at ease if Gold Thug died. The second condition. Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug calmly and spoke slowly. He paused when he reached this point, causing everyone, including Gold Thug, to quicken their breathing. Destroy your dantian. Duan Lingtian enunciated each word clearly as everyone watched. Destroy his own dantian. Duan Lingtian's words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to be stunned. After realizing this, most of the people on the flying boat laughed. In their opinion, the purple-clad young man had no intention of letting Gold Thug live. Otherwise, he would not have made such harsh demands. If Gold Thug agreed to either of the 2 conditions, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's second condition, Gold Thug's expression darkened. Due to his anger, the primary energy in his body began to leak out of his body and turned into a milky white flame.
You never intended to let me go.
Gold Thug gritted his teeth and glared at Duan Lingtian. If he agreed to the first condition, he would no longer have any dignity to speak of. He would rather die than live. As for the second condition, if he agreed to it, he would lose his cultivation and suffer a fate worse than death. Furthermore, once his dantian was crippled, he would not be able to leave the airship in the face of a group of people who were eyeing him covetously. At that time, only death would await him.
Look at what you're saying. I've already stated my conditions. As long as you agree to one of them, I won't kill you.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and clicked his tongue as he spoke.
What's the difference between the 2 conditions you've stated and killing me?
Gold Thug was furious. At the very least, the first condition will ensure that you don't die. As for the second condition, I can guarantee that you won't die in my hands.
Duan Lingtian smiled faintly.
Upon hearing this, Gold Thug's body trembled and his expression darkened. Soon, he fixed his gaze on a figure from the corner of his eye. It was a fiery red figure. He began to roar in his heart, "Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." The person that Gold Thug had his eyes on was, of course, Feng Tianwu.
I advise you not to think about dying together. You don't have the right to do so.
Almost as soon as Gold Thug made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. The surging primary energy in Gold Thug's body began to show signs of calming down.
Boom!
At that moment, a gush of energy gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was a vast and surging energy. First, his primary energy rose and transformed into a milky white flame. Subsequently, the milky white flame transformed into a 5-colored flame. The moment the 5-colored flame appeared, it sent chills down everyone's spines.
Whoosh!
At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head and soon, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. As Duan Lingtian's energy surged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon finally formed. It condensed into 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This scene was not unfamiliar to the people present. However, apart from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xueqi, everyone, including Gold Thug,
narrowed their eyes in shock and disbelief. Oh God! What did they just see? The heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head again, and another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. At the same time, the five-colored flame on Duan Lingtian's body was instantly compressed into the shape of a sword. It emitted waves of sharp sword chi as if it could tear everything apart. First level monarch stage sword profundity. Someone exclaimed. So, he was holding back when he fought Gold Thug earlier. He could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. If he used such strength to fight Gold Thug from the beginning, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength would have been enough to kill Gold Thug in an instant without using any techniques. Indeed, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength is too huge. It's beyond any techniques. The people on the swift boat discussed among themselves. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian changed again. They did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian, who had displayed such powerful strength in the battle with Gold Thug earlier, had actually held back. Not only that, he had held back such powerful strength. You! Gold Thug's expression was extremely grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You held back such powerful strength when you fought with me earlier? Don't even think about playing tricks with that little strength of yours. I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose the first condition or the second one? Or perhaps, you'd rather die? Duan Lingtian stared at Gold Thug with a sharp gaze as he spoke calmly. His calm tone was filled with killing intent. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't respond after 10 breaths, I'll take it that you'd rather die. Duan Lingtian pressed further when he saw Gold Thug's face turning pale and he did not respond for a long time. 10 breaths. Gold Thug's face turned ferocious as if he was suffering. Make him a dog? He really could not do that. Even if he could do it, would he be able to face his 3 brothers who had died? Should he destroy his own Dantian? Putting aside the fact that he could not bear the pain of losing his cultivation base, even if he could, he would be killed before he even left the swift boat after destroying his own Dantian. Many people in the swift boat were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. You have 5 more breaths. 5 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian reminded Gold Thug in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian's voice entered Gold Thug's ears like needles, causing his body to tremble even more. However, he still had not made up his mind. You have 3 more breaths. Another 2 breaths passed and Duan Lingtian's voice was heard again. This time, Duan Lingtian's voice was no different from a death knell when it entered Gold Thug's ears. It made his expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Now, there were only 2 paths before him. 2 paths. First, he could die with dignity and backbone. Second, he could become the purple-clad young man's dog. It was not that he had not thought of the former, but when he thought about how he was going to die like this, he was really unwilling. He had lived for more than half of his life. Only he knew how difficult it was for him to achieve his current cultivation base. How many hardships did he have to go through to achieve his current cultivation base? Moreover, he had an even greater goal. He wanted to break through to the 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial monarch stage. It was to the extent that he even wanted to become a martial emperor. Although it was extremely far away and impossible, it was still his goal, his ultimate goal. However, if he died just like that, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Let alone Emperor Wu. It was impossible even for a 7th level martial monarch stage. Although the latter would allow him to live, he would completely lose his dignity. It was undoubtedly humiliating to make a 6th level martial monarch stage cultivator like him a dog. Even if he survived, he would not be able to lift his head up high in the future. He would rather die. Therefore, he was extremely conflicted. Duan Lingtian looked at the Gold Thug calmly. His eyes were cold. Initially, he planned to kill the Gold Thug directly and let him reunite with the 2 Silver Thugs and the Copper Thug who was killed by Tian Wu in the Netherworld. However, he thought about it again. The Gold Thug was a 6th level martial monarch stage cultivator after all. It would be a pity if he died just like that. Therefore, he wanted to subdue the Gold Thug. Of course it was risky. Even if he could subdue the Gold Thug, he would be a double-edged sword. He could hurt himself at any time while hurting his enemy. Naturally, the hurt himself here did not mean that the gold thug would directly harm him or the people around him. He could use other things to avoid these risks. He was most worried that the gold thug would betray him even though he seemed to be subduing him on the surface. There's still one breath left, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Another 2 breaths had passed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he reminded the gold thug again. If the gold thug still did not make a decision in this one breath, he would kill him at lightning speed to prevent future troubles. Although it was a pity, there was nothing to worry about. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xueqi, shifted their attention to the gold thug without exception. They wanted to know what the gold thug would choose in the end. Would he choose to abandon his dignity? Chapter 1137. I'll be your dog. Finally, the gold thug's ferocious old face calmed down. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant as he spoke weakly. Fwa! The gold thug's choice was beyond everyone's expectation, including Duan Lingtian. The gold thug actually chose to be his dog? He'd rather be a dog than die. It seems like the gold thug values his life more than his dignity. Even a martial monarch's dignity is as light as a feather in the face of life and death. Many people in the swift boat exclaimed. When Gold Thug heard the words of these people, his emotions fluctuated violently. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He could not help but want to slaughter all of these people. However, he did not do anything in the end. He was now a dog. He was the purple-clad young man's dog. His master had not spoken yet, so naturally, a dog like him could not simply bite people. If he made his master unhappy, he would have to bear the consequences. Obviously, when the gold thug made his choice, he already had the resolve to be his master, Duan Lingtian's dog. Come to think of it, I might have made the same choice if I were him. Soon, someone sighed again. I would have made the same choice if I were him. If I had a 6th-level martial monarch cultivation base, I wouldn't want to die as well. Dignity and whatnot are nothing compared to my life. That's right. I think so too. Many people praised the gold thug's choice. The gold thug's mood instantly improved. Are you sure you want to be my dog? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared deeply at the gold thug. Master. The gold thug bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian, using his actions to answer Duan Lingtian's question. If that's the case, make a few oaths using the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He did not want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. Therefore, some restrictions were necessary to avoid a lot of risks. Gold Thug was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's request. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have made the same request. Then, Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug to swear a few oaths using the 99 heavenly tribulation oath. They were not allowed to attack him or the people around him. Without his orders, they were not allowed to leave his side. They would only obey his orders as their master. Don't do anything that will harm his interests. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the lightning punishment. Young master, why don't you ask him to swear an oath that forbids him from being disloyal? If he harbors any disloyalty, he will ultimately be an ingrate and a yellow-eyed dog. Xueqi reminded from the side. As soon as Xueqi said that, Gold Thug's expression changed. That won't be necessary. Just as Gold Thug was about to say something, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, It's impossible for him to not be disloyal now. If he were to make such an oath now, I'm afraid he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. No matter what, Gold Thug was still at the 6th-level martial monarch stage. Although he had given up his dignity and was willing to be his dog, he would definitely be dissatisfied and disloyal. Without a certain amount of time, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. You're wise, master. Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. You're not human? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into Gold Thug's eyes. Gold Thug's eyes looked normal at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the veins in his eyes were very different from a human's. If one did not look closely, one would not have noticed it. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories, Duan Lingtian had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight and experience. It was easy for him to see that Gold Thug was not human. Didn't you see it earlier, Master? Gold Thug was stunned. Ha! Duan Lingtian frowned. What do you mean? Didn't you see that I'm not human, Master? Gold Thug smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why would you ask me to be your dog, Master? What are you talking about? Duan Lingtian frowned. The confusion on his face deepened. He had no idea what Gold Thug was talking about. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was confused. Everyone in the swift boat looked at Gold Thug in confusion. Like Duan Lingtian, they did not understand what Gold Thug was talking about earlier. This time, Gold Thug did not say anything. He used his actions to answer Duan Lingtian. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in the air. All the people saw was a dazzling golden light burst out from Gold Thug's body. It was like a scorching sun. Many of them could not help but squint their eyes. When the golden light dissipated, the scene in front of everyone's eyes caused them to be dumbfounded. No wonder he said that earlier. Did that purple-clad young man really not see through his background? He should have seen through it. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? I think he saw through it as well. Otherwise, why didn't he make Gold Thug his servant or follower? Why did he make Gold Thug his dog? The people in the swift boat whispered among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the spot where Gold Thug was standing in the air. He could not regain his senses for a long time. No wonder he said that. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? In the distance, apart from Xueqi, even Feng Tianwu was stunned. Heavens! What did they just see? At this moment, they could clearly see a huge dog with a golden mane and a black horn on its head standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. The black horn on the huge dog's head was shining with a gloomy halo. It exuded an extremely cold aura. As for the huge dog's golden mane, it looked like balls of golden flames were burning every time it moved. It was extremely beautiful. I can't believe the leader of the 4 Southern River Thugs, Gold Thug, is actually a demon beast. Yes, I should say he's a demon. This is my first time seeing such a dog-type demon beast. The black horn on its head that's shining with a black light, the golden mane all over its body, and its 4 paws are also shrouded in a black light. I think I know a lot about demon beasts, but I've never seen or heard of a dog-type demon beast like this before. Many people in the swift boat were discussing softly, afraid that they would disturb the black-horned golden retriever in the distance. Golden hellhound. At this moment, an exclamation resonated in the air, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at the source of the voice. Even the huge dog with a black horn on its head and a golden mane all over its body was looking at the source of the voice. A purple-clad young man stood there with a shocked expression on his face. Master, do you recognize my true form? The huge golden retriever spoke in human language. It was Gold Thug's voice. His voice was filled with shock and horror. You're really a golden hellhound? Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression on his face. Didn't your golden hellhound clan go extinct in the Great War more than 20,000 years ago? How can your bloodline be passed down to this day? Not only that, but it's also the imperial bloodline. Gold Thug was actually a demon. Moreover, he was a demon that was cultivated from a dog-type demon beast. This fact shocked Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian found Gold Thug's true form familiar after carefully studying it for a while. He found out the answer when he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his first lifetime. Golden Hellhound. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, there were 2 great demon beast clans on Cloud Continent. They were the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rat clan. These 2 great demon beast clans were well-known existences in the Cloud Continent at that time. Not only were they good at reproducing, but they were also very talented. They were much more talented than ordinary demon beasts. Of course, they could not be compared to demon beasts like the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat. The Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat was a powerful existence that could become a demon emperor. It was extremely rare. Among the 2 clans, the
the golden hellhounds and berserk mongrel rats with the purest bloodline were talented enough to break through to the monarch stage and become powerful demon monarch powerhouses. These pure-blooded golden hellhounds and berserk mongrel rats were called the Imperial Clan in their clans. Below the Imperial Clan was the Royal Clan. The golden hellhounds and berserk mongrel rodents of the royal family were usually able to break through to the void transformation stage and take human form. The best among them could even break through to the peak of the void stage as a demon. Below them were the ordinary golden hellhounds and berserk mongrel rats. The lower the purity of their bloodline, the weaker their abilities would be when they reached adulthood. However, they would not be weaker than a void interpretation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, these two demon beast clans could be said to be two giants in that era. Unless one was an emperor stage powerhouse, no one dared to provoke them. Unfortunately, these two demon beast clans started a great battle in a large canyon in the inner land of Cloud Continent. In the end, they almost perished together. Only a few weak berserk mongrel rats were left in that battle. They quickly disappeared without a trace. All of this was recorded in the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. In fact, during Reincarnation Emperor Wu's second lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, apart from the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had records of the golden hellhounds and berserk mongrel rats, nobody knew of their existence anymore. The two great demon beast clans that once ran amok in the inner land of Cloud Continent had disappeared without a trace. Master Yu, not only do you recognize me as a golden hellhound, but you also recognize me as the Imperial Clan of the Golden Hellhounds? When the golden hellhound heard Duan Lingtian's words, its pair of big green eyes widened as it looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. In its opinion, this was simply unbelievable. Golden hellhound? At this moment, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, was stunned when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the golden hellhound, Gold Thug. What a domineering name! However, why haven't I heard of this dog-type demon beast before? Logically speaking, a demon beast that can break through to the monarch stage shouldn't be a nobody. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.